It's the Mixed Martial Arts Hour with
Mixed Martial Arts Hour is back in your life on this Monday, November 20th, 2023. Hello again, everyone. I sure hope you're doing well. Welcome back to a brand new edition of the program. It is Thanksgiving week here in the United States, a lovely time of year. Everyone's in that holiday spirit, that festive spirit. One of my favorite holidays, no religious attachment. You just get to hang out and eat with your family. It's a beautiful time, and what a time it is in the world of mixed martial arts. What a time it is in the world of combat sports. The business of combat sports is fascinating right now. It is truly fascinating, and it became even more fascinating this morning when we found out officially. It is official. It is 100% official. It is a done deal. The Professional Fighters League, the PFL, has acquired Bellator MMA. It is a done deal, and we'll be talking about that for a very long period of time on today's program. There's a lot to break down. There's a lot to digest. There's a lot to dissect, and I am looking forward to it. It's been in the works. It's been, for the longest period, the worst-kept secret in mixed martial arts, but it's now a done deal. It was announced at around 11 a.m. Eastern Time by the founder and chairman and co-owner of the PFL, Mr. Donn Davis. He officially announced that Bellator is now under the PFL umbrella. Bellator had its final event under its old ownership back in Chicago on Friday. Bellator 301. That was the final event under the Viacom umbrella, so to speak, the Paramount umbrella, so to speak. What a card it was. Patchy Mix with a fantastic win over Sergio Pettis. Jason Jackson defeating Yaroslav Amosov, handing Amosov his first loss as a pro, now 27-1. Jason Jackson, now the welterweight champion. What does that all mean? We are going to find out, hopefully, on today's program. Like I said, a fascinating time in the world of combat sports. And on today's show, I'll tell you right off the bat, the aforementioned Donn Davis, the founder, chairman, and co-owner of PFL, will join us in about an hour's time in his first live interview since this news was announced 2 hours ago to talk about how this all happened, why it happened, where the brand goes from here, all that and more, and I'll opine a bit in this first hour. I did also reach out, of course, to longtime Bellator CEO Scott Coker, who, of course, has been in the fight game for decades, to come on today's program, but he politely declined. Hopefully, in the very near future, we'll be able to get Scott's perspective because, of course, he helped, run Bellator to the point where it became a property that someone wanted to buy. And, of course, with his run in Strikeforce and prior to that with K1, a legend of the game, and would love to get his perspective on all of this. So we're going to get into all of that and more on today's program. As always, we are presented by our good friends over at DraftKings Fantasy Sports. Check out what DraftKings has to offer this season with the code THEMMA Hour because, as they say, life's more fun when you're in on the action. DraftKings, the crown is yours. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Age and eligibility restrictions apply. Void where prohibited. See DraftKings.com for details. I also want to let you know about our good friends over at Cash App. Support for this show comes from Cash App. With Cash App, you can now know what your money is doing at all times with real-time transaction alerts and card lock. And if you just lost your card, you can lock it with a simple tap. Next step, figure out where you left it. But that's going to be on you. You might not know exactly where your card is, but with transaction alerts, you can have peace of mind about what your money is doing. That's money, that's Cash App. Download Cash App from the App Store or Google Play Store today. Thank you very much to both Cash App and DraftKings for their support. Back into the show, check in with the guys as far as how they did this weekend, Parlay Boys, GC's picks, etc., etc. And it was a busy weekend in the world of combat sports. Shakur Stevenson with that win on Thursday, a dreadful fight, hard to stay up. I'll be honest, I was the ring walks were at like 12:15 on a Thursday, a.m. Eastern. I know all the European fans are going to be like, try watching in Europe. Try watching at 5 a.m. Yeah, I get it. But this is an event that happened in America on a Thursday night. Dreadful. Friday, Bellator 301. I told you about the two big winners. AJ McKee had a big win as well. Rafion Stotts, etc. More on that in a moment. And then Saturday, UFC back at the Apex. Oh, the atmosphere was on fire. It was electric. Big win for Brendan Allen, who has definitely become a force at 185. This time next year, he may be the champion of the middleweight division. I mean, who would have thought this time last year, Sean Strickland would be the champion of the middleweight division. Allen seems to be on the same type of trajectory. In fact, perhaps even more impressive because he hasn't lost in like 6 fights. Big win for him over Paul Craig. So that was this past Saturday. We'll talk more about that as well. Today's program, I told you about Donn Davis at 205. Later on in the program, Veronica Hardy, formerly known as Veronica Macedo, who, of course, is the wife of Dan Hardy, UFC fighter, returned to action back in March after a long layoff. The layoff was something like, what was it? It was like 3 years, right? It was, to be exact, 2020, 2023. Yeah, 3 years. She beat Juliana Miller, looked solid in that fight. Without a doubt, in my opinion, her best fight to date. She's returning on December 2nd in Austin against Jamey-Lyn Horth, fellow Canadian. She'll be joining us in studio at about, what time? 3:45. At 3 o'clock, we're going to be joined in studio by Dan Hardy. He's going to be here. Of course, I'm sure he'll have a few things to say about the PFL's acquisition of Bellator. He is the face of PFL Europe. He works as an analyst for the brand as well. He's on his way to DC. They have their finals on Friday on ESPN Plus pay-per-view here in America. Black Friday become a bit of a tradition for the PFL brand. So we'll have Dan Hardy, the Outlaw, in studio. I'm very excited about that. One of my favorites in the game. Like I said, 2 o'clock, Donn Davis. And at 1:40, Uncle Frank Warren of Queensberry Promotions. Big week for him with that December 23rd card announced on Tuesday. And then, of course, the Tyson Fury Alexander Usyk fight officially announced on February 17th. He will join us first time on the program for Big Frank. Looking forward to that. But of course, let us get into it. The big news of the day. PFL has acquired Bellator. What does this all mean? Obviously, when Don is here in about an hour's time, I'm going to pepper him with as many questions as possible. A press release was issued at around 11:30 a.m. Eastern time. But actually, on Donn Davis's LinkedIn, he provided, in my opinion, more details than the press release. Let me read to all of you what he wrote. Professional Fighters League forms global powerhouse in MMA. PFL acquires Bellator MMA, an industry transformative deal. PFL poised to become MMA co-leader. The MMA industry changed for the better today. Better for fans, better for fighters, better for commercial partners. PFL has acquired an incredible number of top fighters through the Bellator acquisition, and our combined fighter roster is now equal in stature to UFC. PFL and UFC both showcase rosters that are 30% comprised of fighters who are top 25 world ranked in their weight classes per Fight Metrics rankings. The Bellator brand, this is important, will continue, and it becomes the one-off event product from PFL. He continues, PFL will launch a reimagined Bellator product in 2024, the, quote, Bellator International Champion Series, end quote. The Bellator International Champion Series will consist of 8 major fight events each year, hosted in great cities across the globe. And each Bellator event will feature 2 compelling co-main fights competing for championship belts. PFL platform now has 5 live fight franchises with 30 premium events, year-round product to serve fans and media partners. The PFL League season, that's what's culminating this Friday in DC. The PFL PPV Super Fights, which we're told is going to kick off in 2024. That's what Francis Ngannou and Jake Paul are a part of. The PFL Challenger Series, the PFL International Leagues, so that would be PFL Europe, and as we were told recently, PFL Middle East, Africa, etc. And then Bellator, amazingly. PFL is a fan-focused organization will stage a landmark mega event in 2024, PFL champions versus Bellator champions. That's perhaps most interesting. And then he concludes with, we will share more exciting details in the coming weeks. So a lot to digest there. The big news, of course, is that Bellator is under the PFL umbrella. They're no longer owned by Viacom/Paramount. It will no longer air on Showtime. Showtime is getting out of the sports business as of December of this year. Just 2 more boxing events. There's one this weekend with David Benavidez, which is a great card, and it's a shame that it's come to this. And so this is a fascinating day because the business of combat sports is extremely fascinating, in my opinion. Everything that's going on in MMA and boxing right now is just fast. I mean, I can talk and listen to talk about this all day long. So it's fascinating in that regard, and you have 2 organizations coming together. As a result of that, it's a little bit sad as well, because as we've talked about time and again on this show and other shows, it's now one less spot. The reality of MMA is there's one less spot for fighters to negotiate with, to fight for, to land, to reinvent themselves, to further their careers. There's now one less spot. Bellator, like it or not, for the longest time, for the past decade, was the number 2 organization in the world. Now they don't exist. Now number 2 and 3 have come together. And we could argue all day long, is 1, 3, but here in North America, PFL is 3 by virtue of their deal with ESPN and their ratings on ESPN. So now 3 and 2 have come together to create a Super 2, and that's exciting. But it's sad that there's one less spot for fighters to go. So I would say there's a fascination here. It's interesting. I can't wait to sink our teeth into this. Can't wait to talk to Donn Davis. It's exciting because, okay, Bellator versus PFL, what happens there? But there's also a bit of sadness as well. There's a lot of great people, as I wrote on Friday on social media, a lot of great people who work behind the scenes for Bellator. Will there be redundancy? Will they lose their jobs? They're all very much in the dark. They left Chicago without knowing anything. A lot of them knew that the end was around the corner. I don't know if a lot of them knew that it was coming this morning. And now they know the reality. The fighters certainly are a little bit up in the air, the behind-the-scenes people as well. So you hate to see people lose jobs. And we've seen this before in mixed martial arts, perhaps even more so than boxing. We've seen acquisitions. We've seen mergers. And we've seen it happen before where the organization that is getting taken over will run for a year or 2. Remember Strikeforce, remember WEC. But eventually it all kind of merges into one. I suspect at some point that happens. But they have contracts, they have deals. That's part of the reason why this will continue. And let's be honest, the Bellator brand, especially overseas, especially in Europe, has a lot of value. They did a great job of building up that brand in Europe, perhaps even more so, a better job in Europe than here in America. So that makes sense. Where will it air? How will they distinguish who goes there, who goes here? This super card thing, that sounds good, but there's no middleweight division in PFL. So who does a Johnny Eblen fight? There's no bantamweight division in PFL. Who does a Patchy Mix fight? Those are 2 of your best fighters that you're now acquiring. And do all the contracts come over? Do some of them come over? Like I said, this has happened before. And I would say most notably, it has happened 4 times before. There have been other acquisitions, mergers, but in my opinion, it has happened 4 times before on this type of scale. This would be the 5th major one in MMA history, acquisition, merger, etc. The first one was back in 2007 when Zuffa purchased Pride. The second one was back in 2009 when Strikeforce acquired most of the major contracts from Elite XC and then ended up getting the Showtime deal. 2010, the UFC and WEC merged. They had purchased WEC prior to that, but ran it as a separate organization for several years on Versus and had the lower weight classes there, 135, 145 most notably. And then, of course, 2011, UFC purchased, or Zuffa purchased Strikeforce, ran it for several months, and then eventually it was merged together in 2012 when Strikeforce fizzled out and it all became the UFC. What's that you say? You're new to the world of mixed martial arts. You don't remember all these moments? We've put together a fun little trip down memory lane for all of you to remember and acknowledge that this has happened before, and perhaps there are lessons from when it happened before. Here are the 4 most notable mergers/acquisitions in MMA history, the ones that I just mentioned. And now today with PFL buying Bellator, we've got number 5. Take a look at this.
The only 2 companies in this world that matter are the UFC and Pride. So finally, after 7 years, we're going to be able to answer all the questions we've been waiting to answer. All the challenges we've been waiting to make happen are now going to happen. We get to see the great fights like Fedor versus Randy Couture.
Never happened.
And make no mistake about it, I don't care that Lorenzo bought the UFC. The Pride.
Damn it.
The UFC is coming here to kick your ass.
Today is a great day for mixed martial arts. Today is a great day for the MMA industry, and today is a great day for Strikeforce.
Frank the Legend Shamrock and super talented Gracie Jiu-Jitsu black belt and slugger Nick Diaz.
Just wanted to include this because I love the middle finger here from Nick. This was great. April 2009. I covered it for JerryPark.com. I mean, look at that. I mean, what's more iconic than that? Nick in the hoodie, flipping off Old Man Shamrock.
Is WEC merging with the UFC?
Yes.
Now, people have obviously been bugging you about this for quite some time.
Boston
Why
Hotel.
now?
The timing was right. The reality is, you know, we purchased the WEC. We started these, getting these lighter weight guys exposure on television, sending them around the country in arenas. Now, as the UFC continues to grow globally and we're doing more and more fights, now it makes sense to bring in those lighter weight classes.
I think you have a very big announcement to make. UFC has purchased Strikeforce. Is that true?
That is true.
Why did you actually make this deal? Why did you go out and purchase Strikeforce?
As we continue to grow and expand into all these other countries, one of the things that I keep telling you every time we talk is we need more fights. We need more fights, And let's face the facts. Strikeforce is a brand that fans have come to like.
So there you have it, a fun trip down memory lane. Those were the 4 most notable acquisitions, mergers in MMA history. Now you have number 5, and of course, there was Affliction back in the day. I remember it well. They only put on 2 events. They fizzled out prior to the 3rd. Doesn't really feel quite the same. And there were smaller ones, Elite XC when they were launching. They gobbled up a lot of the sort of regional promotions, Hawaii, etc. But these were the seismic ones. And I don't even know if I put Bellator and PFL coming together as number 1. I actually certainly don't. I was trying to think of this earlier. I was trying to rank them in my mind. I think the one that meant the most in the moment and in the short term and in the long term was probably UFC's or Zuffa's purchase of Strikeforce, because Strikeforce was really growing rapidly. They were getting 1 million viewers on Showtime. They were in the midst of that heavyweight Grand Prix. They had women's MMA, etc. And that one came out of nowhere. There were no rumors of that happening. It was just out of left field. They were killing it, and then boom, the UFC buys them for a $40 to $60 million number. It's never been 100% confirmed. And by the way, I wasn't just inserting myself into that video. That's how people found out about the Strikeforce UFC acquisition. It was broken by us. Same with the WEC one. Those were the fun days. So that one would probably be the biggest in my opinion. Then I would go with Pride. But, you saw in that clip, Dana said, oh, now we're going to get to see Randy Couture versus Fyodor Emelianenko. We never saw that. And a lot of the big name Pride guys didn't come over either ever or initially. It took some time for them to come over. There were some guys who came over like Mirko Krokop and Rampage Jackson, but some like Fyodor did not come over, or Kazushi Sakuraba, et cetera, et cetera. I would still put that as number 2 because for a while Pride was the big dog. WEC merging with UFC. When UFC bought WEC, it wasn't the biggest deal, but they built it into a real thing. And then all of a sudden we wanted to see how the likes of Jose Aldo and Dominic Cruz and Showtime Pettis and Uriah Faber would do in the UFC. So it ended up being a really big thing. And then the Strikeforce Elite XC deal was massive because Elite XC crumbled in October of 2008. and we were wondering where all these contracts like Nick Diaz's and Robbie Lawler's and Gina Carano's would end up. What about the TV deal with Showtime? Scott Coker running Strikeforce, which was kind of a Bay Area regional local promotion, took them over, got the Showtime deal, and they had a fantastic run from 2009 to 2012 on Showtime. And so this would probably be number 4 or number 5, but it's a really big deal because, as we've said before, Bellator currently has its best crop of champions. PFL has some momentum. We'll find out hopefully more about their TV situation later today. And now they're going to try to make a run for it. And it's an amazing story because, as I think I've talked about before, Donn Davis is a guy who didn't grow up in the combat sports business. He was the general counsel of the Chicago Cubs. At one point, he was the youngest executive in baseball, then went to work for AOL. In fact, the CEO of this company, Vox Media, told me this morning that he used to work with Donn Davis at AOL. Jim Bankoff, he also worked at AOL, and then was working in like the investment business and all that stuff. And in 2016, he just happens to see the news that the UFC was purchased for $4.025 billion by Endeavor. He's like, wow. That's a lot of money. And are there any other leagues? Is there any other competition? And that's when the wheels start in his brain. He just devoted everything to getting into the MMA business. Instead of starting his own league, he gets some investors together and they buy World Series of Fighting. They turn it into PFL, and that's just a few years ago. And now they've purchased Bellator. Kind of wild stuff. Sad to see Scott Coker and Mike Kogan, who have been a part of the Bellator business for the last almost decade, of course, started by Bjorn Rebney. Rich Chow was there for a long time. He had left recently to get more into the management side of things. But that was a great crew, and they worked really hard and put on 301 events all over the world and built some names and produced some big fights and events. And it was the end of an era on Friday. And so now I'm really curious to see where they go from here and what it all turns into. Like I've said before, I think that merging it all into one would be the most exciting thing, and having Bellator champs versus PFL champs, or Bellator fighters versus PFL fighters under the PFL umbrella, probably makes the most sense in the long term. But I can understand why, and I'm going to certainly ask more questions about that when we have Donn Davis in studio. Okay, you're keeping it around, you're keeping it as an international brand. For how long? Why? What happens to all the contracts? Are they all coming over? Are there any outs? Are there any free agents that you need to sign? Like things of that nature. I mean, this isn't an easy thing. It's a daunting task, and it's the sign and the dawn of a new era in the world of MMA, because now Showtime is out of MMA once and for all. And we're going to see how they're going to run this. Are we going to get all these events, these international events? Again, I'm repeating. I've had a lot of fighters reach out to me today and ask me questions that I don't know the answer to, or the answers to, because I don't think many people know the answers to these questions. But that's what makes it so fascinating. And I'm excited to have Donn in studio in about 30 plus minutes to talk about it all. Let's talk to the guys, get their thoughts on it all. New York Rick, you're always very excited about these moments. What are your thoughts? Again, this isn't like UFC Strikeforce, because no one saw that coming. We knew this was coming. We didn't know maybe exactly when, but again, this was the worst kept secret in MMA. There were ups, there were downs. Was it happening? Was it not happening? But it's been going on for almost about a year. So it's not like it was a bombshell, but now that it's real, now that it's official, now that it's 100%, what are your thoughts?
Unsure. Because there's still so much, like, now it's official, but what does official mean? Like, Bellator is going to keep running. To what end? What is the purpose of it? Like, all the questions that you're going to ask Donn are the things that I want to know. So I don't know how to feel about it just yet, other than to reflect on Bellator, right? Like, the first things that came to mind, because of the uncertainty around what's ahead, because of what PFL's plans are just to think about, like, what Bellator was able to provide in both the Bjorn Rebney era and now the Scott Coker era, as entertainment products. And, there's warts, there's there's downs, but there's also ups, and there's things that they provided to the MMA space that are worth noting. And so, yeah, is it sad to see them go? I would say yes, from the perspective that, like, we know that it will not be the same anymore, but I don't know what's ahead for Bellator, right? It seems like I made a very strong, I took the strong position that I don't think there should be a separation between Bellator and PFL. They should join the assets and join the athletes and figure it out. It seems like that's not the direction they're going. Obviously, we'll hear more on that. So in light of that, I don't know if it's like time to reflect on Bellator, because Bellator may continue as,
but it's
it
not
has
the same.
been
It's not the
without
same.
the same leadership.
Right.
But if Bellator is operating as Bellator, then commiseration would feel hollow, right? Because we're just going to see it run back next year. We're just going to see the same kind of thing.
I mean, even in his LinkedIn post, Donn Davis wrote that it will be a reimagined brand. So I wouldn't be surprised if it gets a bit of a refresh, a new logo, et cetera, et cetera. That's all kind of wallpaper.
That's wallpaper. If the athletes are the same and they're competing against the same pool of fighters, then it's Bellator. It's the same thing.
But it's not. It's not Scott Coker. It's not Mike Hogan. It's more Strikeforce.
I don't watch Bellator for Scott Coker.
Yes, but my point is it's not the same thing. I understand that the casual MMA fan probably doesn't know or notice or care, but it's the end of an era and it's the start of a new era. Now, how long does the new era last? Right, like UFC Strikeforce, that merger, that lasted like 8 months. It was nothing.
Wow. Okay. What about WEC? How long did they run that before?
Oh, that was a while. That was several years. That was like 2007 to 2010 off the top of my head.
Yeah. It'll be interesting to see what that ends up being.
Part of me, it was March of 2011, and the last Strikeforce event was January of 2013. So it was actually a year and a half.
Okay.
But remember, do you remember when UFC took over Strikeforce? And it was fine. Like DC won the tournament. Like these were solid events. But like Scott wasn't, he would do the interviews, but you knew he didn't have a say in everything. And
yes.
It was just different. So I suspect it will be more like that.
Lame duck, like to steal like a political presidential term, right? He's kind of sitting in the seat, but it's over.
Yeah. And I know there were talks of Scott coming over. So, the intention was maybe like we really truly continue this the same way, which shows the respect that they had for the brand. I don't know if that happens, and part of me would be surprised if that happens because I don't think Scott is in a point in his life right now where he wants to, technically work for someone else. So I wonder.
Because if we remember, Strikeforce was his, right?
Yeah, it was
the
his
first,
baby. Yeah,
that was his, and then it became acquired. For Bellator, he's an employee. He works for Viacom, the owner, or previously. Sorry, we're in a new era now. Previously, and now, so this would be under PFL and parent company there, and so. Yeah, it might not be the same place for him as it was many years ago.
I'm curious who they're going to make as the face of this Bellator. But, you mentioned kind of merging it, and I understand that. But also, I mean, I would argue that right now, Bellator in Europe has more cachet than PFL because of the events they put on in London, in Ireland, et cetera, et cetera. So you do those 8 events in Europe. And you put the you put the top dogs there. May not be the worst idea. Where does that air? How do people consume that? I don't know. But eventually, you're the PFL. I want my brand to supersede.
Yes,
exactly. So I get what you're saying.
If that's the case, look, we could argue this. The reality is, it's probably not going to play out that way. And Don's going to come on and say we're going to run the Bellator product this certain way. He already listed out like 5 different properties that they're kind of running, but that presence is not based on Bellator's brand. That presence is based on the athletes that represent Bellator that are in those fights, in those territories, right? It's a local thing. It's saying we have the Irish fighters that you want to see, and we're bringing events to Dublin. If PFL takes those fighters, they created an event overnight around Cedric Doumbé with that lower presence that felt like the biggest event of the year internationally. Yeah. So it's the fighters. So if you take that roster, fold them into PFL, put on the better fights, I promise those arenas are going to fill up no matter what the branding on it says. So that's my take on it. But again, that's not a horrible scenario, what you've laid out, to be able to say, hey, we've kept this brand alive. You know it, you love it, come see it. and we'll get these TV deals, or maybe continue the end of the existing TV deals and then see what happens from there. But it's a new world, and it is crazy. It's truly like an important day in the sport of MMA to kind of see what the competitive landscape looks like from here.
Oh yeah, it's fascinating. I'm going to ask you, GC, your opinion on this in a moment, but I just wanted to add one quick thing. Like I can almost see a world where it would be really interesting if you have the champions competing. Like you have the Ebelins and the OAMs and the Larissa Pacheco's fighting in these big fights, and then you use the PFL brand to be the tournament to determine who will be the number one contender.
A challenger for them.
Sort of, but not in the challenger series, because I could see a world where maybe an Ebelin and Apache Mix don't want to keep going into tournaments. Like they feel like they've graduated from that and they just want to fight in big fights. So it's going to be really interesting to see how they shake this all out. GC, your immediate thoughts on this news?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of something like you said, we've sort of seen it coming for a while, so it doesn't come as a shock or anything. It felt like we were closing a chapter on Friday watching Bellator 301 happen in Chicago, but yeah, I mean, it's interesting. It's exciting, but I still have a lot of questions left to be answered. I'm sort of with Rick on this. We were talking about it before the show. How does this look in a year? Where does Bellator go from here? Does it just get absolved into the PFL name after a while? And you mentioned the timelines on previous things. Does it take 8 months? Does it take 3 years? Like how do we get there? And like you mentioned on the Donn Davis LinkedIn post, like there's like 5 different things. He has the league season, the pay-per-view super fights, the Challenger Series, the international leagues, and Bellator. So like, how are we going to consume these fights? How are the fights going to be made? Are things that I want to see. But like you guys said, I'm in 100% agreement. It's like it is an important day. Like this feels monumental, but I am interested to see how it's going to work moving forward.
Surreal stuff. Reminds me a little bit, and this isn't the best example because UFC buying Strikeforce is a better example from back in the day. But when WWF bought WCW, They took it over. Vince McMahon showed up on Nitro, and he said, "I have WCW in my hands." And then the invasion happened, and Sting didn't show up, and Ric Flair didn't show up, and Goldberg didn't show up, and all the big dogs didn't show up. Rey Mysterio, they all came later, but it was lower level guys. It was Mike Awesome, may he rest in peace. It was Lance Storm. It was people like that. And so I'm curious. I'm really curious to see, are all these individuals going to come over? Is it going to feel big? Is it going to feel fun? Is it going to feel fresh? Is it going to feel new? Or is it going to feel like, when Nitro or WCW and WWF came together? What's so fun about this, like in MMA, we don't get any cross promotion. In boxing, we get it all the time. And I'm not even talking about what happened last week with Frank Warren and Eddie Hearn, but you'll get events here where it's like, an Eddie Hearn fighter is fighting a PBC fighter. They don't love doing it.
Many of the top boxing fights are not from the same promotion. Are promotions working with each other to put on the event?
1,000%. There are some that just refuse, like Ellerby and Hearn don't love, but like push comes to shove. Just look how quickly last week happened. MMA, it never happens. Top 3 or 4 will never touch each other. They just don't. One isn't co-promoting with PFL. PFL isn't co-promoting with UFC, et cetera, et cetera.
The only exception we should note is Bellator and Ryzen have done that before and have worked with each other in a very friendly capacity.
100%. That's a great call. But I'm talking about like on the big stage.
Ryzen is
especially
not
here
in this level.
in North America.
Yeah.
So there's something fun that can happen now. That's why I was pushing for, all right, next year, the welterweight regular season is 5 Bellator fighters and 5 PFL fighters, because now you can get like some bragging rights.
Crazy matchups too.
Yeah. So that's fresh. That's fun.
It's co-promotion without actually a risk, right? Because now they own
exactly
the both properties and the fighter contracts, and so therefore they benefit. Whoever wins these matchups, they are in the beneficial position. So it eliminates the inherent risk and the reason why these promotions are not doing this. I mean, there's more to it than just like my fighter from my promotion may lose. There's obviously actual like contractual ramifications and things that can happen where now the UFC can't kind of say that we are not able to. Anyway, there's a lot more to it, but the one of the main reasons is the risk. If you go over there and your fighters get washed out, now all of a sudden you're at a weakened position. In this scenario, the Bellator brand winning these fights would be great. They're benefiting from that because now those fighters are either going to exist in this brand that they're selling on television, or they're going to come into the promotion at some later point, and now they have these stars. It's kind of what the UFC was doing with Strikeforce and WEC. They had these people that eventually did come over and become, like Cormier is one of the best examples of it, but there were many others from Strikeforce and others from WEC, Aldo getting the championship as soon as he came to the UFC, that they can now benefit from. So it creates this like artificial cross promotion.
Yeah. And one of my, I guess, criticisms of PFL over the last few years, and they've done, I think, a better job of this in the last couple of years, is the top dogs, they come back, and by the time you get to the playoffs and the finale, it feels like a lot of the same names are involved, right?
Yes.
So it doesn't feel fresh, fun, new. I haven't gone down and compared exactly like the names on Friday compared to the names who were fighting in the championship at Hulu Theater last Black Friday, but it's a lot of the same names. Here you have this influx of top dogs that can really freshen things up for 2024 and beyond. And that's the biggest thing. Like you need fresh talent. Given this format and system, you could be stuck, and I say stuck, but like they had this situation with Lance Palmer where he would just would keep coming back, and eventually they're like, okay, it's not fresh, it's not fun anymore. Now you just got, X amount of contracts, X amount of big names. If they can implement those names and incorporate them into the season next year, I think that would be very fun. I don't know if that's the plan, but yeah, I think that would be great.
Just having tournament structure is very limiting, because now it is a true meritocracy. Now it's like, we don't make the fight. Like, you can make the matchups, you can make the regular season matchups and kind of do the seeding and all that stuff, and that's about as much control as you have. Then otherwise it's up to the fighters. That's great from a perspective to be able to say we have a meritocracy, but it's very limiting in terms of getting those fresh and new and exciting type of matchups. Now that they seem to be breaking outside the mold of just running the tournaments, now that they've acquired this entire pool of new talent, there's many, many options that they have, and I'm sure that they're salivating at the idea of how to implement them.
I'm excited.
Yeah,
I'm excited.
Chris Cyborg, Kayla Harrison at some point.
Imagine we finally get it now.
I now that it seems so possible, now that it seems like it's right in front of our faces, now I'm losing all hope that it happens.
Well, the thing is, I'm pretty sure Kayla's contract is up at the end of this year, so there's a very good chance that.
Well, I mean,
it doesn't happen.
On one side, now Bellator is no longer an option, right, as a competitor to potentially go to, right? Because if Kayla Harrison's a free agent months ago, she can go to Bellator, she can go to PFL, she can go to ONE, she can go to UFC. Now Bellator is out of the equation unless that's essentially the same as signing with PFL. So I don't know. I don't know where that puts her, but yeah, I don't know. I want it. Don't get me wrong. I want it badly, but
what is the biggest? What is the biggest fight that can be made right now?
That's what I was thinking.
The biggest fight that can be made right now?
Francis Ngannou versus somebody, because Francis Ngannou is the biggest fighter across all these rosters.
Ryan Bader?
Francis Ngannou, Ryan Bader?
Sure.
No.
It's not on the basis. Look, it's not on the basis of who the opponent is.
No, but matchup. What's the biggest?
Jake Paul versus somebody.
What's
Jake Paul. Usman Nurmagomedov versus OAM? It's not a bad matchup.
What's the sexy? Is Usman?
Come on, these all pale in comparison.
Sexy.
No, I'm just talking about like matchup, not who's obviously Francis is times X over anyone. I get that.
Yeah.
And Jake is Jake, but what is the best sort of PFL versus Bellator fight that can be made right now?
Well, unfortunately, they don't have bantamweight, right? So like a guy like Apache Mix.
The two that come to mind are Apache and Johnny Eblen.
That's what I'm saying. Those are the ones they don't have.
Apache Mix moves up to 45 and fights Brendan Loughnane.
No, he'd stay at 35.
Brendan's not even in the fight.
There is no 35 in PFL.
I know, but they're gonna run Bellator.
I know, but would you rather see Apache Mix Brendan Loughnane or Apache Mix Jesus Pineda?
It's tough. The Bellator's best. Look, is it like a Nemkov versus the light heavyweight champ? There's not really a great answer.
Nemkov versus Josh Silveira.
You know what I was gonna say? I was gonna say like, but maybe it's not it has to be something with Doumbé. I think Doumbé is their biggest star.
Jason Jackson versus Cedric Doumbé.
Yeah, but I was gonna say Amasov, but
No.
no, I know. Fuck
yeah.
Right?
I mean, this
is that a strong take? I think Doumbé is their biggest. I'm not talking about Francis.
Yeah, non-Francis.
Yeah.
Definitely internationally, right? If you put that guy in a show in Europe, it's going to be big. But this is like, it almost feels like we're not getting these like amazing fantasy championship versus champion fights, but this speaks to like what PFL gets here, right? They get things that can fill in where they don't have strength, right? They don't have an 85-pound division. They don't have a 135-pound division. And now they're getting guys that you could argue are the best in the world at those weight classes. So now they've got so many toys in the toolbox. It's a truly beneficial move for them roster-wise. Like, I don't see any downside here. It feels like a home run from a roster perspective.
So in about 20 minutes' time, Donn Davis, the founder and chairman and co-owner of PFL, will join us in studio to answer a lot of these questions. Stay tuned for that. Coming up in a matter of seconds, we'll be joined by Frank Warren, who is the head man, obviously, at Queensberry Promotions, and he had an incredible week last week. I do want to remind you that the richest night in MMA is headed to Washington, D.C. on this Black Friday, November 24th. The Canadian gangster, Olivier Aubin-Mercier. And how about those Montreal Alouettes with that massive win last night at the Grey Cup in Hamilton against those dastardly Winnipeg Blue Bombers? What a come-from-behind win. I was going crazy. OAM looking to do the same on Friday when he goes toe-to-toe with Clay Collard in a very fun PFL lightweight world title fight. Larissa Pacheco is seeking to become the first two-weight class world champion in PFL history. Also, Kayla Harrison makes her long-awaited return to the PFL Smart Cage in a showcase bout versus Aspen Ladd, not Julia Budd. That was a news item that came out last week. And the debuting Derek Brunson makes his PFL debut in a showcase bout versus two-time welterweight world champion Ray Cooper III. It all goes down this Friday, November 24th at 8 p.m. Eastern on ESPN Plus pay-per-view, with the prelims kicking off at 5:30 Eastern time on ESPN Plus. All right. Let us move along and say hello to our first guest. It is always a pleasure to talk to this man. Dare I say, the best-dressed promoter in combat sports and perhaps combat sports history. As I said, he is the face of Queensberry Promotions. He's the one and only Frank Warren, who had a fantastic week last week. Can't wait to talk to him about it all. There he is. Frank Warren, kind enough to join us. Hello, Frank. How are you?
I'm fine, Ariel. What about you, my friend? And by the way, I'm not overdressed tonight.
I know you're so casual here. I'm usually, used to seeing you in the three-piece or in a nice little double-breasted. This is casual, Frank. I like it.
Well, I thought it'd be a laid-back, nice conversation with you, so I thought I'd get in the mood.
I appreciate that. And what a setup you have back here. Beautiful artwork. I love it. It's wonderful to see. Congratulations on a massive week for you and the company. Dare I say, I'd be remiss if I had a bottle of Prosecco here, I would open it up and cheers to you because of the big week, or maybe a warm lager, whatever you prefer. But nevertheless, congratulations on the big week. Had to be one of the biggest weeks of your career, no?
It is, without a doubt, no doubt about that. I mean, as I'm getting older, it seems to be getting better. So I just hope it continues that way.
So could we start with December 23rd and that announcement on Wednesday? How quickly did that card and your involvement in that card come together? From our perspective, it seemed like it was just a matter of days. Could you tell us how quickly it came together for you?
It happened probably over the course of, the date was fixed because obviously we were looking to do Tyson and the big fight, Tyson and Usyk. But Tyson, as you know, had a tough fight against Ngannou, so we then had to put another card together. So everybody concerned worked very hard to make it happen. That was my son George, Spencer Brown, us, and obviously the Kingdom's team led by His Excellency Turkey. And we came up with this card, which is, it's something extra special. And I think if we'd have had a bit more time, if it had happened earlier, we'd have actually got the Joshua and Wilder fight on.
Wow.
Rather than, with the other two guys. For training for such a big fight at this moment in their careers, 6 weeks wasn't enough, and you can understand it. But they both got tough fights. I think they've got tough fights for various reasons. Deontay's been out the ring now, for 14 months. So he's in with Joseph Parker. Joe's a good competitor. He's only been stopped once, and he's coming off a good win. He had a good win on the last card at the opening of the Riyadh Festival. And AJ's in with Otto Wallin, who's only has one loss, which was against Tyson quite a few years ago. And he had a good win. He beat Gassiev a few weeks ago. So I think they're decent fights for both of them. Hopefully, I would say hopefully, the winner, if they both come through, then they'll face each other early next year.
What's remarkable about this, among the many things that is remarkable, is the fact that you have 12 promoters coming together in one shape or way or form. Did you have any reservations about working with any of these other promoters on this bill?
No, we've always worked with, over the years, I've worked with lots of promoters. I mean, Saturday we had a show here in the UK. It's a cracking show, by the way. Really good domestic fights. We had eight title fights on the card, and there were various promoters who we worked in association for each of those fights. And it's the same with this one. We're working with Salida, with Matchroom, AJ Boxing. We're working with Bomb Squad. I mean, lots of different guys, and there's some other good fights on there. You got Dimitri Bivens on there. He's fighting British guy Lyndon Arthur, who's the IBO champion. That should be a decent fight. Daniel Dubois is in with Jarrell Miller, and that's a cracking fight. It's an interesting fight. He came so close to causing what I think a lot of people would have felt was an upset against Usyk, Daniel, with that so-called low blow, which I never thought was a low blow, but he took a lot of time out, and we obviously exposed a weakness there in Usyk's armour. And Jarrell Miller, we all know that he's had a few problems over the years, but he's a competitor. And I think for Daniel, this is a bit of a crossroads fight for him. He can't afford to lose if he wants to still have a seat at the big table. And then we've got Makhmudov, based in Canada. He's fighting Edgy Caballero. He's undefeated. They're both undefeated fighters. Hergovich is on there, who's the mandatory for the IBF. He's fighting Australian Mark Demori. And Frank Sanchez from the States is fighting Junior Farr from New Zealand. So it's a good heavy weight card with a couple of cruiserweights who may go on to become and light heavyweights who may move up in the weights. But it's a really good quality card, and I'm looking forward to seeing it.
I love to consume all the boxing media content, especially out of the UK. And so I know you've been asked this question, but I have to ask and maybe dig a little further. We all know about the, for lack of a better word, rivalry between Queensberry and Matchroom. You said, oh, I saw Eddie in the back room. We said hello and we got on with it. There had to have been more than that, Frank. Give us the goods here. Was it just really a hello, how are you? Let's move on. It couldn't have been just that.
If it lasted 30 seconds, maybe a minute, that was it.
Wow.
It's not, I know his father well, because his father and I, over the years, had worked together. We actually was involved in the snooker business for a while together in the early days when the Breakaway organisation was formed, and I helped with that. It was that my son George, who's the CEO of Queensberry, who, believe you me, does most of the graft. I'm like the old guy they wheel him in every now and then. But he does most of the work, and he's pretty much he doesn't sort of push himself up front. He stays in the background. But I know he's been talking with Eddie a lot over the years in various fights, but certainly recently. And he was in the room, and we just that was it. Hello, how are you? It's a great opportunity here for everybody. Let's not screw it up. Except, probably in a cruder way, we said that, and let's make sure it works. And that's what happened, and we went out. I said to my son at one stage, maybe we should lock the door and push him in the broom cupboard and not let him out. But common sense prevailed.
It's lovely. I love the banter between you guys. Are we approaching a time, much like the Hearns, where Eddie became the face and Barry, went into the shadows, where your son George is going to be the face and do these interviews and be at the forefront, and you're going to be more in the shadows? Is that in the near future?
Well, at the moment, he's doing most. I've got to be honest. He does most of the business. He's running that side of it. I would like that to happen. I mean, I love it. I mean, I love boxing. I've always been a boxing nut. As a kid, I was always into the sport, and it's great to be part of it. Like again, last week I thought I was 21 again with all what was going on. Brilliant. But yeah, I'd like to see him do it. But he's not really that interested in that side of the business. I think he really does enjoy the business side of it, whereas I get a bit peed off with the business side. I just want to get to the fights and watch the fights. But yeah, we're a good. He's a good team. He will eventually take over as I think take over the whole role of Queensbury. My other sons are involved as well. Francis is a very good manager. He's building a real good group of fighters. He looks after, I think, the hottest young heavyweight in the world, Moses Atumia, at the moment. And they're all completely boxing nuts. I never thought that was the case, because when they were younger and they were growing up, they had good educations. They all went to university, but as they were growing up, you forget as a dad that on the Saturday nights you're not there with the kids. You're not working sort of, Monday to Friday, and then you're with a family. The weekends, invariably, you have a card on. You're travelling back from the show, wherever it is, what part of the world or country you're in. And I didn't realise they were all watching it so much and so much into it that they got totally seduced by it. So they all went to the uni, got a good education, and then wound up in boxing, which is not what I wanted for them. I didn't want that. But they're all enjoying it, and they're doing in their respective roles, doing a fantastic job between them all.
Obviously, I know what happened on October 28th, and I want to ask you specifically about that fight in a moment. But could you tell us why Tyson isn't fighting on December 23rd? Is it because of, the bumps and bruises sustained on October 28th, or is there another reason why?
No, it's probably down to me, to be quite honest. When the fight was made against Ngannou, everybody sort of, and I find it difficult sometimes with people, especially some of the media and the critics, that they immediately say, "Oh, this is a knockover. This is nothing," and there's no boxing footage. There was no video footage to look of Ngannou in a ring. All you could look at him was in an MMA match in UFC, as it was. And when I looked at that, I could see he was a tough guy. He's a big competitor. He's strong. So I knew that if it was coming into clinches or whatever, Tyson, as he's fought in his last 4 fights where he stood toe to toe with people, and slugged it out in some cases, like he did with Wilder, with Deontay. He didn't do what he used to do in the past, which was to gap on his toes and box, use his jab. He actually stood there and traded with him. And I thought that if they do that, I don't want him getting into clinches with Ngannou, because I felt that he'd be used to that. That's the type of thing that they do in MMA, in the UFC. And as I say, I knew he could punch. But when that first bell went and he came out, as he came out and I watched as he shaped up, I thought to myself, oh, this is not what I'm expecting. This is not such a normally MMA guys. They're a bit more square on. He had the stance of a boxer, and he could jab, and he was hitting. And after a couple of rounds, I thought, this is not going to. I mean, obviously, I believe Tyson was win, but I thought this is not going to be the job that everybody's saying it's going to be. And then when he clipped him in the third round, and Tyson went over, and we know that Tyson's got a good chin. We know he gets up, and he has a good recovery rate from getting knocked down. But obviously, none of us like that, especially Tyson. But it was this showed this fella is going to, he's not just showing up to make up the numbers. He's going to be there he was there to win and cause an upset in everybody's eyes. And as the fight went on, I thought Tyson settled down, and I thought he won the fight. Punch stats proved that, and for me, he won it by 2-3 rounds. Having said that, I'm not taking anything away from Ngannou, because Ngannou absolutely came out of that fight as what he should have done, as a hero. He done brilliantly well, and he put himself into the big picture as far as big fights in the future. But Tyson needed a break after that fight. He'd been training off and on all year for fights that we thought were going to be made, and they weren't made, especially with Usyk. And he did train hard for the fight. He had a hard camp for it. And when you're involved in a big fight, and you're having back-to-back camps without any time out, that's not good for you. You're not letting your battery recharge. if he'd have beaten Nagano, as everybody was so-called predicting would happen, which I didn't think would happen, but they were saying, it could be over in 1 or 2 rounds in a very easy fight, then I think it could have been a goer. But, come the sort of 6th, 7th round, that date was, going to be put back till next year because, it's an important fight for Tyson. And for Tyson, he's now training for a guy that he knows, he's seen in a ring in Usyk. He knows what his strengths and his weaknesses are. Whereas, as I say, with Nagano, he didn't. So it was the sensible thing to do, and that's what's happened. And as a result of that, we've sort of had what we call double bubble. We've now got this great show on the 23rd in Riyadh, in the Riyadh season, and Tyson will be fighting, as announced, on the 17th of February next year against Usyk, also in the Riyadh season. So it's brilliant.
Was there any talk of running it back right away instead of doing Fury Usyk, going straight to Fury and Ngannou 2 because it was such a shocker and such a thrilling fight?
No. As you may recollect, and it wasn't tempting fate or being sort of ridiculously confident. The fight had been announced.
Right.
If you remember, it was. And the only reason we confirmed that is because once we knew we put those contracts into the IBF, they would have informed Hrgovic's people that the fight was going to happen, the unification, and then it would have got out there. So we took the bull by the horns and announced it before anybody else leaked it out.
Okay. If all goes well on the 17th of February between Tyson Fury and Alexander Usyk, if your guy wins, is there a chance that we see Fury and Ngannou in 2024?
I think there's a good chance of that happening. I do.
Really? Would it be next?
That I don't know. I mean, it's like jumping too far forward. Let's get the big one out of the way first, and then we'll see where we go with it. But I do think Tyson told me that he wants the rematch, and I know Nagano wants it. I mean, because when we was after the fight, we were out there. We met at His Excellency's house, and we had quite a lengthy conversation. He's a nice guy, by the way. He's a really nice guy. Good team around him, and I'm quite sure we'll do it again.
There was a lot of talk, especially in the MMA world, about how that fight did, the Fury and Ngannou fight did on pay-per-view worldwide. Is there anything you could tell us about those numbers? How did it do, and whether it met your expectations?
I think it met the expectations of the attention that it drew. To start off with, let's be honest, it didn't get great press because they're saying it was a mismatch. Turned out to be a very exciting and dramatic fight. Too dramatic for me at one stage, but that's how it turned out. But it ticked all the boxes as far as what it done. And what I said at the time, this is going to be a game changer because it was the key to the door. It was to get that fight over with, and get it off the ground, working closely with Seller and the Kingdom, and the National Event Centre and the National Event Centre and the GEA, the General Entertainment Authority, Gold Star, everybody involved with it. It was such a great experience. It's led to all these other shows being announced. But 2 shows already that are out there that are planned, and there are more planned. So it was absolutely, I think, essential for us, Queensberry, to be involved in this because this is a new dawning in boxing. They've proven beyond a doubt that Saudi Arabia is going to be a big destination for the big fights. They've enabled fights to happen and cards to happen that would not normally we would be able to put on because they just want to be financially viable to do that. But they've made that happen. So if you're a boxing fan, you're in seventh heaven as far as that's concerned. And I think you'll see a lot of the big, meaningful fights will be made much easily over the next few years. I don't think every big fight in the world is going to take place in Riyadh, but a lot of them will. Some of them will obviously take place in the UK, certainly during the season, which normally runs from the October until Ramadan. Ramadan next year, I think it's on the 3rd of March, I think it is. So during that season, you'll see some exciting fights, no doubt about that. And it'll lead to a lot of these guys all fighting each other. I don't think we're going to get all the sort of I'm not saying ducking, but where people are scrambling around. Can we get more money here? Can we get more money there? And sometimes it leads to negotiations and things falling through. Under the leadership of His Excellency, these fights are happening. He's making them happening. He's given us the tools to go and do it. And so it's exciting times for world boxing. And if you're in Europe, for the fights to take place, you're going to see them at prime time. Whereas if we get big fights coming in from Vegas, for example, you're sitting up till 5, 6 o'clock in the morning waiting for it to happen. So from Britain, probably the rest of Europe, is great news for them, and obviously the Middle East. So it's exciting. It is exciting times, and I think it's going to lead to it's basically a bit of a revolution. What's happened, as has happened in golf, as it's happening. I think it's started in tennis. They've got Formula One there. They just announced a UFC fight for next year. They got other MMA stuff there. They're doing a big equestrian events. And obviously there's a massive investment in soccer, as you call it, or proper football, as we call it. There's a great investment in that. And, they're big players on the world stage now. I mean, big players in sport. And thankfully, there is a massive love there for our sport, boxing.
So you've been in the fight game for quite some time. It's exciting now, but given all the money that is being spent, is there any concern that in 3-4 years this is unsustainable? It's great now, but is there a long-term health here if you're paying so much for these mega? I mean, just look at all the names that came out to Fury and Ngannou. That's not cheap, right?
No, it's not. But you've got to remember, it's first of all, the Riyadh season is what it is. It's a multicultural event which takes place over from October till the beginning of March, and the objective is to put on big events, all types of events, sporting events. They have everything there, lots of different sports, lots of entertainment. They have classical music, pop music, rap. You name it, it's all there. And it's about promoting the Riyadh, promoting Saudi Arabia. It's their shop window for showing that they're a center of culture and of excellence. And so that's where they are. It's a bit like, looking at it in a maybe a different way. When Vegas opened up, everybody would be saying, well, they're building what in the desert? In the middle of the desert, they're building this place, and what they're going to put entertainment there in the middle of the desert. But that's what happened in Vegas, and look at it now. It's one of the, if not the world's capital of entertainment. And they put fights on there. Casinos will pay a premium to bring the fight there. It's the same. It's a similar sort of thing, except it's the General Entertainment Authority who are enabling it to happen. But they're doing it with everything that they put on there. And I think in time, it's a bit like anything. You have to pay your entrance fee to get things started. It's been going for 4 years now. So you pay your entrance fee, and then I think those things have a turn in as much that an act, for example, a pop act or a rock act, it will be a place you have to play. You've got to be there. You've got to get there where the action is. And I think that's what will happen. They're building a massive new city there. It's a kilometre long, the line it's called, going up to Neom, and that is going to be something special. I don't know if you've been to Dubai. You go to Dubai,
yeah,
right? You see, that it's going to be, Dubai on speed. It's going to be a huge place, and it's going to be probably one of the greenest cities in the world. But it's going to be the entertainment capital, and that's what they're turning it into. And this, as I say, is the start of it. And for me, especially at my age, it's brilliant. And Bob, with Bob Arum, top rank Bob, it's brilliant for both of us. And I mean, all we were doing out there was looking at each other in disbelief and scratching our heads, saying, "This is something we've never experienced before." And between us, I think we got 160 years worth of promoting. So it's very forward thinking. There's obviously a massive investment's been made, and of course, at the end of the day, the books have to balance. But I think that will happen once once it's firmly established, as certainly as far as boxing is concerned, as being a big destination for our sport.
I said on the Monday after Fury and Ngannou that I believe that version of Francis Ngannou beats Deontay Wilder. He beats Anthony Joshua. I had Eddie Hearn on the show that Monday. He said I was crazy. What do you think?
I don't think you are. I think you should. Look, I like to think I know my boxing. I've guided a lot of champions over the years, and a lot of my guys have gone into fights, certainly with my fellow promoters in America, Don King and Bob and so forth, as underdogs and have won. And we picked the right time, the right matches at the right time, and won the fights. And I look at and I looked at him, as I said earlier on, when we started the interview, when he shaped up, I knew that there was a problem. And remember, he's not been in a boxing ring before, and obviously his trainers had done their homework on Tyson. They'd done a lot of homework on it. When he was switch hitting, a couple of times Tyson feints to draw his opponent's lead. He wasn't standing for that, so he was quite well schooled. Although it wasn't Tyson at his best, I must say that it wasn't Tyson at his best. But I think Ngannou will give any of the guys in the top 10, and he's ranked now. I think a couple of the organisations have dropped him in there, and they should do. He's just gone the distance with a world champion. I think he'll give all of them a problem, and there's a couple of them there I think he could beat.
Well, congratulations, Frank, on a fantastic week for you and the company. December 23rd. Looking forward to it. Love the coverage on TNT Sports. They do a fantastic job. I was watching this past weekend as well. Good luck with that one. And, of course, good luck February 17th back in Riyadh for the big one between Alexander Usyk and your guy, Tyson Fury. Real pleasure to have you on the show, Frank. Would love to do it again. Thank you so much. And cheers to you on some amazing business over the past week.
It's been a pleasure and a privilege, and I'm a big fan. And
cheers.
Looking forward to see you again there real soon.
Looking forward to it as well. Thank you so much, Frank. Have a great evening. There he is, Frank Warren of Queensberry Promotions. Big week for them, February 17th. Massive one next year. They announced that on Thursday. That's Usyk, Fury, Usyk. First time that we'll have an undisputed champion in boxing since Lennox Lewis did it in 1999. So the first time this century, amazingly. It's 2023, by the way. There's the poster right there. It goes down in the afternoon here in America. It will be on ESPN Plus over in the UK with my good friends over at TNT Sports. And then February 23rd, that gigantic event. 12 promoters coming together for one of the deepest and best cards in recent boxing history. So I can't wait for that. And there's the poster right there. The Day of Reckoning, top of the bill, Anthony Joshua and Deontay Wilder. If you're not following the boxing business right now, and especially what is going to happen over the next few weeks and months, it's a fascinating time. There's obviously the huge Katie Taylor rematch this Saturday back in Dublin against Chantel Cameron. David Benavidez, like I said, this Saturday as well. Two fantastic fights going down and good cards too. David Morrell coming up. Devin Haney, Regis Prograis coming up. Ryan Garcia returning on December 2nd. Jake Paul returning on December 15th. So a lot to like there. The business of combat sports has never been more interesting. And speaking of which, let us talk to the man of the hour. Perhaps the most wanted and talked about man in mixed martial arts right now. We have the absolute privilege, pleasure, and honor to be joined by him in studio. He is the founder, chairman, and co-owner of the Professional Fighters League. There he is, Donn Davis. How are you? Let's hug it out. Yeah, thank you so much, Donn. Wow.
I waited 6.5 years for this.
Yes, this is
I only
big.
started the company to get here.
It's amazing. It's amazing. What a day.
What a day. Great day for fans, great day for fighters, great day for MMA.
What is it like now that it's out there? The world knows what you've been working on. And we're going to talk about the timeline here, but just the day, how it's feeling, how it's coming together for you.
Well, as a founder of a company, you always go back to day one.
Mm-hmm.
And day one, people said, this whole season format thing ain't going to work.
I was one of those.
UFC's an 8,000-pound gorilla. Hundreds of companies have tried. So on a day like this, you just think, another chapter. Right? You know, our first goal is to be number 2. That was really our first goal. Check, we did that. And now our next goal is, with new assets and new capabilities and great fighters, how can we become co-leader? So kind of as an entrepreneur, you're never, ever done. So you never really sit back and say, Instead, you say, what's next? And so what's next for us is, okay, number 2, check. Now let's go try to be co-leader.
So when did this journey start, the acquisition of Bellator? How long ago did it commence?
We first called Paramount January this year.
Okay.
So it's been a
Did you call them because you knew they were on the market, or?
No.
Okay, how did it go down?
So I think they first started to divest assets at Paramount overall in the spring. So we really called them earlier than call it their corporate activity.
Okay. Spring of this year or last year?
They started spring of this year.
Gotcha.
So we really started in January of this year. And we called them for the same reason I've talked about publicly. Athletes in any sport, whether it's the NBA or the MMA, are the foundation of everything. The more quality athletes, the deeper and better the product. And PFL, great vision. PFL, great capability. PFL done great so far. But we need more and better athletes. And there's only one company that at one time could put us on equal footing with UFC. That was Bellator. We were getting more than our fair share of free agents, 4 or 5 a year.
Right.
We were never losing our top fighters, never lost one. But we weren't getting there fast enough. And so I called them to say that was the big once-in-a-company move, that overnight we could have a roster and quality on par and on stature with UFC. So how could we get that done? That was the reason for making the call.
Okay, and how were the negotiations?
Slow.
Slow, yeah. It's January. It's almost December, so 11 months?
A year.
Yeah. Why so slow?
To me, Shakespeare, all's well that ends well.
Yeah.
So I tried. But, you know, big companies take time.
Yeah.
Big companies have to figure out what they want to do. And then also like-kind mergers take time. You know, I've bought a lot of companies of which we're an MMA company, they're an MMA company. So I think between a big company and a like-kind company, things just take a while.
Obviously, we know that Showtime is no longer in the sports business. Did you get any sense as to why they wanted to sell Bellator?
No, and I don't want to speak too much for them, but I think, you know, big companies always have to prioritize. And this just didn't become a priority for them.
Okay.
But I think what they saw with PFL was the opportunity to be part of a leading company going forward. So this was a stock deal, not a cash deal. They're a small minority owning going forward. So instead they said, boy, we don't want to really sell low. We want to sell low and have an opportunity to make it high. And so therefore a deal was made.
Okay, so when you say they, you mean Paramount is now a
small minority owner of the PFL.
Interesting. Okay, so you didn't have to actually exchange any cash in this deal. What a deal. What percentage?
Small.
Okay. 10%?
Can't say anything.
Okay, fair enough. That's a good deal for you. Would you agree?
Great deal for us.
You're happy?
Very happy.
Initially, was there talk of money being exchanged, or was it always this type of?
It was always this type of deal.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
And so, when did it actually become finalized? Obviously not this morning, right? We find out this morning. Well, like when was it an actual done deal?
It just got finalized Saturday afternoon.
You're kidding? Saturday afternoon? Holy smokes. Was there ever a point where you thought it might not happen?
Sure.
When most recently?
Oh, several times.
Really?
I always get great advice from Colin Powell. He was on the board of America Online when I worked there, and he used to tell stories.
What a flex, by the way, to just drop Colin Powell's name.
But he was obviously telling him about war, something much more serious in business. But he would talk about at night when you thought you were going to die, and you'd wake up in the morning, and you were there, and you'd feel great, and you'd have a cup of coffee, and the sun would come up. Deals always get done right after they get the worst. They blow up, and then they get done.
Interesting.
So that happens once or twice. I've done hundreds of deals as a deal guy in my life, and I kind of think about it that way, as Colin Powell was talking about, those disaster times, you know, that just before it's dark, that's when you're almost done. And that happened a couple times here.
I had heard, and I mentioned on the show, that there was some talk about not running Bellator 301 because Paramount didn't want to pay for it, and they wanted to, for lack of a better term, like dump it in your lap, and it was going back and forth. Did that ever come close?
Ancient history.
Okay. But that
our main focus, to focus on the go forward, is we have a vision for a reimagined Bellator.
What does that mean when you say that?
Which you heard us talk about in the press release.
Uh-huh.
For fans that have liked Bellator, they'll still like it. But for us, the PFL has always been meritocracy and transparency. As you know, the season format, win and go home. I mean, win, advance, lose, and go home. There's a place for a one-off event product. Much like the UFC, where a matchmaker can come in and fans really want to see Ariel and Donn fight.
Yeah.
Well, in the season, that may never happen, right? Because we don't make the fights at the PFL. The fighters make the fights. The Bellator brand in the PFL portfolio will stand for one-off event product.
Okay.
So we'll have 8 events a year. We call it the Bellator International Champions Series. I'll come back to why is that. These are one-off event products. So think of it as the one-off event product from the PFL platform. So whether you're a Bellator fighter or a PFL fighter, you're all now PFL fighters.
Interesting.
You're all in the pool.
Okay.
Certain fighters like to take one of our own fighters, Showtime Pettis. You know what? That seasoned product wasn't great for him. He's probably better fighting twice a year on a one-off event, just to take one of our own. Fans love him. He can get ready for that. The season's too hard at this stage of his career. That season's the toughest test in MMA. He'd probably be great on that product. So whether you're a Bellator fighter or a PFL fighter, we'll talk to managers and fighters and say, what's the best product for you and what's the best product for those fans? You'll either fight twice a year on the Bellator International Champions Series or you'll fight in the PFL League season. Your choice, one or the other. The Bellator belts will still be at
So the
risk.
champions remain?
Champions remain, and they're at risk on the Bellator International Champions Series. PFL League season's still exactly what it was. Those products will both run during the year. So we have 2 big signature products.
Okay.
We also have the PFL Challenger Series, PFL International Leagues, but 2 big signature products. Now, PFL, the company, will run Bellator. Our media operations, our ad sales force, our business capabilities, we'll rebuild a lot of that. But the product and the brand, we will revitalize. More technology, a little bit better production, and mostly international cities. Big demand internationally. You even mentioned earlier on your show.
Yeah.
UFC hasn't tapped into all that international demand. So we'll do probably 6 or maybe 7 of those 8 shows outside the U.S., where almost all the PFL League season is in the U.S.
Okay. Mostly Europe? Or even
No,
outside?
I would say all over.
Okay.
But I would say at least half of those 8, 4 of those 8 would be in Europe. But I think there's big demand in Latin America, big demand in the Far East.
Okay. Where will those fights, those events air?
We will announce that in January. One thing that Bellator, unfortunately, not their fault, they've moved around so much the last 3 years in terms of media distribution under Paramount. There wasn't a consistent home for fans. We'll get them a consistent U.S. home and consistent international homes. But it'll be premium and it'll be mostly free. Just like PFL. We've always been on, ESPN in the U.S. and 20 media partners. So the majority of the product is broadcast and streamed. That's what we'll do with Bellator.
So there was once a period many moons ago where Zuffa owned WEC and UFC, and WEC was on Versus, had its own TV deal, and UFC was on Spike TV. Is it possible that Bellator has its own TV deal separate? Okay.
Yes.
Is that likely? Is that what's going to happen?
I think it's likely.
Really? Okay.
I think
Interesting.
it's likely.
Last time you were on, I asked you about the state of your deal because the event this Friday, at least as of right now, is the last one under the current agreement with ESPN. Do you have an update on that deal?
I'll give you the same update. The deal is done, and we'll announce it in 2 weeks after the championship.
Any particular reason why?
Championship.
Okay, sure.
Don't want to Yeah.
I mean, I like
you
news.
can only have so much news in 1 week, right?
Sorry.
But big news today, obviously Bellator, big news Friday championship, and then we'll get to the business of 2024 and announce.
Is there a Bellator deal done?
No.
No. Okay.
No.
Is it possible that the deal that you are signing with the PFL, that Bellator will be rolled into that? Or are you looking for?
That's possible.
That makes business sense, right? To have a separate revenue stream with another network, if possible, right?
The NBA has 3 media partners.
Sure.
The NFL has 9. We're just little PFL, but we'd certainly like to have 2 or 3 to give fans more access and give the brand more promotion.
All the fighters that are currently under contract with Bellator, do you know the number off the top of your head?
Yeah, 210.
210. Are all of those coming over?
All of them are coming over.
Okay.
Part of what we did, and obviously it would have been better for PFL to only take certain fighters.
Sure.
We thought it was better for the sport and better for those fighters to take them all. So every fighter will at least start with the season. Now, over time, just like the PFL, we'll upgrade the rosters. So we've upgraded 40% year over year at PFL. So those who don't win or don't perform or fans don't respond to likely won't be there over time. But everybody we wanted to take and everybody we wanted to give a shot. This was, a rough time in the industry for Bellator, and we wanted to bring over not only all the fighters, but all the employees. And everybody wants to be part of this new mission. Come on over.
Okay, so I'm happy you said that because, as you may know, a lot of these employees, a lot of them are great, great people who I've had the pleasure of working with for over 10 plus years. Lovely people, hardworking people, and a lot of them have been left in the dark, unfortunately. Didn't know that this was even coming out this morning, you know? What can you say to them? They're probably watching this right now. Do all of them have a job? Do they have to reapply for their jobs? What is the status of their employment?
Yeah, we sent them a note this morning, the same time they were informed, that every one of them are welcome to become part of the new company. And we'll talk to them the week after the championship, next week. There won't be a Bellator company and there won't be a PFL company. There's one company. So we want them to join our one company in roles that we'll talk to them about. But there are 21 employees of Bellator, just as there are 210 fighters.
Is that it? There's just 21?
21.
Holy smokes.
PFL only has 52 employees.
Wow, okay.
We play pretty big on TV.
Yeah.
Run a pretty tight organization. But everybody will have a role should they want one. The big thing is, do you want one? And do you want to be part of the new mission? What we're doing is different than what other people are doing in the industry. We're more innovative. We think different. We work pretty hard. That's how we got to where we are. But we hope that they all come. And we hope that they're all excited about this mission.
Okay, I would imagine that is music to a lot of their ears. Why, these 8 events that you're talking about, the one-offs, because you are the PFL, right? That's the brand you care most about. Why not just call them the PFL International Series? Why are you keeping the Bellator brand alive?
Yeah, first thing I want to say is, look, as an entrepreneur, I don't know. We don't have all the answers.
Okay.
Right, there's some things that we try that don't work. And then there's some things we try that are home runs, right? So we try to come up with what we think is the best thing for consumers, in this case, fans, all the time. We always start fan first, fighter first. That tends to make the most money. That doesn't mean you're right all the time.
Right.
So we believe that the PFL stands for meritocracy and transparency. The Bellator product is a one-off event product, so it's different. The Bellator also has a following over 12 years. So we think if we keep those two concepts together, that's a pretty big opportunity in the market space. That from the Professional Fighters League is the Bellator brand. And that is 8 great one-off events every year where we match make. Regardless of where the fighters are from Bellator or PFL or we recruit them from UFC. So we thought that was a great opportunity to keep that brand and revitalize that brand and have it stand for one-off events. That's our belief. Also, in the business market, there are media partners that like that brand, and there are commercial partners that can't get an opportunity with PFL or with UFC. So that's what we're going to try. I know a lot of people said 10 months, strike force.
Right.
2 years, this wrestling promotion. This could last 1 year, this could last forever. As entrepreneurs, we don't want to be right. We want to win.
Right.
We think this is a winning idea. But ultimately, the fans tell us what's a winning idea. The difference we have oftentimes with UFC is UFC wants to be right. We want to win. And so when the fans tell us, like PFL champions versus Bellator champions, are 7 Bellator people going to win? Are 5 PFL people going to win? Is it going to be 4-3? I don't know and I don't care.
Right.
That's a fight I want as a fan. That's the fight they want. So, of course, that's what we announced on day 1 of the announcement. So if we stay, call it fan-centric fighter first, PFL will become a co-leader, be enough money for everybody.
So this idea of PFL champions versus Bellator champions, that would be 7, I think, right? You have 7. Yes. That would have to be before the season starts, right? So it would be the ones who are crowned champions on Friday, correct?
Yes. Ideally, we'd like to make it in the first quarter because the season starts in April, and we're going to try to launch the reimagined Bellator in March. So we'd love to do that event in February if we could. Now, barring health of all the fighters.
Sure.
Because we want that to be the best card possible. But we'd love to do that in February if we could.
Do you have a date yet?
No, we don't.
Location?
We're talking to people, and we have tentative dates and tentative people, but nothing to announce yet. We hope to be able to announce it before Christmas.
So I might be getting in the weeds here, but, like 2 of the best champions on the Bellator roster are champions of weight classes that you don't have in PFL.
It's unfortunate.
Johnny Eblin, Patchy Mix.
It's unfortunate.
What happens there? They're just left out?
Yeah. So it wouldn't be legitimate.
Right.
So, of course, they could fight on the Champions Series of Bellator. Some of them may even make our pay-per-view cards next year.
Right.
Even higher elevation, the Nagano card. For example, the fight I want to see the most, I heard a lot of the discussions on one of the matchups. I've been wanting to see this Kayla Harrison, Chris Cyborg fight as a little baby.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
So that might be on the pay-per-view next year, the PFL pay-per-view super fights, which remember, the biggest fights we do, 2 a year, are those pay-per-view fights.
Okay.
So think of it as there's one pool of fighters. We have all this creativity now where we have 30% of our roster ranked in the top 25 of the world, same as UFC. That is the available creativity to give to fans. How do we put that roster together in great products? Some will be in the league season. And if we do that, the ranking for the league season next year, if you took an average fight card, would be 40. UFC average product, non-pay-per-view, is 70. This is Fight Matrix to put the quality of what we put together. This year, it would have been 80 in the PFL. Think of how good that would be. So the creativity of what we can put together now for fans is astounding. How will we mix and match that? How will we program that? We'll learn over time, and mostly we'll listen.
So this pay-per-view that you're talking about, this pay-per-view series, that would be in addition to a Bellator PFL card? Like a Bellator PFL card would be a regular card, and there will still be like another higher tier?
Well, remember, next year we're going to do 2 PFL pay-per-view super fights.
Yes.
That's where Jake fights, where Francis fights.
Right, and that's in addition, because,
we're always going to have those 2.
Okay, but a PFL Bellator super fight card feels pay-per-view worthy, no?
That could be its own pay-per-view next year. Yeah.
Interesting, okay. Do you have an update on Francis? Will his next fight be for PFL? Because I know you said it could either be first quarter or last quarter.
The same 2 things I told you last time with transparency. One, we don't know, other than he will fight with PFL in 2024. We don't know if it's first or last quarter. And I still think that it will be a mixed rules fight. And I still think Deontay Wilder is the most likely opponent. That would be unbelievable. I think the second and third options are much less compelling. So we don't want to force those options in order to get it in Q1.
Who are they?
Much less compelling.
Okay, all right.
You asked me this last time.
I know.
But we're listening to Francis, and he's sequencing his options. He has a great boxing option and this great crossover option. What works for him in 2024 and what works for the opponents and how to put those together. That's what we're working with him on now.
And so Deontay just being added to this December 23rd card, does that change the possibility? Or
I think it changes the timing, not the possibility.
Okay, interesting. Yes. What about Jake?
So Jake was always Q4.
Okay.
Because for him to get good in his standards for an MMA fight that's legitimate, worthy, he says he needs that year. He started training a month ago in the Smart Cage, down at his home. So I think that is October, December 2024.
The Nate Diaz team was very upset after your comments last time.
Yes, they were.
They were.
Yes.
Would you like to try to fix that relationship, whatever the relationship is?
Well, I think if they watch my entire comments, they'd be less upset, which started with, he's the people's champion. We respect Nate. He accepted that fight. The fans would love that fight, and we would love to have him do that fight. And we're offering him more money than other people because that's respect. Mm-hmm. So I think that if they listened to the whole comments, then they would be much more pleased than they were with the edited comments, yes.
Do you think it could happen?
The one thing about Nate or fighters or entrepreneurs, they're their own men.
Right.
They do what they want to do. Nate will do it when he wants to do it. So I'm just trying to create a canvas that we're open for business. It's like the old Motel 6, we'll leave the light on, right? So I just want to leave the light on, and I want to say, here's $15 million, here's Jake, we have all the infrastructure at PFL, and we're easy to work with. Dink, the light's on.
Is it 15 now? I thought it was 10.
So 10 to 15.
Okay, I like that.
Well, I'm just, just letting them know the range is there.
Sure.
There's a higher end of the range and a lower end of the range.
Seems like a great deal.
Beep, the light's on.
Okay.
Right.
I love the idea of Harrison fighting Cyborg. Is Harrison's deal done at the end of the year?
She is, but we have understandings, and I'm pretty confident she'll have a new deal.
Okay, what about Chris? Because I know, publicly, you and Chris have kind of, I don't want to say battled, but, difference of opinion. Is she going to come on board?
Yeah, she's under a long-term deal.
Okay, so she has to.
Yeah, she's under a long-term deal. And I always separate, public personas from reality. We've had good breakfast together.
You did?
Yes, of course.
Recently?
6 months ago.
Okay.
Yeah. And I think it's interesting. I'm so supportive of our fighters in PFL. Well, now she's one of our fighters. So I think one of the perceptions was always, you are so in Kayla's corner. Well, now I'm in everybody's corner. Right? Now I'm in everybody's corner, right? So now we've got, 260 fighters, of which I support them. I'm a fighter. I fight to build this company. So I know what it is to fight. I know what it is for people to say, you suck. No, 1,000 times. That won't work. I'm going to kick your ass. I know what that's like. I get that every day. Right. So I'm very defending of them and very much additive to giving them an opportunity. So I think a lot of what came from Chris was her sensing that whole support and defending of Kayla when she was not part of PFL. So I think now everything will all be good.
After her last fight, she had a face-off with a young woman named Leah McCord, who has a great backstory. Leah actually texted me this morning saying, can you please ask Donn if I'm still going to get my title shot? I said, I don't know if you'll know the answer to that, but I promised her that I would ask her this.
I don't know the answer to that, but what I do know is everybody has more opportunity today. There will be 3 times more events in our combined company next year than everybody had this past year. We'll have 32 events in the combined company next year across 5 different franchises. So more opportunities, bigger opportunities. So if you're a fighter, today is absolutely the best day for you.
How will you determine who goes where ultimately?
We'll discuss with them and their managers.
Okay. So there could be a Bellator fighter who's like, hey, you know what? I like this PFL
100%.
tournament idea or season.
100%.
Okay.
I expect half.
What if a PFL fighter says, I like this?
100%.
Okay.
None of us are good at our jobs when we're not happy. None of us. So within reason, I want everybody to be happy. That's my goal. Because that way they perform better and they stay longer. That's why we've never lost a fighter. That's why Francis came here. That's why Jake came here. Listen, respond. Custom deal, right? Happiness. So everybody at Bellator today has spoken so highly of being at Bellator. I want them to speak so highly about being at PFL in the exact same way. We didn't get to where we are by being anything but a great company for employees, for fighters, for business partners. So I would hope that within 3 months, they say the exact same thing. This is just as good, but better. And so part of that will be listening and showing them the different opportunities. We fully expect that half the fighters will move to the PFL league season. They'll see that as a better opportunity for them. And I bet half will stay and call it the PFL International Champions Series. And one of the real reasons we did this PFL International Champions Series was opportunity. It's costing us a lot of money to do that. That is not awesome for us right away. We lose money doing that right away. It was important to create opportunities for fighters and important to build a new product. We've been building PFL 6 years. Well, we get increasingly better economics. Now we're starting over with this new product, so it'll take us a couple years to do better. We think in the long run that's good, but that's investment by us, and that's commitment by us. And I think fighters will increasingly see that just as PFL fighters, when I go to an event, they know what I've been doing since the last event. It's freaking hard work, right? And so I think they know and respect what we're doing just like what they're doing.
Now that you have all these assets, is there a new parent company name? Is it all like, how Zuffa?
Yeah, no, it's still Professional Fighters League, Inc.
Okay.
Right, and we just have the different fighting brands.
They were in the midst of a $1 million tournament for their lightweight division. Will that conclude?
I don't know the answer to that. I'm always honest about what
we
know
I appreciate
and don't know. I don't know if it's good to finish that up. I don't know if it makes sense to finish that up. It's something we'll look at, and we'll tell everybody by the end of the year.
Okay, so who is the new face of Bellator?
We don't have that yet because we haven't talked with Scott and Mike and the whole team. But we'll know that before Christmas also.
You will make that determination. I know you have talked to Scott. What's your feeling on the likelihood of him coming over?
I don't know. I wouldn't let him speak for himself.
50-50 or?
No, I wouldn't even.
Would you like for him to come over?
I would like for him to come over.
You would like for him to remain the
yes, of course,
the man at Bellator.
And we had a huge meal to serve.
Yeah.
Right. We don't have enough people manning the kitchen. Absolutely, man. We are all full out.
When's the last time you spoke to him?
Well, I've texted with him this morning.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay. And what about Mike Hogan? Because I always would refer to Mike as sort of like the Al Heyman of MMA, if you get the reference. He's behind the scenes. He
texted with Mike this morning, absolutely.
Okay. So what's his status with the company? Because he's sort of like the heartbeat of the company.
I expect Mike to come over, and I hope Mike
You would
come
like that?
over.
Okay.
Absolutely.
There's a spot for all these people.
Absolutely.
Okay. I think the fighters would like to hear that as well.
Absolutely.
And would you let them kind of run it, or does it have to all like if Mike Hogan or Scott Coker says we need to finish this tournament, this $1 million tournament, are you open open to that, or is it ultimately the buck stops with you and the PFL team?
Look, ultimately, what's best for the company, and we're all now one company, and all these fighters are one pool of fighters. So some of these fighters are going to move to the season. Some of these fighters are going to move to our new product. So that's what we're all here to decide, is what's the best overall for the company going forward. And those are the things we talk about. But at the end of the day, unlike other companies, we're very collaborative. And once again, we only focus on the fans, and then we only focus on the fighters. And we never really, once we do that, get into too many disagreements.
A staple of the PFL product are the uniforms. I have strong feelings on the uniforms.
Yeah. You don't like the uniforms.
I despise the uniforms.
I listen
love
to the
everything
show.
that you're doing.
I listen to the show.
I love everything you're doing.
Yeah.
There's nothing I hate more because fighters need to be unique. They have to have their personalities. Mike Tyson walked out all black.
Yes.
Chuck Liddell walked out with ice shorts. Tito Ortiz had the fire. PFL doesn't do this. Will Bellator do? They did do this. They let the fighters wear it. Will they now have to wear uniforms?
Yeah, look, let me go further. Remember, when you have different brands and different products, they all have indigenous dimensions to them. They all have their own elements. Bellator will have elbows. Those are one-off. It's a one-off event product. PFL league season doesn't have elbows. Why? That can't work for the health when you have to fight 4 times in 8 months. That can work in a one-off event product where you fight twice a year. This is a league. They're uniforms, just like the NBA. Right? This isn't a league. This is a one-off event product. You can wear what you want. So focus on this as a brand. This brand stands for something very different within our portfolio of PFL Inc. And so I think you'll see the rules follow accordingly. You'll see the uniforms follow accordingly. When you start thinking about it that way, it all makes sense, and the fans will say, I get it. But certain things that we do that people really like, there'll be more technology here. It'll be easier to understand and follow here. The show will be a little bit brighter. You know, we use more lights and more angles. So certain things are overall good. And then each one of these events, we want to have more meaning, which is why they're all going to have 2 co-mains that are for belts. So every 8 events, you'll know what it stands for. 2 titles on the line, every single event, both co-mains. So we're going to try to also bring structure and meaning to that series, you know, much more than why is this happening, you know, each year.
Love it.
So when we say reimagine, we really do mean reimagine. When we say revitalize, we really mean revitalized. But we didn't say start over, right? We're going to take what's good, and we're going to improve where it can be improved.
New logo?
Refreshed logo, probably. You know, just like people refresh logos all the time.
Okay. Well, one thing that I think the fans were wondering, and maybe you don't know the answer, but I'm hitting you with everything because people are going to say,
and so far I'm answering everything.
You're doing a fantastic job, and this is great. Broadcast team Mauro now is the voice of Bellator. Would you like to see the broadcast team follow?
Yeah, and all this I haven't talked about any elements of the product. George Greenberg, our executive producer, fantastic. We'll probably have, you know, a separate production team just like we do for PFL Challenger Series, just like we have a separate team for PFL pay-per-view, because all these have different voices. They all have different, remember there's a PFL look and feel, but they all have distinct voices and distinct elements to them. Bellator will have the same distinct voice. What is that? How do we develop that? That's all the work we have to do in the next 4 months.
How close do you feel like you are now to the UFC? I saw a press conference recently where Dana White was talking about 200 million, 300 million. Clearly those numbers were wrong. And I think in fairness to him, he was sort of fed that in the question. But nevertheless, he seemed somewhat dismissive of this asset. What are you buying here? In your opinion, you seem, based on what I'm hearing here, it feels like it's a great deal. You feel very bullish on what you just purchased. How close do you feel like you are now to the UFC?
Everybody knows Dana well enough that he only dismisses things that worry him, or else he just doesn't comment. He didn't comment on the PFL for 4 years because he wasn't worried. He's commented on the PFL a lot the last 6 months. He's worried. What specifically worried him about Bellator is the metrics we put on the press release. 30% of that roster ranked in the top 25 per fight matrix rankings. So this is not Dana gets to rank his own guys. Don's ranking his own guys. As you know, there's only one group that ranks all fighters, fight matrix, independently. 30% of the UFC roster is top 25 ranked, and now our combined company of PFL and Bellator, 30%. The same. Now, to UFC's credit, if you look at top 5 in the world, they still own the top 5, 1 through 5. So-called pay-per-view cards We couldn't compete with them right now, which is why we're only going to have 2, and they have 12. Right? But if you say, I'm turning on TV on ESPN Saturday night, or I'm going to tune in Friday night to watch his Bellator International Series or PFL, our cards are going to be better. Better. Because what they put on this year was ranked 70, and what we're going to put on next year is ranked 40. That's why he said, I don't know why in God's green earth anybody's buying this. Because he's smart, and he knows that. UFC ain't the NFL. We're not the XFL. But he wants you to think that. And it's just a matter of time before that starts to get more well-known. And we're not number 2. We're a co-leader. He doesn't want that. That's what's going on.
You have a pay-per-view this Friday. I've seen some blowback from the fans on the price tag. I'm sure you've seen this as well. You're pretty connected online. It's $49.99 on ESPN Plus pay-per-view. The main card prelims are just with the ESPN Plus subscription. Can you explain why you chose that price tag?
Well, first of all, ESPN chooses price tag just as they do for UFC.
You have no say in this?
No.
Okay.
But I think it's appropriate.
Okay.
So I would address it anyway.
Okay.
I'm not hiding behind that. There's 6 title fights plus Kayla Harrison's return. Those are 7 of the biggest fights of the year. I'd put that card up against the best UFC card this year. So I think the price point's fantastic versus $80 versus $50. I think the thing I understand what fans are saying is PFL's new to pay-per-view. Hey, I used to see this championship for free. Now it's $50. I understand that. You know, certain things over time that were free, you pay. But I think they would say that at $40 or $39.99, it's the price. I didn't used to pay for this championship. So I understand that, but I ask people, check it out, and you will find it a great value. People who bought it last year were blown away. As I said, 6 title fights, it's like 6 Super Bowls back to back to back. Most UFC's ever had is 3, and normally only 2, plus Kayla's return. So I think it's great value, and I think the product itself will speak to those who get it.
I enjoy the PFL Euro product a lot. In fact, we have Dan Hardy coming up
I saw
in
that.
studio right after you. So
I texted Dan.
Yeah, you'll cross paths here in a moment. I do not like the fact that you can't watch it in America.
Yes.
I know I asked you about this last time.
You did.
Any deal that you will make for 2024 and beyond, will we be faced here in America with the same predicament? Or,
I hope not.
Okay.
We launched PFL Europe, and we are launching PFL Mideast. And
When's that?
This is going to launch in April of 2024.
Wow.
And we are going to launch PFL Africa in April of 2025. So you're going to have 2 more complaints unless I settle
Well,
this.
hopefully, yeah.
2 more complaints unless I settle this. And obviously, we're building the Champions League of MMA, where, to your question, your comment with your roundtable earlier, we're trying to create a path, a true global system MMA, where you fight in Africa, you become the champion, you move to the PFL League.
Okay.
You fight in Europe, you're champion, you move to the PFL League. There's a system in football. You go to Pop Warner, you go to high school, you go to Alabama, you go to the NFL. So there's no system in MMA. It's bad for fighters, obviously, but it's also bad for fans. How do you start to follow people throughout their career? That's what we're building at PFL. So we do want fans, wherever they are, to be able to see those products. And so we're trying to secure a U.S. distribution deal where you can see all the leagues.
Okay.
Not just PFL Europe, but PFL Mideast, PFL Africa, PFL Australia, PFL Latin America. So part of why we held off on doing that deal was so fans didn't have to go in the United States to more than one place. So they could be fans of the Champions League of MMA. And we hope to have that in early of 2024, not just for the current ones, but for future leagues, because that would be super cool.
Right.
That's what we're trying to pull off.
And what about for you? This story that I was talking about, I don't know if you heard me talking about it, but I'm pretty sure it's quite accurate. 2016, you're at your desk, comes through the wire, UFC sold for $4.025 billion. You don't know much about MMA at this point,
That's
right?
correct.
If anything. And you say, holy smokes, you know, where's the competition? If this is $4 billion, like what's going on here? And that's where your journey begins. You end up buying World Series of Fighting. You have some investors. You give birth to PFL, etc. This is a crazy thing. Here we are 7 years later, and you've now purchased Bellator. In fact, I got a text from Jim Bankoff, who's the CEO of Vox Media, who said he used to work with you at AOL. You know, you're an executive. You're not a fight guy per se. Now here you are. You're like playing a game of Risk. You know, like you're taking up all these territories here. Is this like? Have you had a chance to sit back and be like, "This is a crazy 7 years"? And did you even expect all of this in less than 10 years to happen to you and this idea that you came up with when you saw this come through the wire?
Well, two things. One, we're all fighters, right? You're a fighter. Cameraman's a fighter. I'm a fighter. Are you fighting for love, respect, money, to pay off your house, to impress your dad? Right? Yeah. We're all fighters. We're all fighting for something. You know, it's just what do you fight for? Well, I fight to build companies. So I spent 30 years, 15 years as an investor and 15 years as an entrepreneur, but all 30 are building disruptive, innovative companies. So I started at America Online, built a company.
Part of the Chicago Cubs, right?
Chicago Cubs.
Youngest executive in baseball.
Youngest, signed Sammy Sosa to his first deal.
Did you really?
Back when.
Wow.
So at age 29, you know, and then I started the venture capital firm with Steve Case and Ted Leonsis, and we did several companies that people know of. Sweet Green, Kava, Clear, DraftKings, Sport Radar, Scopely, all these companies that are, you know, were PFL. They were all middle school kids that went to college, right? And so to me, what I'm fighting for is to create something innovative that's never been done, to build a business model around it that could become a lasting, big, important, valuable company. That's what I love doing. And so for me, this is just a chapter of that. And I just happen to see in MMA, biggest fan base, which you know, 650 million fans, most underserved, only 40 events from UFC, but nothing else, and the fastest growing sport. What is this? It's only a 25-year-old sport. So it reminds me when I went to America Online in 1997, it was only worth $4 billion. And I had an email, but nobody else did. The internet was just starting its growth. So I go, it's kind of like MMA. It's super mature to you because you're an insider. You're like an MMA savant. You know, it's like when I went to the internet. But for most people, still a new sport, right? It's still just going from niche to mass and just going to the high growth of its business cycle. So I go, that's fantastic. You're always looking for a big audience that's underserved, that's just starting its monetization, that needs more global competition. So that's what I saw. And so I don't do anything else for 7 years.
No other businesses?
I'll do Boo.
Okay.
Now, after a year, I left my own venture capital firm, of which people thought I was insane. Okay?
Why did you do that?
You can't build anything. It's too hard unless you're all in. So I have a great team, Peter Murray, CEO, and Ray Sefo, George Greenberg, fantastic team. But having built several companies before, you know, there's an art to doing it. And I didn't think it would maximize unless I went all in doing it. But my partner said, hold on, we're, quote, at the top of the food chain, handing out money. So you're a chooser, and now you're going to be a beggar, of which I've called 1,000 people asking for money, you know, over 5 years.
How hard is that, by the way?
Well, if you really believe in what you're doing, it's only medium hard.
Okay.
But, you know, like in the Wall Street Journal, they say 100 people turn me down. And I go, well, when you get to 1,000, call me. But if you really believe in it, you love the challenge. It's almost like the bodybuilders when you see them lift all that weight and you go, man, I couldn't do that. Or my friend Carlos Silva, who used to work at, he just ran a huge Ironman. How did he do that yesterday? I couldn't do that. If you love it, the pain is worth it. If you love it, the pain is worth it. So for me, the short answer to answering your question, from a little idea in my head that one Monday to today, the pain is worth it. I go, that's pretty cool. Look at this opportunity we've created for fighters. Look at what we've done for fans. Look at the value we're creating, and look at the industry that we're evolving and innovating. That's pretty cool.
What have people, in your opinion, done wrong in the past? The ones who have tried to nip at the UFC's heels but ultimately failed. What have they done wrong that you are doing right, in your opinion?
Well, you know, ultimately other people will be the judge of that, you know, more than us. But I would focus on three things. One, you know, we innovated. We did something different. You know, we took a lot of arrows at the beginning. You guys don't get it. This season won't work. And to me, the answer I always give is, I don't like college basketball, but I watch March Madness. I know what that is. 16 versus 1, underdogs, stories, journeys, format. And that's what I saw with MMA, is if I could make the sport fans love MMA. I know the MMA fans love MMA already, but if I can make the sport fans love MMA, grow that sport. So it's number one, we really innovated with a different format that brought more structure and more storytelling and more understanding to the casual fan. And number two is the credibility that we brought all in. You know, my team, the network of investors, the network of partners. We approached it like the NBA would approach it. So it wasn't just, pure combat. It was a lot of sports, infrastructure, and a lot of seriousness to it. And number 3 also was timing. A lot of people were maybe a little bit early. MMA was really crossing over to mass market. The Disneyfication of MMA had happened, so maybe more people were open-minded that something else was possible. But overall, it's refusing to give up. It's this tenaciousness of everything, wrapped around that.
Were you worried during the pandemic that this dream might die?
Sure.
How close was it?
It's not just then, many times. Yeah. I don't think there's, if you've read, Phil Knight's book, which is the best, there's at least 4 times that he's weeks away from going out of business.
Wow.
Weeks. And it's Nike.
Yeah.
And he's worth $40 billion. Every single great company, except like maybe Snapchat, we're like, hey man, I'm a success in one day.
Right.
You almost go out of business several times. And it's almost like King Ka, the roller coaster, has a rollback. Right? You almost have these rollbacks all the time where you go, I can't believe it. We were there. How could this be happening? We were there. So there have been several times that me and my team, we said, okay. But on number 2, you say we made it past number 1. On number 3, you say we didn't die on number 2. So it's like 128 hours, that movie. Our arm is stuck. We're going to get off this mountain. Are we going to have to cut off our arm? How are we going to get off this mountain? And how are we going to get down here and live to fight another day?
What do you need to do as a brand to start selling more tickets? Because, you see that event on Friday, the Bellator event, that was a pretty good house in Chicago.
Right.
I saw your event in Paris. That was a phenomenal house.
Yeah.
But sometimes these events, and I understand why you do them, the Atlanta ones, they're not big crowds.
You're totally right.
And that comes across on television.
Yep.
How do you change that?
Look, it's a great question. And from the very beginning, you can't do everything as a company. And we made the audacious bet to be global right away. So fighters in 25 countries and broadcast partners globally. But as soon as you do that, you lose local fighters selling tickets in local areas. You lose the Cedric Doumbé Paris. You lose what Bellator gets when they go to Ireland. Because we have the league season, there is no undercard. Right? During the league season, there's no undercard, so you have no opportunity to put the Atlanta fighters in Atlanta. And because it's global, we really focus on the TV production, not the ticket sales. That's where all the money is. There's more money at Mola in Indonesia than if I sell out Atlanta.
Interesting.
So the season format plus our real audacious goal to be a global media company had tickets like our 5th priority. Can't do everything as a company. You don't have all those resources. So that was really the answer for the first 3 or 4 years. So we weren't even worried about it. We just wanted enough tickets so that the TV product was acceptable. But what you see, Cedric Doumbé sold out. The 24th, sold out for the championship. So we now need that muscle. We're now grown up enough that we need that muscle. So you'll see us do more of that next year. We have the fighters now that we can move around the product. So certainly Bellator, that you'll see us start to have those kind of $500,000, $700,000, $900,000 gates, I think, in 2024. But that historically has certainly been, I don't want to say by design, because we'd all like to have 5,000 tickets sold, but we accepted it because our strategies were elsewhere.
Where's the love for Canada, my fellow Canadians? No events in Canada yet? Can we get, Olivier Aubin-Mercier is one of your best fighters.
We've got to do it.
Yes.
We've got to do it. And I think we're going to have a big Canadian deal, by the way.
Really, because the TV deal's up as well with TSN.
We're going to have a big, we had a lot of interest in Canada.
Okay.
We had 3 bidders in Canada. I know you'll be happy to know.
Yes. Break some news for us. Where are we going?
But we will break news.
All right,
in fact, I'm going to let Pete Murray break it with you because he personally did it.
He did it, okay.
He did it. He was so good.
And will this all come at the same time, all these big announcements?
Yes.
So when? Around Christmas?
2 weeks after Thanksgiving.
Okay, so
early December.
Pretty
We'll let
soon.
Pete do it.
Okay.
But we should be in Canada.
Yes.
Because we do have, great Canadian fighters, and we should do that.
Is that, do you know everywhere that you're going in 2024?
No.
You don't?
No,
what
we don't.
percentage do you know? Like, do you know 50?
Well, we have the TV schedule. We don't have the event schedule yet.
Okay, so
we've got to build that after. The TV schedule just got done a week ago.
Wow, okay. Do you know when your first event of 2024 of any kind will be?
We know the league season starts in April.
Okay.
So we know that exact date, and Pete will come on here and announce all that with you. But we don't know yet. We're looking at early March to start the Bellator International Champions Series, but we don't have that date yet.
Okay. Do you feel like you need a face a la a Dana White, a Don King, a Bob Arum, a promoter type. I really enjoy talking to you, by the way. You bring a lot of excitement. Yes. I was talking to another member of your team, and like the Donn Davis emergence as a character in the sport has been fun because I just had Frank Warren on. I love talking to people like that. I love talking to people like you. Are you the new face? Like, are you going to be the promoter? Are you going to be the guy standing at the dais telling us to watch on Friday night? Do you need that guy?
Well, it's an interesting question. We've always viewed the PFL as the NBA. So I view myself more as Adam Silver, where the fighters are the stars. LeBron is the star.
Sure.
So we'll see that if we need that going forward.
Well, fighting's a little different, right? You need that guy at the dais saying...
Yeah, fighting could be a little different. So whatever we need going forward, we'll always do. Because as I said, we are here to win, and we'll make adjustments where we need to win. But all of us are very, very, very much focused on the product. And whatever the product needs, we'll give it to them.
I said at the beginning, fascinating day from a business standpoint, exciting day because of all the possibilities. But I did say, full disclosure, a bit of a sad day as well. And I say that because of the history, because I don't know what the future is for the likes of Scott Coker and Mike Hogan, et cetera, and also because I'm very pro-fighter, and I like that they have places to negotiate with as opposed to one or two. What would your response be to someone like me who says that there is a sad component to all of this?
One of my mentors, Ted Leonsis, who you probably know really well, I use his phrase all the time, declare victory. Ted's always optimistic. And in fact, his book is called The Business of Happiness. Every situation is positive in the world of Ted Leonsis, and I really believe that. And he uses the word, in any moment, declare victory. That's what I believe has happened today. This is the best outcome if you're a Bellator fighter or you're a Bellator employee or an MMA fan, possible. Right? And they will see that in the coming weeks, months, and years. This creates more opportunity, more and better product, and more and better options. And we are glad to have done that at PFL. This was good for us, but all other options were bad.
Meaning like they could have all just been laid off, right? So, I mean, that would be the worst. And I think some of them were fearful of that. I think you've given them a lot of hope after today.
Yes.
Is there anything that we didn't touch on, didn't detail a nugget or two that you need to get out? This is a great opportunity, and I appreciate you told me the first time you were going to come in studio would be to announce this. We snuck one in after the Ngannou fight, which was fun.
We did sneak one in, but Zoom only.
Zoom only.
Zoom only.
So this has been a great honor.
I just think what's fantastic is, and I've always said the same thing, UFC is a great company, and they invented this industry. This is not about taking share or shifting share. MMA is growing. MMA is growing 10% a year. Every other sport, 2 to 3%. They're going to do well. We're going to just do really, really well. And I'm excited to have my new teammates at Bellator. I'm excited to have all our new fighters propelling us forward, and we're going to win. The next time we're on here, when people laugh that we're going to be a co-leader, we're going to be a co-leader. Just like they laughed that we were going to be number 2, and we were number 2. And so to me, if you're on the new Bellator team, if you're on the new combined PFL team, declare victory.
Where are you in 5 years? Where would you like to be?
We're the co-leader in MMA, flat out. But we do things different. We think different. We innovate different. We don't have dogma. We co-promote. We give fighters opportunity. We let them box. We give them 50% pay-per-view share. We think different, and we're the co-leader. They do what they do. Fantastic. We do what we do. Market's big enough for 2 very, very, very big, valuable companies.
That word co-promote is a very interesting word in MMA. Are you open to the deals that they have with Ryzen or other promotions? Or when you say co-promote, you just mean PFL Bellator?
No. I mean, we would do John Jones Ngannou.
Right.
We would give them more money. I'd let Dana run the show and talk to the Diaz. You give fans what they want, it all works out.
He was asked about that recently and said it was the dumb question of the night. Did you see that?
I saw that, and I told him, I said, there's only 3 things in it for you. 1, for the fans, give them the fight they want. 2, for the sport, really decide who's number 1. And 3, make a lot of money for yourself, will be the biggest pay-per-view of the year. There's nothing not in it for you except you don't want to do it.
Are you saying this privately to him, or is that
I put it out on Twitter.
Yeah. Do you have a relationship with him or anyone over there?
No. But yes, we do have very good relationships between our team and their team.
Oh, you do?
Yes.
Have you ever met Dana?
No, but tons of respect. And he's heard me say repeatedly, there is no MMA without him. And I think until recently, they have high regard for how serious we run the business.
What do you say until recently?
Well, this Bellator thing, I was thinking. This Francis thing is,
Sure.
It's got him a little ruffled.
Right.
But it'll all be great.
But for the most part, I think he has not taken shots at you guys and been
No, it's
pretty
because,
respectful.
look, as an entrepreneur, what they've done is nothing short of miraculous. And I would never say anything but positive stuff. And we would never do anything but complimentary, accretive stuff to the sport or the fighters or the fans.
Last thing, and again, thank you for this time. I think you have to go to another interview after this. Why should people watch on Friday? Give us the Donn Davis hard sell. Friday, PFL Championship, the last of this era, right? This is sort of the closing chapter of this era before you start a gigantic 2024. Correct. And you know what would be fun? By the way, can I give you an idea?
Absolutely.
Could we get some of those Bellator guys to show up and be in attendance on Friday?
Good idea. I'll
Sit in the
invite 'em
front
all.
row.
I'll invite them all.
Little invasion.
I'm going to text right after this.
Wear Bellator shirts
I
and
think
say
it's a good idea. I think it's a good idea.
That would be fun. Oh my
I'll
God.
credit you.
Yeah. You need to sign Michael Venom Page too. He's a free agent. I don't know if you're.
No, I thought he signed with UFC.
Oh, is that a done deal?
Well,
you
saw
just
some
broke some
tweet
more
on it.
news.
I saw some tweet on it.
Anyway, get a couple guys sitting in the front row. Why should they watch on Friday?
To me, there's 4 fights that I love, but they're going to be different kind of fights. One, you got to see Kayla come back. Yeah, I don't need to say any more than that. It's her tune-up fight before Cyborg. You got to see that, right? You got to see that.
Okay, I love it. I love it.
Number 2, I don't really do the matchups, so occasionally I can pick favorites. Ray Cooper III has long been my favorite.
Wow.
To see him go against Derek and Ray Cooper.
Yeah, Derek Brunson.
What in the heck is going to happen there?
Yeah.
And it's an undercard fight. I
Right.
love it. Ray's been out for 18 months because he made so much money. He couldn't stop surfing and gaining weight in Hawaii. What's he going to do? And Derek's coming in here thinking, I'm going to beat the crap out of everybody. I don't know. I got to see that fight. Number 3, Panado is a real-world Rocky. He's fighting on a $5,000 fight card.
Wow.
He was nobody. Wins the PFL Challenger Series, undefeated, knocks off all these guys, Brendan and all of them. He's Rocky, except real. So he's fighting for $1 million, and he's a $5,000 fighter. So imagine if Kyrie Irving, Game 7 for $1 billion, because that's the same multiplier in Kyrie Irving's. We'd all watch Kyrie try to shoot a free throw for $1 billion. That's that fight that starts the card. And last, OEM, your Canadian boy versus Cassius Clay. Cassius Clay, very interesting guy. Brother died, boxed for 2 years, came back, really had to take Shane Burgos to the distance. And OEM, it couldn't be a more different fighter. No emotion, all tactics. So you have this deep, tactical fighter with his wily mustache who looks like a Canadian IBM copy salesman against Cassius Clay, who looks like a 1950s boxer, all emotion. I love it. Those are the 4 I want to see. I think there's something there for everybody.
Yeah, we love the Canadian gangster here. In fact, I have his fanny pack right over there.
There it is.
Olivier Aubin-Mercier. So what a day. Congratulations. Mazel tov.
Thank you.
You kept your word. You came in. I think we answered everything, right?
And if we didn't, have the fans ask you.
Sure.
We'll answer everybody. And as I said, it's a great day for the sport. We're excited to give fans everything they want and more.
I wish you guys nothing but the best. PFL and Bellator coming together, perhaps the first event in March of 2024. We have some big announcements still to come. TV deal for PFL, TV deal for Bellator, all this stuff. I mean, this is a lot of stuff, giving us a lot to chew on in the holiday season. So I appreciate that.
You. Thanks for having me.
Very much. Thank you so much, Donn Davis. What a guy. In a moment, we're going to be joined by Dan Hardy in studio in this very chair. Let me say goodbye to Don here. Here's my conversation with Jake Paul, speaking of which, we just spoke of the problem child from last Wednesday, and we'll be right back right here on the MMA Hour. Last week, we found out that he is, in fact, returning to action before the end of this year, December 15th to be exact, on DAZN in Orlando against Andre August. And this raised some eyebrows because he's been on this trajectory fighting big names in the world of MMA or sport, influencer, whatever. Andre August is just a professional boxer with a solid record, and perhaps this is telling about where he's headed now. So we want to ask him about this decision, this path that he's on, and so much more. He is kind enough to join us. Once again, there he is. Jake, how are you? Good to see you again.
I'm doing good, man. How are you? It's good to be back on. It's been too long. I missed you.
I appreciate that. That's very sincere. I felt it from the heart. I appreciate that. We have a lot to talk about, Jake. A lot going on in your world, as always. But let us start with Andre August. And let me ask you the most simple question. I'm sure it's one that has been asked of you over the past week since this was announced. Why Andre August? Why is he your next opponent?
Yeah, there's a lot of reasons, but it's mostly for me, for my experience, my road to world championship, and to grow inside those, the squared circle, those four corners, and to get the time under my belts. I think people, when I said I wanted to become world champion, thought it was just some gimmick, or that I was just like saying it to sell more fights or to like gain people's, attention. When I said it, I actually meant it. And this is me acting like a boxing prospect. It's me building my experience in the ring, taking challenges and staying sharp in camp. Working. This is the time I need to be able to get to that level of being the best in the world. And that's where I'm going to be. And that's where I have my mind set on. It's my biggest goal. And this is the path to get there. It's no longer about business and, making all this money. I've already generated, $200 million in pay-per-view sales. We've done that. Great. Congratulations. This is about real boxing now.
So is this the plan and the path moving forward? Is it just going to be, these types of fights until you get the big fights, but it's no longer the crossover-esque fight or the MMA fight or the influence? It's just these types of opponents, maybe not the biggest names or names at all, but the names that you need to conquer in order to get those boxing titles. Is that what we're doing now?
Yeah, no, exactly that. And I think there's still some names that need to be taken care of, like Tommy Fury or KSI, for example. Nate Diaz has ducked me in MMA. So those things still excite me, but I'm not waiting around for anyone or anything. I'm going to get to my goal regardless. And if we want to make those other crossover fights happen at some point, then it could fit into the schedule. But for right now, I'm on a war path. Nothing can stop me. Tunnel vision, straightforward, and taking these fights now to grow that experience, like I said, and to stay in camp, man. That's the biggest thing, is if you don't have a goal, like you see this with a lot of fighters, if they're not in camp, they're just going to be going here, going there, doing all of these things. And so for me, this is about, signing myself up to more fights, to stay sharp and to continue to grow.
I want to ask you about some of those names you just mentioned, but sticking with Andre for a moment, how did you find him? Like, what was it about him? Like, how did you could literally pick from a gazillion people, right, who have that similar record. Why'd you pick him?
Yeah, look, I mean, I think he, first and foremost, has a great record. It's good stylistically matched up. I think it's going to be an entertaining fight for the fans. He's a beast. He's a dog. He's strong. He's got that Tyron Woodley frame, just being a dog coming forward. And I wanted someone with 10 wins or more and few to no losses. There were some people on there with no losses. But he brings excitement to the match, the bout. He's got more knockouts than me, more experience than me. He has one punch knockout power. He's dropped opponents, with his left hand. So it's interesting, and it's a challenge. I have another man out there who could take everything away from me that isn't a big name. And so it requires me to be sharp and on my P's and Q's every single day when I wake up in the morning.
I saw your tweet. It was right after the announcement where you're like, if you're still saying X, Y, and Z, like, F off, essentially. And so I'm just wondering, what has been the feedback that you have received since this came out?
Yeah, it's 90% positive. And so much support from other boxers, world champions being like, this is amazing. This is awesome. And I think a lot of people being shocked as well, like, oh, this wasn't just like a business play for him. This is my life. And it is. That's the truth. I love this shit. I'm so passionate about it. I need boxing. Boxing saved me from these dark places. And that's not just some like story to be told or to have some fun and make this stuff up. This is my life. This is what I do. This is what I love. When I'm not in the gym, I'm kind of like a lost puppy. This is my destiny. So I think a lot of people realizing that and respecting that. And then obviously there's the people who are like, who is this? You know, what's going on here? What is this? And they always have something to say, right? Mm. But I said it. I believe I said it to you. Yeah. If I walked on water, it would be because they would say I couldn't swim. So no matter what you're doing, there's going to be those critics, people coming out of the woodworks. But, you know, that's a part of this. And I'm doing this for me and what my goal is. And that's what matters. But it is funny because they're like, fight a pro boxer. Oh, yeah, we'll face a real boxer. Fight a pro boxer. Boom, 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 boom. And then I do it. And then those same people are still like coming up with something to get mad about.
So you mentioned Nathan Diaz. And obviously you guys have gone a little bit back and forth since the fight in August. From your perspective, was it ever close to it being your next fight, the Diaz fight, whether it was a rematch in boxing or the MMA fight that you guys talked about? Was this ever close?
I don't know if I'd use the word close. I think there was a point where there was genuine interest from his team in making it happen. And then there was just like radio silence after that. And then he just is calling it, you know, the pussy FL and all this stuff. It's like, okay, bro.
All right. There's my conversation with Jake Paul from last week, a member of the PFL family. He's returning to action on December 15th against Andre August. That was fun stuff with Donn Davis, and I must say a lot of questions answered. And I would imagine, maybe I'm wrong, if I'm a Bellator employee, I'm watching that and I'm saying, hey, there is a future for me. There is a place for me to go. This is fun. This is exciting. This is something I want to be a part of. So I think that was great. I enjoyed that very much. All right. Still to come, the great Veronica Hardy, who will be returning to action on December 2nd in Austin, Texas. She's going to join us in studio. But for now, let us say hello to our next in-studio guest. The party continues. He is one of the brightest minds in the history of MMA. He's the face of PFL Europe. He's the former UFC title challenger. I mean, I could go on and on about the Outlaw, but I do believe this is his first time in studio. Is this correct?
First time.
Wow.
Feels like a special day.
Come, let's hug it out. Hello, Dan. How are you?
Great to see you.
What a legend. Thank you so much for joining us on a very historic and exciting day. We didn't even plan this. You just told me you were going to be in New York, and it just so happened.
In town. It worked out perfectly.
Amazing. Why are you in town, by the way?
Veronica's fight.
Okay.
We decided we were going to come and spend the last couple of weeks of training camp at Henzo's. While we were out here for the playoffs at Madison Square Garden, we were over there every day. And I mean, the knowledge in that place is incredible. So we decided we wanted to come back and spend a couple of hardcore weeks working on our ground game and you know, just reassure that confidence that she's already got from March.
Okay, and so you've got December 2nd, her fight.
Yep.
So you'll go to DC on
fly out on Wednesday.
Okay.
Yeah, Wednesday to Saturday, back to New York for a couple of days, and then
go to Austin.
Austin.
Okay, so let us talk about this massive announcement. Obviously, you know, this is a big deal for you, the PFL Europe brand. You work for PFL on the TV side of things as well. Your impressions, I don't know how much you heard of Donn. What a character.
He's
a great. And by the way, you guys, I couldn't break you up. You were hugging back there like two old mates. It's amazing.
It's a big day, right? It feels like a big day. Certainly within the PFL, it does. My phone's been rattling constantly since this morning. Bellator fighters, Bellator coaches and managers, and you know, just people interested in finding more information out. What's going to happen? You know, what's 2024 going to look like? But I mean, you know, we've known this has been simmering for a while. It's been a part of our conversations on the group calls for some time, just trying to figure out how it's going to piece together and what we're going to do. But I mean, it's a very, very exciting day, not only for the PFL, but for Bellator as well, which, you know, a lot of fighters were very uncertain over the last few months as to what's going to happen.
So it's interesting because you come from the fighter background first, right? You were a fighter first. Now you're more in this executive role, but you can understand both sides. If you're a fighter right now who's, you know, under Bellator contract, why should you be excited and not nervous?
Well, because Bellator's not going away. You know, the PFL team, we've been talking for a while about how we're going to reinforce the Bellator product, you know, enhance what's already really good about it. And, you know, make it a solid product that can keep providing for the fans and for the fighters. I'm a big fan of Bellator. You know, we've been training at Renegade alongside a lot of Bellator fighters, Tim Wilde, who had a fantastic performance the other day. And, you know, I've been in these fighters' situations where I want to be active. I want to know where my next fight is, my next 2-3 fights are. I want to be assured that I'm going to have not only, you know, money to survive as a professional athlete, but also consistency with competition. For me, that's the best thing about the PFL. You know that if you sign with the global roster, you're going to get 4 fights in the year, and there's a big chunk of cash on the end of the table. And for me, as a fighter, it was always about consistency of competition more than anything, because the time between fights is really where you start to lose ground. Like, you know, as a martial artist, in my opinion, it was funny. I was looking back the other day, and I think it was my second fight. I had 10 MMA fights. My second year as a pro, I had 10 MMA fights and probably 6 Muay Thai at the same time. And it felt like nothing at the time. And then when I went to 3 fights a year, I felt like there was this huge gap between fights, and I didn't feel like I could maintain my momentum. And for me, that's the biggest problem, especially in Europe. You know, since I've started doing the job of the head of fighter ops for PFL Europe, the thing that's been most obvious to me is the number of fighters that just don't have a home, don't have a platform. They're working every day, working their ass off in the gym, and they just don't have that certainty that they're going to get to fight. And that, if you know, even if you're not getting paid, the frustration of not being able to get in there and test what you've been working on. So, you know, I feel like we're making good moves, and I feel like I'm in a good place in mixed martial arts to try and help that along.
How does this affect you specifically? Because I think you would agree, Bellator has done a great job in Europe over the past couple of years. And, you know, not a surprise to hear Donn say that they're going to focus on that region, at least maybe 50% of these 8 events. But now you've got some new characters to play with, right? Do you think that a lot of them will come to the PFL Europe umbrella, or do you think that a lot of them will be like, do you feel like you are gaining some new fighters, some new names, or perhaps is your roster already set for 2024 and you don't need any new names?
I mean, the roster, I've been working on it since June, and I am pretty firm on the people that are going to be on part of the roster. But, you know, what we need and what we've learned, especially from Paris and from the Doumbé event, is that you need those marquee stars. Especially in Europe, it goes down really well to be able to take a marquee fighter into a region where people want to see them and celebrate them, you know? And there are so many good European fighters that really need the celebration of a big event. And, you know, potentially we can bring some of the Bellator fighters over onto the PFL Europe events to showcase them in a bigger position, or vice versa. I have people that I wish I could sign to PFL Europe that are too experienced, or, you know, they're at a point in their career where if I put them in the bracket with the rest of the fighters, it would seem like it was weighted towards them. And that's one thing I don't want. I want fair competition throughout. So it's about finding the right places for the fighters. And I think now we've got the option to put some fighters into Bellator. It's gonna allow me to sign more fighters that I'm kind of holding off on at the moment.
Is there a lesson to be learned from the Paris event in that the tournament is great, but the one-off, if you could bring in a superstar, right? Like, you know, I've heard some belly aching, if you will, from the Irish fans. They're like, this event isn't big enough for the 3 Arena. I get into arguments with P.T. Carroll, our mutual friend. He's like, you need something bigger for. I'm like, well, you know, it's not Madison Square Garden. I mean, I think it's a pretty good card. What the hell do I know? I'm no Irish MMA expert, but the Doumbé thing like really stood out. That was one of the cards of the year, the crowds of the year. Do you need to have these one-offs for the PFL Europe cards in order to sell those tickets and make the event seem bigger?
I mean, I think it does help. You know, the thing is, from my perspective, the focus of the PFL Europe League, and I feel it will be the same for the Middle East and for Africa and wherever else we open up a league, it's to identify talent in that region. not to purchase the fighters that are already talented in that region and bring them in to show that we've got them. Like, they are the marquee fighters, right? Cedric Doumbé did his work in kickboxing. So when he walked into the cage as a foreign MMA fighter, he was a superstar. I've literally only ever seen that reaction to a fighter one time, and that was McGregor in Dublin.
Yeah, you were right there. You were literally the guy holding the microphone.
I still have a suit that's drenched in Guinness from that night.
Amazing.
That was a special event, and the Cedric Doumbé event was a special event. And what it did was it highlighted the other fighters on the card. Of course, we had the Lazy King on there who can carry an event in his own right. But then all of the other playoff fights that we had on the card, they got a lot more focus and a lot more interest because Cedric Doumbé was the headliner. And I do think that's the power of having the marquee fighters. And I do think, we do need some of those fighters in cards, and we've got some good names that are going to be positioned in feature bouts and main events next year. But of course, my focus is finding the new stars of the next generation so we can pass them onto the global roster and potentially bring some belts back to Europe like we've got with Brendan Loughnane.
Is it 4 events next year?
4 events next year is the plan, yeah. But
Same locations?
No, we're looking at different cities. We're looking at bigger venues. We're looking at going back to cities that have been perhaps a little bit neglected. Like we started this year in Newcastle, which has always been such a stronghold for MMA. But they didn't have an event for a number of years, like a big event. And when we showed up in Newcastle, it felt very special. And the crowd really felt like they were appreciative that we would bring the show to them. Mm-hmm. And I think we need to do the same thing around Europe. We need to look at where markets, markets that have maybe not been paid attention to, we can take the events there. And honestly, we're going to need more shows. Like, the plan is for 4 shows next year, but I could fill 12 shows, no bother. Really? No bother at all. There are so many fighters in Europe that they're just in the gym all day, every day with no real path to a steady pro career.
I know that you're like a hardcore fight fan. You live and breathe this stuff, MMA, boxing, etc. Is there any chance that you just like this, because you primarily focus on PFL Europe, right? From like an executive standpoint, but am I wrong?
Yeah, I mean,
because they could use you on the PFL period brand, right? Is that a possibility, or are you already doing that, or do you already help with that?
I'm in the background on a lot of those calls. Okay. I join all the calls depending on regardless of where the region is that we're talking about. I'm always there to give my input. They have great people working behind the scenes. Of course, Ray Sefo leading the show. You've got Eduardo Lima, you've got Greg Savage that do fantastic jobs kind of, scouting out the regions that we're going into and preparing the roster. But at the same time, I always bring a different perspective because, I have different experiences to these guys, and I might think of something that they might not suggest. And same thing with them as well. They always join the PFL Europe calls, and I'm always learning from those guys as well. So it is a real group effort, and I think we work well as a team, and we bring different levels of experience and are willing to contribute, and also back down if somebody else has got a better idea.
What do you enjoy more, the media work or the executive work?
Oh, the in the gym on the mats work. Honestly, yeah, that's where I feel most comfortable. Being at Henzo's these last couple of weeks has been incredible. The amount of knowledge there. I feel privileged to be sitting on the mats with those guys, the likes of Mike Jaramillo and Eric Sherman, of course, Master Henzo as well, who is a power pack in his own right. He's got so much energy. But this is a new job for me. It's a new type of job, a new career, something I never thought I would be doing, sitting on Zoom calls most of the day and talking about, subjects that are not martial arts necessarily. Right. But I have to be challenged to keep my brain growing and keep it working. So I welcome these challenges, and they are challenging. I'll be honest. This has been a challenging year for me, but I've learned a lot.
What do you mean? Why challenging? What do you mean by that?
See, this is the thing. I'm very, very good at being single-minded, and this is why being a fighter suited me, because it was one goal and one person and one date. And my whole year would be boiled down to 3 or 4 fights, and that would be my focus. And I would wake up every day with the completely selfish mindset of how do I make myself better today, and everything else, falls falls by the wayside. This requires me to wear a few hats, have a few plates spinning in the background at the same time as trying to keep these ones spinning in front of me, and that's a challenge for me. As well as having PFL Europe, I'm talent for PFL Global, so I'll be flying out to DC to work on the desk, doing some telestrations or whatever. And So I'm doing lots of different things at the moment, and that's a new challenge for me. Trying to compartmentalize and give things my focus when they need it, and then switch my brain off that one thing and step onto the mats and focus on the next.
When things, went sour with the UFC, for lack of a better word, were you at all worried that you wouldn't have opportunities like this anymore? Were you worried that your time in MMA, because eventually you can't fight forever, right? So like that because now you have a massive impact on the sport, and your footprint, as you said, are on many different spots. But were you worried for a moment there that there would be no home for you?
I don't think I was. I remember saying to John Gooden in Fight Island, probably, I don't know, a week or so before my interaction with another employee. And I said to him, I think this might be coming to an end for me. I wonder whether John remembers that conversation. Really? Yeah. I don't know. I just felt like I wasn't being utilized as best I could be. And I felt like there were lots of other things that I could be giving my time and energy to that would have been more fulfilling for me. I felt a bit like I was on a hamster wheel in those days, especially with Fight Island, with the quarantine and the testing every day, and that became very exhausting. And the truth is, and you'll remember this, because I got my ass kicked a whole bunch of times in a row, didn't I? So it was GSP, Condit, Anthony Johnson, rest his soul, and then Chris Lytle. I'd made peace going into the Chris Lytle fight. That was my last fight, because I was already losing 3 fights. I wasn't getting into that fight to win necessarily. I just wanted a brawl. I just wanted to be angry and scrappy and just enjoy myself. So I'd already made peace with my life going in an entirely different direction after that fight. It was only because Lorenzo tweeted that they were going to keep me on the roster that I kind of regrouped and moved to Vegas and started training with Ricky Lundell and Jimmy Gifford. That was really what kept me close to MMA. It was Lorenzo's tweet, and I'm very, very thankful for that. But I'd already made peace with moving on. I was going to go back to university and study philosophy, and I didn't really know where I was going to go, but I was okay with not doing anything mixed martial arts. I would still love it. I would still follow it as a fan. I would still train and try and expand my understanding of it, but maybe not at the coalface, as we'd say in the UK. Maybe not right in front of the cameras. And I don't know. I often wonder whether if my life had gone in that direction, whether I would have been any more or less happy than I am now. But, it's hard to imagine me being more happy than I am right now, sitting here talking to you in New York City, training with Renzo Gracie. And
you wouldn't have met your wife?
Of course, yeah. And, that is, well, she's a game changer. For sure, she's a game changer. You'll be speaking to her in a moment. But this has been an incredible training camp, and she's really reinvigorated my love for mixed martial arts in many ways.
Are we officially done with the fighting stuff? That's done, right? You were so close last summer.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe.
What do you mean maybe?
Maybe I don't know.
What do you need this for? You've got all these things going on.
It's not. I don't need it. I don't need it. I love it. There's no rush like walking to an arena where you're going to get
But it's been how long now? 11 years, 12 years?
Oh, yeah, probably.
Well, would you need to just keep that door like slightly open just to get the...
I don't know. I feel like if I close the door on it, then my thirst for learning would change slightly.
Interesting.
Perhaps.
Yeah.
I don't know. I honestly, I always thought to myself, when I retired from mixed martial arts, I was going to get into kendo in a big way.
Okay.
I really wanted to compete in kendo. Because I tried lots of other martial arts, but I've never competed with weapons, and that would be something quite interesting.
Why haven't you done that?
Time.
Okay.
Really, just time. When I was kind of forced to retire, I was a bit lost for a few months. I didn't want to be in MMA gyms, and I spent a lot of time haunting the CrossFit gyms and yoga studios of Las Vegas because I didn't really want to be in MMA gyms, and it took a while for me to kind of not necessarily get that love back again, but get the purpose back for my training. But then, when I was given the job by the UFC to get into the analysis role and commentary, I didn't think I was going to be good at it. And I didn't really know why they'd chosen me to do it, aside from when they picked up the phone and asked me to do something, I always said yes. So, next thing I find myself at the O2 Arena sitting octagon side, waiting for someone to kick me out. Basically, like waiting for someone to come up and tap me on the shoulder and say, "What are you doing here?" To which my answer would be, "I have no idea. Let me get out of your way."
That's imposter syndrome, right?
Yeah. But it was. I still, you know, I still look back on those days and I'm thankful that I was thrown into the mix, thrown into the deep end like that, because it really forced me to adapt very quickly. And I'm quite proud of myself for the way that I did adapt into that role.
Which event was that?
Ooh, it was UFC London, Brad Pickett against, who was the main event?
Hannah Brow.
No. He was fighting Phil Harris. Somebody had stepped in short notice. That's the fight I remember, because the reason why I'm saying that is because I was totally confident that I could do the job until right 15 minutes before doors opened and the producer comes through into my ear. And I'm sitting there in an empty arena and he said, I've just realized we've not practiced post-fight interviews. And my first thought was, I didn't know I needed to practice post-fight interviews. So he gave me a scenario and he said, okay, Brad Pickett wins second round knockout. What's your first question? And I'm literally sitting there cage side like, I have no idea what my first question is. And it filled me with panic all of a sudden, because I thought to myself, am I going to walk into the octagon and put the mic in his face and have no idea, you know, what to say? But I don't know. I just kind of, the thing, I made jokes about it, but it's very true. Like, once you've been knocked out live on TV, what else is going to go wrong?
Right.
You know, people have seen my mohawk flapping in the wind and seen Iron Man jumping up in the front row celebrating me getting knocked out. Like, everything else is bonus material from this point. I just don't worry about stuff.
You don't get nervous now, right?
No, not at all. Not at all. I get more nervous for things like this.
This?
Yeah, absolutely.
Come on, get out of here.
Come on, man. This is. I remember talking to you first time I was walking around a shopping mall in Florida. Do you remember this?
No.
Cage Warriors USA. I was fighting Chad Reiner. That was the first time that we spoke on this on the show. Yeah.
Wow.
And it stuck out in my mind because it was. I mean, you've been such a mainstay in mixed martial arts, but I've never made it into the studio, and it's such an iconic place.
That's a long ass time ago.
Long time. I'm very old, you know.
No, I know. I mean, I was there, UFC 111. Prior to that, your UFC debut, top of my head, you probably know the answer. Is it 95?
No, 89 was my first one. Yeah.
Chris Lieben against Bisping. Birmingham,
yes.
Incredible.
I was fighting Akihiro Gono.
Yes.
Yeah.
What a time. This, I always bring it up. The audience might get annoyed with me of this, and you're in a different position because you're still in the public eye in a very big way. But man, and maybe this is a sign of me getting older, but I get so mad when I see the fans of today, especially on Twitter and stuff, be like, who's that guy? Not referring to you, but like where it's like Uriah Faber is on the show. And I'm like, you don't know who the California kid is? I just feel like we don't do a good enough job of teaching the new fans, the youth, about the history. And this is my big thing, is that there needs to be an independent MMA Hall of Fame. So people like you could be in there. So your bandana could be in there, and some dad could take his kid and be like, this is the outlaw, and he freaking survived that armbar in Newark. You know what I mean? Like, it's a very important part. We don't have that. Boxing has it. Every sport has it. It's not a big thing in football, in like soccer, right? There's no like football Hall of Fame, I think, in Europe. But it's a big thing in our culture here in America. And the fact that there isn't an MMA Hall of Fame. I know there's a UFC Hall of Fame, and that's fine. I'm not trying to crap on it. But let's be honest. That's a stairwell with a couple of plaques on the wall at the PI. There is no UFC Hall of Fame. There needs to be an MMA Hall of Fame, so people can learn about what you guys did in those early days, right?
I agree, but then, you know, I would go back even further. You know, I'd go back to the people that inspired me that, you know.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I mean, Enson Inoue was always one of my favorites.
Legend,
you know?
yeah.
Like, and even in his losses, he was one of the most inspiring people that I've ever watched. And, you know, I remember training with the Ian Freeman back in the day. You know, like, there were so many people that came before me that have been long forgotten. I mean, I'm kind of in the bracket that's kind of slowly being forgotten now. Like, I'll have a conversation with someone on the mats at Henzo, and they're like, so how long have you been training? I'm like, well, I've been training for a little while. And did you fight? Have you fought? I said, yeah, I was at UFC 111. Dude, you were in the UFC? I had that conversation this morning. No way. Yeah, for sure. But
does that bother you?
No, not really. Not really. What it makes me realize is how quickly the sport's changing and how it's growing. Like, people that got into the sport because of McGregor now consider themselves to be old school.
Yeah.
Right? And like, McGregor is a youth compared to some of the guys that we used to watch back in the day. But then, you know, you're remembered for the things that you do, right? And like GSP was an incredible fighter, and my claim to fame was managing to make 25 minutes in the octagon with him, right? I don't expect to be remembered, you know? I said this in the build-up to UFC 111. Oh, you're the first UK fight to get a title shot. And I'm like, it's cool, but then a UK fighter's going to win a world title one day, and I will be a footnote. I'm like pub trivia now, you know? Who was the first UK fighter to get a title?
Nah, you're not pub trivia. I know, I get what you're saying.
But I made peace with it at UFC 111, you know? When Bisping won the title, when Leon won the title, now Tom Aspinall as well. They're the people that need to be remembered, because they're the ones that will get the kids in the gym the next day because they did something exceptional. And then, you know, being in the gym with Leon and watching him teach the younger generations, I'm like, he's the champion the UFC needed, the UK needed from the UFC.
You're being very kind, but man, you walking out there, England Belongs to Me, what a song. And I know you didn't love it. That was a Lorenzo thing, right? That's the story?
Well,
did you want to change it and he said you're not allowed?
No. So what had happened was my first 4 fights in the UFC, the ones that I won, I used the original 1970s version. And when I got my title shot, Cock Sparrow, the band, invited me into the studio because they'd realized they were getting a bunch of downloads on a song that had not been really played much, and realized I was responsible for it. So they invited me in, and we re-recorded it. So the new version has got me singing gang vocals on it.
Sick.
And I got my ass kicked 4 times to that song. So I had to change it. And I said to Lorenzo, I'm like, look, I have to change the song. I have to do something different. So at UFC 146, when I fought Ludwig, I came out to a song by a guy called Woodkid, a song called Iron, just to completely change up the mood and everything. But then after that, I went back to the original 1970s. I always loved the song, but I think one thing I've realized is if you put your own vocals on the track and then walk out to it, you're pretty much dooming yourself.
Yeah, some fighters have learned that. I was talking to a fighter named Idris Virgo. He's a boxer out of England. He's kind of in this sort of like crossover boxing space. He trains with KSI. At London Shoot Fighters, this is just more to my point. And I was like, oh man, London Shoot Fighters, like, isn't it crazy that you train at the same place as Lee Murray? He had no idea. He had never heard of Lee Murray.
Crazy.
That's crazy. How is there not like a shrine to Lee Murray when you walk through those doors?
He was a scary individual.
Yes.
I remember sitting on the motorway stuck in traffic on the way down to a cage rage event with Paul Daly. And I mean, we were literally like, we were not moving. This traffic was locked. And I remember Lee Murray speeding down the hard shoulder in his BMW. Like, who was that? And then we arrived there and his car's parked outside wherever he wants to park it. He always dressed like he was a fashion model as well. Right. I mean, he always had great clothes, but then he had that crazy in his eyes. One of my favorite interviews was when he stepped in the cage with Matt Linland. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
And it just went wild all of a sudden. Even Matt Linland didn't realize that the guy who was fighting the guy that was trying to fight him was very, very genuinely trying to murder him.
Did you watch the documentary?
I haven't yet.
There was a 4-part series on him that Showtime came out with.
Okay.
And there's recordings where his wife spoke to him, and she recorded it while he's in prison. And it's fascinating stuff. It's called Catching Lightning. So if you're ever looking for something to watch, I think it's on Hulu now.
Okay.
You could check it out. You mentioned Tom Aspinall. What were your feelings when you saw now a British heavyweight champion? And I consider him the heavyweight champion. I know people get mad about that. But by the time John is going to come back, it will be well over a year. And I sort of feel like if you can't defend the title for a year, this is not a knock on John. He's the greatest of all time. But I love the fact that it meant so much to him, the belt. You know, some people win the interim title and they just toss it aside. You can see how much it meant to him and his father, right? What were your feelings when you saw him win the belt?
I mean, I can't think of many people more deserving than Tom Aspinall, to be honest. You know, the work that he's put in, the work that his father's put into him as well. What an incredible performance. And I agree with you, you know, like, I think that's why he celebrated. I got my throat crushed by an arm triangle this morning.
Oh, my gosh.
I'm struggling a bit.
Okay, no problem.
I think that's the reason why he celebrated like he did.
You want to take some more water, by the way?
Thank you.
Yeah. Take your time.
Was because he feels like the champion. He feels like he belongs at the top of the division. And I have to agree with it, you know? Honestly.
Who's responsible for this arm
Veronica.
triangle? Really?
Yeah.
What?
We were drilling arm triangles this morning and she's got the most ridiculous shoulder pressure.
Wow.
And sometimes she just gets me sweet on my voice box and it... Yeah.
Lethal. Perhaps a sign of things to come on December 2nd.
Maybe I said too much.
She looks fantastic, by the way, in March. like a dramatically different fighter?
Far more composed, far more of a thinking fighter. But honestly, the first time she's really been prepared for a fight.
Oh, wow, really?
I mean, if you get into her backstory of how she was when she was preparing for fights, injuries she was working through, things working against her, it's incredible how far she's come.
Okay.
Now we're just starting to see what she's capable of.
Are you okay, by the way?
Yeah.
I don't want to see you struggle while you're...
Honestly, she's got such shoulder pressure, it's ridiculous.
I'll go back to Tom, but since we're talking about your wife here, can you describe... I asked you this before the return in some way, shape, or form, but like being there at the O2 in her corner, you talked about nerves sitting, like what were those nerves like, and how would you compare them to when you're fighting? That's your wife.
Yeah. A different thing entirely, like nothing I'd experienced. I mean, I've cornered a lot. I've cornered friends and, close friends and teammates, but that was probably as closest I've got to feeling how it was when my mum was front row for me.
Wow.
Because I understand what I was putting them through, and not that I wouldn't want to, Veronica to put me through it, because she's chasing her dream and she's fully capable of achieving it. So I'm going to do everything I can to support her. But it's the first time I've been in that situation where there's a different level of protection in my mind for the fighter. Like Jimmy Warled, go in there, give it your all. If this is your last day on earth, spend it well. That was my mentality going into fights, right? Settle your debts, return anything you'd borrowed. This is the last 15 or 25 minutes of my life, and you're going to get everything that I've got. I have to respect the fact that she's doing the same thing, right? She's going in there to give it her all, to commit herself 100% to this next 15 minutes and either come out on top or, ruin yourself trying. That's what MMA is about, in my opinion. But then at the same time, I have to put the husband and partner hat at the side and just kind of give her the information she needs and the support she needs to go and do the job that she can do. So she doesn't need my anxiety or nerves or anything like that. But that was a very different experience for me.
Is that even possible? Like you say that, I take off the hat, I take off the husband hat, and I put the coach hat. But is that even possible? It's almost impossible, right?
I mean, I guess it is, yeah. But to a point, I have to play a character, I suppose.
Yeah.
Because like I've thought this through a few times. I mean, the March event was quite chaotic from start to finish. This whole training camp's been far more organized, far smoother, far more productive all the way through. But I do keep going back to what if it's at the start of the last round and I have to go in and she's had a real hard time for 10 minutes and I have to stand in front of her on a stool and tell her what she has to do to go into this fight and win in this last 5 minutes. And I have to put everything else aside, all of the things that I'm concerned about her and her future and how her family feels and how my family feel. And, all that has to go to one side, just like it did when I was fighting. It's 100%. And if you don't get in there with that mentality, you're already putting yourself at a disadvantage. I mean, she is supremely capable. Like you've not even seen a fraction of her game right now. She impresses me every day, as she has when we've been down here working with these guys at Henzo's. We've been to GB Top Team, we've been to Renegade. Everywhere we go, people are impressed and surprised by her. And that's what we now need, is for the MMA fans generally to watch her fights and be impressed and surprised. And that's the goal, to keep surprising people. December 2nd is going to be a big shock for a lot of people. And if she gives even 5% of what she's capable of, we'll be looking at title shots very soon.
So you are her head coach, right? And would it be fair to say you don't have like a team? Like, are you just kind of bouncing around?
We have a small team that we've kind of formed around us. The challenge always as a female fighter is you either go to a gym that's got loads of female fighters and then you're in the mix and you're potentially training with people that you're going to fight, or you go to where you need to get the work. Like we've got great friends and great relationships at different gyms in the UK. GB Top Team, Brad Pickett, Ash Grimshaw have been incredible, and they've got a really good squad of female fighters there that have given us loads of good work. So it's important to have those people around. But then, to go to Renegade and work with Joby Clayton, who used to coach Anthony Joshua, and to be on the mats with the Edwards brothers and learn from them. And, we're just in a very privileged position where we have to make the most of everything that's on offer to us. And I guess, there are lots of great coaches out there that are going to be able to teach her a lot more than what I could teach her. I'm just kind of, I guess, the glue that kind of holds everything together. I'm the wall that she bounces things off on the way back from the gym. What do you think to this? What about this? Maybe let's take this out and add this in as a priority because of MMA. And, just kind of circling it back to the main goal, which is winning MMA fights.
Do you think if you weren't in this relationship and you were just kind of Dan Hardy, single guy, you would be more inclined to fight, but you get that sensation out of her now?
I would rather fight than her fight. Because I'm not bothered if I get damaged. And it's easier for me to go into something with the mindset of all or nothing than to stand at the octagon door and watch her go into the all or nothing situation. I don't know. It just seems very, very different. It was a very different experience to anything I'd ever done before to be in her corner. And I had great people around me, and I will do in Austin as well. But I have to, maintain my composure to the best of my ability, which is not always very easy when the stakes are high. I mean, when she landed that head kick in March, you could probably see me and hear me around the arena losing my mind. It was a very, very special night.
Would you like to be a coach to many different fighters, or
if they're the right fighters? Yeah.
Okay. Are you looking to start a team?
I've been thinking about it. One thing I miss is being in the gym on the mats all the time. We set up Hardy Warled a few years ago, and Jimmy was coaching out of there, and I was there from time to time. But now we've set up a bigger gym, HW1. So I still have a little space that we work out of, but I'm just too busy at the moment to really dedicate myself to it. And Veronica is the priority. I think when she decides that she's had enough of fighting, we'd make a really good coaching team. And I do anticipate us being able to set up a gym there. But for right now, I love the freedom of being able to move around. And if I can go into GB Top Team or Renegade or Henzo's and help somebody out, then I will do, absolutely. But I wouldn't want to give someone the impression that I could be there for them all the time. Right. I can't right now.
Do you also manage her?
Well, I mean, we just kind of manage everything together.
But are you negotiating the contracts or accepting the fights, or?
It's the UFC. There's not really much negotiation.
Sure, but
you know what I mean?
who is finding out about this fight on December 2nd? Are they calling you?
It came straight to us, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, straight to Veronica. She's the one that corresponds with the UFC directly.
Okay.
And then we just discuss everything between us as a team.
What happens when her deal is up? Does the PFL executive hat come on and say, come over here?
No, not at all. Not at all. I would rather her stay with the UFC because, the UFC world title is the world title right now, right? There's no denying that.
Yep.
If you hold that belt, it opens so many doors for you. And I look at the division that she's in right now, and I know that she can cut through it like a hot knife through butter. On a good day, she beats everybody in this division. And she can make it look easy as well.
Including the champ.
Including the champ. I mean, I'm sure people are listening right now thinking I'm crazy, but I mean, I've watched MMA for many, many years, and every now and then someone stands out that's very, very special. And her ability to not only to do the things that she can already do, but to pick new things up, new concepts, new principles, new methods in a very, very short amount of time. I mean, even if she wasn't my wife, she'd be a dream student because I don't have to waste time teaching things over and over again. She's making progress so quickly because I just say, this is it, these are the facts, this is why we do it. And she goes, that makes sense, let me go and put it to work in sparring. And she does it, and it's incredible.
We got off the Tom Aspinall train there for a second after. Do you think he beats John Jones?
It's so hard for me to pick against John Jones, but given the fact that he's kind of, he's ruled himself out of competition for 8 months, is it? Something like that?
Yeah, they say July at the earliest.
Yeah, I feel like Tom is the future of the heavyweight division, no doubt about it. The way that he moves, the speed that he moves at, as well as being able to put power behind it. I think he may have Jones's number when he makes it back to the octagon.
To do that on 2 weeks' notice to Sergey, and he talked about his back getting hurt, and he's out of shape, and just knocks the guy out in 69 seconds. The way I always say he reminds me of if Cain Velasquez and Frank Mir had a kid.
Oh yeah.
Like just the body type and the way he moves and
Certainly
everything.
Frank Mir. He's got a very Frank Mir vibe about him.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, for sure.
But he's got that whole game like Kane did back in the day, who I thought for the longest time was the best ever. So, man, I think he beats John. It's a great fight. It's a close fight, but like I really think he is the future. He is. And the crazy thing is he could probably go into boxing too.
I was just about to say that. I absolutely think he could box as well. I mean, you know, the fluidity of his movement, his footwork, his ability to switch stances and just glide through ranges, which makes it's so difficult for some heavyweights to do that, you know. Even the more athletic heavyweights, they tend to be very athletic in one particular direction. You know, like look at Jelton Almeida, for example. Like he's a specimen of an athlete, but you kind of know what he's going to do. Whereas Tom Aspinall, I still don't know where the depth of his game is, where you know where the limitations are, because he just dispatches people so quickly. And I feel like there's a lot more to his game that he's not even needed to use yet, which is really terrifying. I even think if the fight had hit the floor with Sergey, he would have been able to just dominate him and submit him there.
Yeah, his average fight time in the cage is 2 minutes, 10 seconds. That's ridiculous. And I know heavyweight fights end shortly, but he's not fighting like bums. You know what I mean? Like the likes of Sergey. I mean, that's the creme de la creme. By the way, what about Connor with your boy Brendan? You see this?
Great work. Great work.
I feel like Brendan is like a really great influence on him.
Yeah,
right?
I agree, absolutely. You won't find anybody more dedicated than Brendan Loughnane. He I mean, you know, to see the condition that he gets himself in for his fights and the work that he put in to win the championship, it was amazing. And I can imagine him and McGregor, first of all, their personalities are going to click really well because they're both very kind of jovial but very laid back, both very, very motivated to train, especially when there's something to train for. And I think that, you know, the systems that Brendan uses are going to be very good for just kind of getting McGregor back into an MMA mindset. You know, we've seen the stuff he's been doing, the level changing, the wrestling, the penetrating. He's moving very well. And it's going to take someone like Brendan to keep a pace that's going to push him. Really, really good teamwork there. Really good partnership.
By the way, what's this that you're wearing here?
This is Moldavite.
Okay.
It's a Tektite.
Okay.
So 15 million.
First of all, I don't know the first two words that you just said, Moldavite and Tektite.
Okay.
Completely unaware.
Well, so a Tektite is something that was formed when a meteorite hits the Earth.
Okay.
Moldavite's very specific because it's from the area of the Moldau River in Czech Republic. So about 15 million years ago, a meteorite hit the Earth.
Whoa.
And all of the nucleic glass, the tektites that were thrown up into the air as liquid at the time, when it was coming back down to the Earth, it solidified. And then these pieces of Moldavite have been scattered all across the Czech Republic and parts of Western Germany. And this is a piece of Moldavite. And when I first started collecting it, it was just kind of just another stone that people picked up. But in the last few years, it's increased in value quite a lot. And a lot of people, you know, there's spiritual uses for it and various different things, no matter what your beliefs are and stuff. For me, I find it very grounding. I've always had pieces of Moldavite, whether it was a piece of string tied around my neck or something, but this was something that Veronica bought me. And yeah.
Is it supposed to give like good vibe? Is there like some sort of...
It's supposed to be very good for manifesting things.
Okay.
And I mean, you know, who knows, but I was hoping for the PFL Bellator deal to go through, and I've been wearing my Moldavite, so you know,
it all came together.
Maybe Donn Davis has got me to thank for it. I don't know.
It worked.
But
amazing.
Yeah, I love it. It's a very special stone, and it's the only Tektite that's green when you hold it up to the light.
Okay, how many do you have of those?
We've got a good collection now. Veronica's engagement ring is Moldavite, and she's got a lovely piece that she's wearing. You'll see it in a second by Spirit Armor.
You're two peas in a pod, both of you.
We are. We both bought shell toes yesterday, Adidas Superstars.
Okay.
Yeah. No, we have very similar tastes, which is good. But she's taken on my Lego addiction, which is great for me because that means more Legos coming into the house.
Who has a bigger and better collection? You or Brandon Moreno? Have you seen his collection?
Yeah, I'll be honest. I think I do.
Really? Wow. Because I feel like people associate him with the Legos.
Yeah. I mean, I've been collecting since I was 4.
Okay.
I've got all the pirate ships and castles since I was 4.
You have a room for all of these?
Yeah, they're in my office.
Wow.
Yeah.
And she thinks that's okay. Clearly.
Yeah, she thinks it's fine.
She's including her own work into this.
She's buying her own Lego now.
Okay.
You know? Yeah.
Wow.
Absolutely.
And she wasn't before.
No.
Wow. All right.
And I tell you who else has got a really good Lego collection is Brad Pickett.
Really?
Yeah, he has a massive Star Wars Lego collection.
Is there something about like the serenity of sitting down, your crazy fights?
Yeah.
The hoopla and the buzz, and now you could just sit down and be in your thoughts?
That's exactly what it is.
How long can you go for?
Oh, well, so when I, after my last fight against Amir Sadala, I had one of the galleons from the Pirates of the Caribbean series, and that took me 10 hours. I just sat and worked through it.
10 hours straight?
Yeah, 10 hours.
Sheesh.
But I have the big Millennium Falcon. That's the next thing to build, but that'll take me weeks.
Wow. I wanted to ask you before we bring in Veronica, if there's a new fan watching you right now, like I like this guy, but I haven't watched his fights. I don't know about UFC 111. What would you say is like the quintessential Dan Hardy fight? And I always like to ask, like, when were you at your happiest? You know, like when you look back and you just feel like, man, that was a great time and I performed at my best and I feel like I showed everything that I was capable of doing. What comes to mind? Like, what's the first fight that comes to mind?
Wow, that's a good question. You know, different fights for different reasons. A couple of my best performances, I feel, were in Japan when I was fighting in Cage Force. Partly because I was up against it. I was fighting the favorites to win the tournament, and so I got myself in incredible shape and gave it my all. But I felt like they were good. They were strong performances. Same with Cage Warriors. When I won the world title the second time against Chad Ryan, I actually posted that on my Instagram the other day.
I saw that, yeah.
Yeah, but then. And it was always bittersweet, but probably the Ludwig performance, because I got caught with a really good shot. It rocked me. I had to grab a hold of him and run him into the fence and hold on to him for a second. But the finishing punch was something that I decided I was going to do about 6 weeks before the fight, because I saw he had this habit of pumping his rear hand. So that's why I showed him the jab first to draw his hand away from his chin and open up the pocket. Like with the Rory Markham fight, which is another one of my favorite knockouts, my intention was to hit him with the right hand. And as the right hand fell short, I knew he would be overcommitted, so I came back with the left hook. And that was good, but that wasn't what I'd planned. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And for me, the ability to choose the shot and then to set the shot up, even after I'd been hurt and rocked, that for me was probably, yeah. And I think the pressure that was lifted off me as well, because I mean I was literally fighting for my career.
Right.
I was four losses in a row. Ludwig, I think, was in the same situation. Yeah, just kind of took the weight off my shoulders, that one did.
I can't imagine what that feeling is like in front of all those people.
Yeah, it was a great card as well. It was 146 all heavyweight.
Oh
card.
yeah,
Remember?
Cain Velasquez against Bigfoot Silva.
Yeah.
On there.
Frank Mir was on there.
Frank Mir, Roy Nelson, I believe.
Yeah.
The late great Shane Del Rosario.
Wow, yeah.
Yeah. LeVar Johnson.
Remember him? Incredible memory.
Yeah, it's weird.
It really is.
It is weird. A couple products of the Strikeforce sale, those guys, they came over, and now here we are hopefully going to see fights like that in this new era.
Hopefully.
I'm excited about this.
Yeah.
I was a little trepidatious, I must say, because I'm very pro fighter, and I always want the fighters to have places to negotiate with and options, and just competition. I think is good for the fight game. But after listening to Donn here and him saying, and I believe everything that he said, everyone's welcome to come. I think the PR team at Bellator is great, like that they all have homes, and now this 8 fights, which I actually think is good for Bellator because I think they were spreading themselves a little too thin. Some of the cards weren't good enough because they were putting on so many cards. Boil it down to 8 fights, 8 cards. You get to fight more, hopefully. You have the option to go to PFL. I think this will be good.
I think so. I think so. And, I mean, Donn Davis, one of my favorite people.
What a guy.
Listening to him talk, he's just, he's got a little bit of Willy Wonka in him.
Yes,
you know what I mean? There's that childish enthusiasm that I feel is such a value in this sport. You need to be a dreamer.
Yeah.
That's why Dana did so well with the UFC, why he built it into what it is because he could dream big. And that's what you get from Donn Davis. You can feel that big dream that he's got to create something, but not only to create something that's going to make a lot of money, but something that's meaningful, right? And I think, as an MMA fighter, as fans of the sport, that's what we want to hear from the people making the decisions, right? I don't feel like they would have brought me into this position if they didn't want to make good decisions. And that's not me bigging up myself. I'm sure that's what it sounds like. But for me, it's them seeking out the people that have got the experience and the knowledge, but also the willingness to speak up and say, you know what, I don't like this. This doesn't work for me. And they know I'm that guy. So like when we do have conversations in the background talking about various different things, like I'll tell them if I really like something, but if I don't like it, I'll tell them that as well. And I think that kind of company is going to make big strides very quickly because it's open to all of the voices in the company. And you know, Donn talks so well. You can tell that he's trying to build something that's meaningful. And to me, to be a part of that is very special.
Well, very happy for you. Let's bring in the missus, shall we?
Yeah.
And give her her shine December 2nd. Yes, I think you guys are going to pass like 2 trains in the night here.
Okay.
Because, you know, you're such a big personality. I don't want you to take shine away from her. But, Dan, thank you so much. Really.
Thank you, sir.
Lovely to have you
Great to
in.
see you,
And always a pleasure to talk to you. And here she is, the one and only Veronica Hardy in the hot seat now. Thank you so much, Dan. Welcome to the show,
Well,
Veronica.
thank you very
Thank you
much.
for coming. It's great to have you. We have our Forest regalia here.
And the sticker?
And the sticker, yes. Are you
We
still...
were going to bring you boxing gloves, the little ones.
Oh, wow.
But then we forgot.
No problem. I appreciate the,
Next time, we're coming back. We'll bring them.
Are you still a fan, or have you
Yes.
jumped off the bandwagon?
No, still a fan.
Have you gone to any games this season?
I have not.
You have not?
See, last time I went, it was because my mother-in-law was at Chatsworth with my sister-in-law.
Okay.
So then I was able to get her ticket because she's a season holder.
Okay, yes.
So, and I'm not. So
They
those
haven't
tickets are
invited you
very
back.
hard. Well,
Or
I
she
think,
just
yeah, they
doesn't want-
messaged me, but I feel
busy.
kind of like
You're busy,
bad.
yes. They're doing pretty well.
Yeah,
They're
yeah.
doing better than last season. You know, a little ups and downs here, but had a big win recently. I'm very excited. I still love them. My dream is to go to the City Ground. I'm so jealous that you've been there.
really?
And
It's
hear the
amazing.
chanting and everything on the Trent end,
Yeah,
as they say.
it was unreal. I remember being there and just like, wow, because I'd never been to a football game before.
In your life?
In my life.
Wow.
I hadn't done a lot of things.
Okay.
Like music gigs, I hadn't gone to that. And a lot of things that they have very accessible in the UK
Right.
wasn't really accessible for me while I was growing up. So to go there and to just see that and so many people chant together, that was just like I got emotional.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
just you could feel it in the air. You could feel that unity in the crowd, and yeah, that was amazing. I mean, if it doesn't make you play your heart out, I don't know what will.
Do you like living in the UK?
Yes, I do. I
Why?
love living. Dan's family, to be honest, would be like my number one thing. But everything in general in the UK is quite amazing. I love the training there. The people, the banter is quite nice.
Yes.
It's also very accessible to Europe
Right.
and to travel to other parts of the world, which is my favorite thing.
By the way, what a daughter-in-law. You say Dan's family is number one.
Yeah.
You're going to be in their, I mean, you're probably in their good graces and in their heart forever, but that's a great answer right
No,
off the bat.
I mean, I love them so much. And now I have a nephew.
Oh, wow.
Which is,
Congrats.
he's amazing. He's amazing. The whole family is, I've never seen a family unit like that. It's unreal how united they are. I mean, after I fought, I went to his parents' house because it was Mother's Day at the time. At
Right.
the UK,
Yeah,
it was
yeah,
Mother's Day. And, his parents had like a balloon that said congratulations, and
Oh,
they had
amazing.
a cake and just a hamper for me. And it was just that support. And I remember before I fought, just feeling like, man, if I lose, they're not gonna like me any more, any less.
Oh, God. Yeah,
you know?
of course.
Like they just love me.
Yeah.
And that's unreal.
Yeah. Do you get to go home often? Like, you know,
Yeah, we go. Oh, what?
like your
My
original.
home?
Yes.
No, I have not been in a long time.
How long?
Well, the last time I was there was for a sad occasion. My grandfather had passed away.
I'm sorry.
But then obviously there's just a lot of things going on with Venezuela, so going there is not
Okay.
the safest place. But my sisters do live in Florida, and Atlanta, where they had the PFL, I was able, because there was I think a week in between.
Okay.
So I was able to go down, see my sisters, and I hadn't seen them for about like 6 years or something like
Oh
that.
my gosh.
Yeah, so it's been quite. I've been quite separated from my own family for a very long time. So that's cool that I've been able to reunite with them.
So the last time we spoke was right before your return fight in March, and it went great.
Yeah.
Were you happy with it? I mean, 3 years away, you're a new person with a lot of changes in your life. You never know how you're going to perform. Big card, right? The pay-per-view card. Were you? I thought personally, and I'm not an expert. I can't say that you would know better than anyone. I thought it was your best performance in the UFC so far. You just looked so confident out there and so slick, and it just seemed like the whole game was coming together for you. Would you agree with that assessment?
Yeah, absolutely. It's just a better understanding of it. Before it was like this chaotic thing that you just go in there and, like, hope for the best.
Hope for the best. Yeah.
And it was just difficult for me because I came up through like traditional martial arts. So it wasn't like I went to an MMA gym where they taught you how to do MMA in an MMA cage. It was like, oh, I like karate and I like jiu-jitsu and I like this, and how do we put it all together? Well, I don't know, we'll figure it out. And nowadays you can go to a training gym and see a lot of females and people you can work with and stuff, but kind of when I was doing it, it felt kind of between generations because, well, I don't know, maybe it was just the way that I was approaching it, but it just felt like it wasn't MMA as a thing. It was martial arts put together, and then you kind of figure it out over there. Plus, I didn't really have a head coach or anybody to kind of guide that. It was more my own theories, which somebody who doesn't have a lot of knowledge trying to put their own theories to the
No
test.
coach, no head coach?
No, I didn't.
Really? Wow.
Unfortunately.
So you were just kind of steering the ship yourself?
Yes. Oh, well, for various reasons, I've lived in several places. Hasn't necessarily been my choice to live in several places. There was other factors other than the fact that visas were very hard for me because I had a Venezuelan passport. It was only recently that I was able to obtain the Portuguese passport because my grandfather's Portuguese.
Okay.
And from my mother's side, they're from Spain.
Oh.
But that process took a really long time. I remember I applied for the Spanish citizenship about seven years ago, and it was about 8 months ago that I got a call from my lawyer saying, "Oh, it's been approved."
Wow.
I'm like, thanks. I've been kicked out of like every country.
Wow.
So yeah, it's taken a while for me to find a stability. And I felt that in March. I felt that when I fought. I felt stability not only in there, but in my approach, but also in my life. It felt more reflective of where I was at.
Did you ever feel like this isn't working out and maybe I should do something else?
I didn't.
While you were trying to find that stability and...
I didn't feel like I had that option. Growing up I was a very good student. I grew up in the U.S., in Florida, and I was an honor roll student. Well, my father took me out of school to go to online schooling so I could do just so I could do martial arts full time. And I had to finish school basically teaching myself because online schooling wasn't what it is now if you would do it. So it was kind of like that academic part was a little bit taken away because it was all, no, you have to focus on training. And there wasn't like that UFC path that children can see nowadays and like, oh, you know what you want to shoot for. That wasn't even a case. Like women weren't even doing UFC. It was just to do martial arts. And I'm like, what does that even mean?
How old were you when he took you out of school to do online?
I was like 15.
Okay. Were you in favor of that?
I did as I was told.
Okay. And so you did that so that you can train more?
Yes. So
and what did he want you to become? Like if women weren't in the UFC, like what was the end goal here?
I'm not entirely sure.
Okay.
I'm still not entirely sure. It was just to be a really good martial artist.
Okay.
Whatever that meant. The thing is, like, I've never really wanted to be a coach. I've not wanted to have my own school and coach other people or anything like that, mostly because I've seen how much heartbreak that brings. I've seen coaches that are very enthusiastic with a group of people and they pour their hearts out.
Yeah.
And they go in and out of, like to competitions and stuff. And then you see them get like a girlfriend and not want to show up or get into a different activity. And then you just kind of see that part of their soul sort of die little by little. And then disappointments come. And I would see that in coaches, and sometimes I would train with a coach that was on the rise of that, and other times I would train with a coach that had just fallen that era of like their golden era of training. And I would see so much pain and disappointment that I was like, I would never want to do that. Plus, it takes so many years to be even half decent at this.
Yeah.
So yeah, there wasn't really a direction. I mean, at the time I was doing Olympic Taekwondo, so I guess the Olympics for that. But yeah, I didn't really have the body type.
Did your father compete in martial arts?
No.
So why was he so into it? Is it just because?
Well, I can understand. I mean, when I was younger, I was very good. I won a lot of competitions.
Who introduced you to it?
Myself, I was watching Bruce Lee movies. And
he was like a hero of yours, or still is a hero of yours, right? Like he was like, I was reading actually this morning your UFC bio, like the Q&A, which I think they ask you to fill out like prior to your debut, and you listed your father and Bruce Lee as your heroes.
Yes.
So that was the guy that kind of introduced you to all of this.
Yes, yeah. It was
Okay.
just watching the movies, and I was just amazed by it. I was just amazed by his ability to be in a foreign place and have the confidence to fight for justice, I guess,
Right,
or
right.
like to fight what he believed in. And I felt his morals were right. And of course, it was a movie. you know.
Right.
But I was like 8, so, and just the abilities to be able to do what he did, I found that incredible. And I was like, wow, maybe I hope one day I could be as cool as that.
So you wanted to be like him?
Yes.
Did you tell your father then, like, I want to go find a school where I can learn to be like Bruce Lee?
Yes. Yeah.
That's essentially it.
Yeah, that's essentially
And,
it. yeah.
and you got so good at it and were so into it that he decided, like, let's go full time into this.
Yeah, well, I wasn't initially that good at it. I was just very determined to be
Okay.
good at it. I remember there was like a karate school around where I lived. I'd seen a flyer, and I asked my mom to take me, and I had asked her, I was like, please take me, and I was so annoying that they decided to take me. And I remember showing up to training, and I wasn't the best one there by any means. I was just starting, but I never missed a session. I went in there every day, and I was determined to be the best that I could be. And I didn't like not doing something correctly. I didn't like any of that. So I worked really hard all the time. And through that, I have had sour experiences, and through those, it's been like, oh, maybe you'll find it in a different gym, the solution to what's going on in here, instead of, well, I don't know, at the time, I guess.
When and how does the MMA dream start? How do you go from just like the martial arts stuff to MMA?
It just kind of happened. It just kind of happened because I loved martial arts. I did a lot of different martial arts. So I was doing karate. Then from that, in karate, I found a certain issue that I could fix doing taekwondo. And then, but that's not complete MMA. And then I found out about jiu-jitsu, so I started doing jiu-jitsu. And then I found a love for it all, and that continued. And then, kind of life happened. And then I went to Venezuela, and then I moved, and then I went to Spain, and then I was doing taekwondo, but I just didn't feel like that's where I could express myself fully. And I wanted to do MMA, and I'd seen it. I remember seeing it on TV when I lived in the U.S., and I'm like, I want to do that.
Yeah.
And at that time, it was when Rondo was starting to come up, and I'd moved to England to train there, and I remember like seeing her on TV, but not really too sure how to watch it at the point. Like, like I had seen MMA because I had seen it on TV and I had seen it play, but I wasn't really too sure how to access it fully. Just the fact that I had done all these martial arts and I could possibly do something from it.
And now it's all coming together for you, finally, for the first time.
Finally, for the first time.
What is it like? I don't know if you were listening to my conversation with Dan, but to hear his confidence saying that you could beat, the champion, Alexa Grasso, that you're that good, and how it's like to hear him talk about you. And obviously every husband is going to support their wife, but it doesn't sound to me like he's BSing me. Like he could just say certain words. Like I feel it when he's talking about it. When you hear him speak like that about you, how does that make you feel?
It's a bit surreal. It's a bit surreal, especially because of the admiration I have for him, not only as my husband, as my partner, but as a martial artist. I did go to the UK to train with him because I felt like that was, I don't know. I don't even know how to describe it. I felt like I understood him when he fought.
Wow. Just from his fighting?
Just from his fighting. Like I felt, I understand. I understand what you feel, and maybe you will understand me too.
And did you feel that way right away?
Oh my God, yeah. I remember the first time I met him, it was like unlike anything I'd ever felt in my life. And it's hard to describe, but it felt like just souls connecting.
Wow.
And like nothing else mattered, like nothing. Everything was in the background, and just thinking, I have found you.
This is in the locker room. Was that the first time you met him?
This was in an elevator in Hamburg.
In an elevator in the hotel?
Yes.
Okay, because I know there's that picture of him in the locker room. When
that was a few years later.
That was a few years later. Okay,
Yes.
so there's the elevator first.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
That was when I made my debut.
Wow.
Yeah.
And you were aware of him. He's Dan Hardy, legend.
Yes, yes.
The
I was
Outlaw.
aware of him.
And you feel that just in the elevator?
Yes, and it wasn't like, it wasn't fangirl, oh, I'm meeting Dan Hardy, that's really cool. I mean, I've met a lot of incredible fighters. I've never felt that before. That was just something else.
Really?
That was something I've never felt, and I can never really describe.
Did you say anything to him, or did he say anything to you in the elevator?
No, my team told me that was my floor and I needed to stop staring.
Jeez.
I was like, okay, I'm gonna get out. I was like, oh my God, I hope he doesn't remember. And he does.
He does remember?
He did remember, yes.
Okay.
Unfortunately.
When is the first time you actually had a conversation with him?
Well, I talked to him online through Instagram.
Yeah.
And he had sent me a message because I think I was supposed to see him on the London card again, which is when I was like, okay, yeah, after my fight. But I ended up needing surgery and just seeing the card on my phone.
Okay.
Waking up from surgery. And then I ended up seeing him in Vegas. I don't want to tell you the story because it's going to make me sound like creepy.
You don't want to tell me? Or you do? I mean,
I'll tell you. No, because his dad calls me a stalker.
Oh, no. But in a good way. It all worked out.
I guess in a good way.
Yeah.
It worked out. It worked out. So I knew he was going to be, I was in Canada at the time. I was training in Vancouver, and this was in 2019. And I knew that he was going to be at the International Fight Week for the UFC. And I was training to fight in Uruguay.
Okay.
And I needed to get my medicals done. And at the time, I just couldn't afford getting my medicals done in Canada. You know, I didn't have insurance or anything. And if I flew to Vegas, they were going to deduct it from my purse. So I was like, perfect. And I had a friend that I could stay over at their house. So it kind of worked out financially for me to go. And then I found out that he was going, so I moved my flight in order to be able to coincide. And I didn't message him that I was going to be there because I didn't want to be too creepy.
Sure. Understandable.
Just like standard level creepy. And we're married now, so
yeah,
this
it's all
is fine.
good. No, this is great. Yeah,
doesn't matter.
Yeah.
What is he going to do?
Right.
Yeah, so I went to Vegas, and I just put on my stories that I was at the PI, and I just hoped that he saw it, and he messaged me.
No way.
That was it. It
Wow.
was just like pure hope. So he did.
Wow.
Luckily, he did, and then we met up, and it was just unreal. Just plus British accent.
Yeah.
They picked me up in like a nice car, like a muscle car. Like, come on, I didn't stand a chance.
Oh my gosh, that is amazing.
Yeah. And then obviously I went back to training in Canada to finish my camp. Then I had to pay for another medical that I couldn't get covered because I had moved the flight, and it was a fortune.
Oh my gosh.
But it was worth it.
Of course.
It was worth it. And then I saw him when I fought in Uruguay. I saw him after, and that's when I saw him in the locker room.
Okay.
And stuff. Yeah.
Wow, what a story this is. This is incredible. And now here he is cornering you and talking about you fighting and beating the champion.
It's unreal. It's unreal. And it's not just. I love martial arts. I love what I do, and the fact that I get to spend every day training with him.
Yeah.
Just to have him around to give me feedback, to wake up, to go to a gym, and just to like celebrate things that I do good or go over things that I don't, and just to have that for me is such a life victory. I couldn't imagine anything better in my life than now. Regardless of.
Yeah, sure. No, you have found your. I mean, this is amazing. It's we should all be so lucky.
I hope so.
When you hear him talk about like the nerves and all that stuff, and he has to kind of mask it a little bit and take off. Do you feel that like in March? Did you feel that he was?
That he was masking it?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're together like 24/7.
Okay, all right. So in the locker room, could you tell that he was super anxious? Okay. And what did you tell him?
Nothing. Just like, I mean, like he didn't. It's not like he was obvious about it, but like we're together all the time. There's not like a second of the day that we're not together.
Okay.
So I can just sometimes I have straight conversations with him, and he hasn't said anything to me.
Right. Wow, that is intense.
Yeah. So like I did feel that, but it gave me confidence because even though. The nerves and anxiety that you would have normally because you're about to get into a fight in front of so many people and kind of all the training that you do is going to kind of get put on like a judgment day of what you did good or bad. Mm-hmm. Like, was it worth it? Did you do the right things? Or maybe you have a bad day in the fight, and that doesn't really reflect on what you did in training or anything. But it is what it is. You know, in all sports, you have competitions, and that's kind of like test day.
Right.
So I did feel that, but I also, from him, I felt that he felt that I was ready. And I'm like, if somebody like Donn Hardy feels this way about me right now, there's no way that I'm not prepared. And for the love that he has for me, and I don't think it's something that you can fake. I feel it and I know it. And he wouldn't put me in a situation where I wasn't ready for it. So that gives me so much confidence. So even if he's a little nervous, I just think it's kind of funny.
So some couples, I would imagine, maybe don't want to have the coach-student relationship because that could affect, you know, the personal life. Is it ever difficult, or is it actually perfect this way?
Oh, I did think about this. I did consider this because obviously after I fought, I moved to the UK. Then the pandemic thing started to break out, and I had all these concussion symptoms and all of this, and I didn't even know if I was going to have a normal life ever again.
Was that bad?
Oh yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Just sometimes I think of where I was, and that's just, it was very bad.
Okay.
It was really bad. But then when I started to feel better and things started to kind of come together, I was thinking about, well, what am I going to do for training if I do want to continue? And it's not, I know there are a lot of people that have their partners as their coach, especially for females. That happens more often. But I didn't go to his gym and was training there, and then we got into a relationship. We were in a relationship, and then that was something that was going to be added to it. And in my head, I'm like, if I add this strain to our relationship, I thought, what is that going to do? I don't want to put that in jeopardy. For how much I love him, there is nothing on earth that I would trade for that. Nothing. No, you can put a belt, you can put $1 million. I do not care. And it was something that I had to consider for a very long time before I even said anything. But I knew that he would want to be there because he wanted me to be safe. And that was something that he wouldn't entrust in anybody else but himself. And it luckily worked out great, or it has, you know, regardless of the outcome, I felt like it has worked out great. It has created this bond. It's kind of like when couples go through a really hard time, it creates like a really good bond between them. And for us to go through a training camp and all the emotions that brings with it, as well as in the fight, it kind of brings like a deeper bond to the relationship, another level to it that I find to be quite beautiful.
How would you feel if he fought again?
If he wanted to fight, that would be okay. Yes.
Okay. I mean, he was close to fighting, right?
Yes.
About a year and a half or so ago. Are you like, if he said to you, do you think I should fight again? Like, what is your advice?
I don't think he should, because he has too much going on. I feel like he has, you know, if he said that he should, I would have a very serious conversation with him. And I'm like, well, something's got to clear up.
Yeah.
Because you can't add that on top.
Yeah.
But I'm sure if he would accept it, he would make the, you know, required adjustments. He's been training for a long time. You know,
Right.
he's not somebody just like off the street going, yeah, I could do this.
Right.
You know, he's somebody that knows the requirements it takes, and obviously has helped me do it again. So I'm sure that if he decides to it, that he would take the right steps towards it. But I would just want to make sure that he does. It would be my only thing.
Yep, that makes total sense. How did you get out of the funk, from the lack of a better word, like the concussions? You said it was a really dark place. Was it just time, or did you have to do things to get better?
It was a lot of things. It started when I was in Holland, and then I went to Brazil, and they had given me medication. They gave me anti-seizure medications because they said the injections that they wanted to give me for this they hadn't been brought into Brazil yet.
Wow.
This was before I fought in Brasilia. So
Were
I was
you having seizures?
No, I wasn't having seizures.
Okay.
There was just a type of medication that they were giving me. That plus really, really, really strong painkillers. Like you should take once a month, and they were like, yeah, once a day is good.
Wow.
So I was taking all of that up until the fight. I remember that fight week, I ran out of those medications on fight week, And it was like when Corona was just starting to break out. And Dad actually went with me to the hospital because I was trying to get replacement because you need a special prescription for it. Yeah. And if you stop taking it, well, I don't know. I don't know what was going to happen. The anti-seizure medication.
Yeah.
So I was like, oh my God, I need to like get this. And I actually have a photo of after the fight. It was like a bloody mouth guard and the pills.
Oh, wow.
And it just as like as a reminder of where I was at the time. And yeah, I remember just being in the hospital with like all the Corona going on and just being like, oh my God, what's happening?
This is the one in March of 2020.
Yes.
The empty arena one.
Yes.
Kevin Lee and Charles Oliveira.
Exactly that one. And so after that fight, I went into the UK, and then it was very difficult because all the doctors and everything's closed. So I couldn't find anything. So I had to see doctors through the phone, through Zoom.
Yeah.
And the doctor in Brazil told me that here in the UK, I was able to get these injections. So then I started with the injections, and that lasted 6 months, and that didn't really help that much. Plus, they were a fortune.
Okay.
And then they switched me to antidepressants, to which I'm like, why am I on antidepressants? I am not depressed.
Right.
I have a headache.
Right.
I need to get this out. And it was just through time, a little bit through hard-headed training that I needed Dan to help me get out of that as well. And time, and also just being smart about the way I approach training, especially towards the beginning. I was really lucky to have Jack and Joe Young that are going to be in my corner. They were at the gym, and they were just so careful. They're ego-free, and they would help me, and they would drill with me at the pace that I needed. It wasn't the pace that I wanted to go, because I always want to go not 100 miles an hour, but I always want to give my best. And not to be able to do that for me was a horrendous feeling, and I just felt like I felt like a failure as a person. But it was little by little, and then I started to take the pressure out of myself as to fight again. It was just I just want to be okay at this point. I love martial arts, and whatever happens, happens. I just want to be okay. And then I just started to feel better, and then better and better and better, and then the headaches went away, and they haven't come back since.
Were you worried that you wouldn't be able to fight again?
I was in the beginning.
Yeah.
And then I was just worried that I wasn't going to be normal.
Yeah. And so, after the fight, or in the last year or so, do the headaches come back ever? Or
no, they haven't come back. No, yeah. And I've taken some good shots.
Yeah.
Taken some good shots.
Wow, that is amazing.
Yeah.
So do you even think about that anymore? Like, are you worried? Is it like the type of thing you're like, oh, please, I hope nothing happens, or is it completely out of your mind?
No, it is. I've had a lot of injuries, and in the very beginning, once you're getting out of an injury, of course, that's in the forefront of your mind. You don't want that to happen again, and you get a little bit panicky about if it does happen again and what you're going to do. But then when time kind of proves to you that you're okay, and then you've moved past that, it almost kind of goes through the back. But now you're facing it with more knowledge towards the situation. Now I know things that will prevent me from getting as bad as I did, because I didn't have the knowledge required to deal with it in the first place, and that's why it got that bad.
Do you agree with Dan when he says that you could beat the champion?
I don't. I think he's very optimistic about my skills.
I don't want you.
I don't really look. Honestly, I don't really look that far. I'm just happy that I get to train, and he sees that, and the fact that he sees that for me is incredible. Just.
Are you hesitant to say because you don't want to come across like you're cocky or you're calling her out?
Oh, no, I'm being completely honest.
Okay.
I'm gonna be honest. I have 2 wins in the UFC and 4 losses.
Right.
Like, I'm not just gonna be like, yeah, I'm a new person. I could beat everybody because
he seems to think so.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
I can't control these things.
Do you doubt yourself a lot?
I guess so. Yeah. In comparison to him, absolutely.
Right,
My goodness, I don't have that much.
Right.
I don't have that much confidence in myself.
Is that something that you need to work on? Do you feel like in order to take that next step, you need to have more confidence in yourself?
Yes, but I feel like that if it does come, will come with time and with time in there and with wins, with good performances, with good reinforcements that the things that I'm doing are in the correct way, then I'm sure my confidence will raise in that department as well. I mean, I have confidence that I am well trained and well prepared for this fight and what is in front of me. But to look anywhere in the future would be me lying to you.
3 fights next year, is that a goal?
That would be amazing.
That's, I mean, it feels like it could work out. You get a fight in December, maybe one first quarter.
Yes.
This time next year, where are you in your mind? Like, where are you in the division? If his prophecy is starting to come to fruition, it won't take too much to get in the mix. Although I do think 125 is the best women's weight class right now in the UFC.
I feel that way across sports. Across sports, I feel like 125 is like male welterweight. I feel like that's the hardest
and it used to be the thinnest.
Yes.
And now it's become, certainly in the UFC, but no, in boxing as well, like Amanda Serrano, etc. 126, same thing. It's incredible.
Yeah.
126, 130, 135, like that whole range, right? So what do you think? This time next year, do you think you're in the mix?
I hope to be.
Yeah.
I hope to be. Yeah. I would like to. I would like to fight in Europe again. Obviously, I would like to fight in London again. Yeah. I heard rumors that they're going to Spain, which is incredible, to fight there, and then to finally fight in Paris. That would be cool, especially because like I've been backstage in Paris doing interviews with a fighter, and I would like to actually be there.
Yeah.
That crowd is phenomenal.
Do you like doing the media stuff?
I do like it. I feel like it adds a lot of value to me as a fighter as well, just to be backstage, but not be backstage with the mentality that I'm about to go out and fight, but just to feel that and to look at everything with a little bit more serenity, to look at it with, this is how the media works. This is, what you're in and less in the fire and more looking at it from the outside. It helps you be more calm, I feel.
And what about this triangle choke that you slapped on Dan? He could hardly speak in the interview. Was it that tight?
Honestly, it took us about like 90 minutes going over it at Renzo Gracie. This is how attention to detail they are. And I had Mike do it on me to explain some little details. And I felt like, Kill Bill when she goes to the master with that's how I felt in comparison. I'm like, I know nothing.
Wow.
I know nothing. This man just put on the chokehold, and he hadn't even finished all the steps. And it was in about a quarter second where I felt I didn't have enough time to tap.
Wow.
I have never in my life felt something like that before.
Wow.
That was magic. I don't know what that was. And I don't, honestly, the attention to detail they have in that gym is ridiculous. And you see why they're the best in the world.
Yeah.
I mean, I've learned that move from many gyms all over the world, and they usually take about 30 seconds to teach it to you. It was 90 minutes, and I still didn't get it how they wanted it.
And then you slapped it on Dan.
Yeah, just he had to be like my testing dummy.
Sure.
The thing is, like, he likes to also make sure with technical stuff, he likes to make sure that he feels the pressure where it's supposed to be and where I'm doing it, and then he's able to give me feedback, which I feel a good partner does that for you, and that's what people at Renzo Gracie do. When you're drilling a technique, the other person is there to give you feedback on what they feel, how it could be better, and the points that you may not be getting that the coach explained. And Dan does that for me in all aspects of MMA. So that's really valuable to have because it helps learn and improve a lot quicker than just you think you're doing it right or you're kind of like half doing it.
Right. I envision this life that you guys have in the UK where you're just sitting at home watching fights 24/7, building Legos and talking. Is that life for you guys?
That's pretty much life.
Training in that gym that I see him training at with all the stuff on the wall and all that stuff. Like, I just feel like this is the life. This is an incredible life that you guys live. That's it. All you do is eat, sleep, breathe fighting, martial arts, do some Legos. Is there anything outside of this world that you guys do together that maybe music? I know he's a big music fan. Is there like another thing that's completely out of the martial arts world that you do together that you love, that's sort of your escape?
Oh, speaking of music, Saul from Chase and Status told me to say hello to you.
I love that guy. He's the man.
Because Dan stole my shirt. That shirt he was wearing, I had bought it for me. But I got a medium, thinking it was a female medium.
Yes, that's
and it was like an
probably too big.
oversized medium. So
That
I
guy's
was like,
a legend.
Yeah.
I love that guy.
He's
Yes.
amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's really cool. But other than that, I mean, no. Well, he's taking me to a few shows. He took me to see Tool. He took me to see Chase and Status.
Wow. Yeah.
No, I took him to see Tool.
Okay.
But he had introduced me to Tool, and that blew my mind. That was amazing. That was one of the most surreal experiences I've ever had in my
That's
life.
hardcore. You may be hearing clapping over there because our audio guy's a hardcore Tool fan.
Oh, it's,
And he's a big
I
jiu-jitsu
listen to
guy.
it
Did you know
all the
that?
time. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I messaged Dan. I was like, dude, let's see, because he's coming to. I got tickets like 2 days ago because he's coming to Birmingham.
Okay.
And I was like, Dan, message him, see if he wants to train.
Yes.
So I could meet him because
I think he's trained with Nate. He's trained with Nate Diaz, I think.
Yes, I saw a picture of him in Katzengano.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow. Oh,
yeah,
you guys can
not
make
long
this
ago.
happen.
I know. I was like, Dan, come on.
Would that be the ultimate?
Dude. Yeah, I think so.
Is that his favorite band?
It's my favorite.
It's your favorite band, okay.
Well, them and Chase and Status. They're the two that I play for training.
Wow.
All the time. Like, if I'm feeling a bit stressed and overwhelmed, I put Fear Inoculum.
Okay.
And that just like, but before I walked out, it was a bit hectic because we walked in and the bus was late. The bus driver was not doing a really good job of getting us around traffic, and we walked in and USADA was like, "We're gonna test you." We moved the fight 30 minutes earlier as well, so between testing, gloving, and doing that, you have about 45 minutes. I was like, what?
Yeah.
So it was all kind of happening, and I'm like, oh my God, I'm not gonna have time to warm up, and now I'm having to have like this drug test done, and cool, just do it after, man.
Yeah.
Just wait.
What's the difference? Yeah.
Let me warm up and get my hands wrapped. But luckily I had Bob, the cut man, and
Okay.
he's incredible. He's from Birmingham, and he's always like, all right, son.
To you?
Yeah, no, to everybody.
Okay, to
it's everybody.
everybody.
Yeah, he's just a really loving, amazing guy. And, he was there and he was wrapping my hand. So that kind of calmed me down. And then Tool started playing. And it was because I played it over and over again. I play it on my way to sparring. I play it like as it almost puts me in like a trance
Wow.
to training. So that's something that Dan actually taught me, how to access different parts of yourself with music.
That's amazing. You're now
It's
his
really
favorite
cool.
fighter, Mysterious Frank back there, who was clapping. He adores Tool. I don't even know if I've ever heard a Tool song, believe it or not.
Just get some headphones and change your life.
Is it like rah, rah, yelling,
No,
craziness?
I don't like music like that
Okay.
too much. I'm like,
That's
why,
what
why
I
are you
think
so
of when I
angry?
think of Tool.
No.
Maybe
no,
it's
no,
just
no,
a
no.
name.
Just look at that. I'll send you the album.
Okay, yeah.
Just listen to it and just put headphones and just enjoy. Just
Wow.
enjoy your life being changed
Really?
forever.
It's positive. It's not angry.
No, it's not angry. It's like this self journey. Without
Really?
sounding too much like a
No, you sound like a hardcore fan. You know what's crazy about Saul from Chase and Status? I was doing this thing where I was like, I had this like newsletter, and there was like a VIP, and if you were a VIP, you could come and have like the Zoom chat with me, right? And it was like there was very small amount. I mean, there was maybe like 50 people, but then I did this Zoom chat, and I think 11 people showed up, and there was this one guy. And it was late at night in the UK, and the camera was like off to the side, and he was like working on his computer, and I think he was smoking a cigar. And I was like, "Who's this guy here? Like, what's your story over there?" And it was him. He just like it was me and like 10 other like just random MMA fans, and he's like, "Oh, I'm part of this band and stuff like that." And I'll be honest, I wasn't aware of who he was. And then I looked him up. I was like, "Holy shit, this guy was in my like random VIP Zoom chat, just like working late at night, smoking something." And now I love him. He's unbelievable.
He's a massive MMA fan.
Yes.
Because Dan was doing I think it was like a live podcast, and he invited him, and I ended up just sitting next to him while he was talking to Dan about cage warriors and like amateurs.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
he knew the
Yes.
backstory of amateurs and MMA, and I was like, oh my God, I don't even know
love
that
that.
much
That's amazing.
about these fighters. It's incredible to have somebody like that, be such a fan of MMA, and I feel like that's kind of another really cool aspect of MMA is the mixture of different worlds.
Sure.
And they come together.
And you find
and
these super fans.
Exactly.
Like Steve-O. I don't know if you know Steve-O is
Yeah.
from Jackass. Like he's on here talking about the prelims of fights, and like is so passionate about it. It's their escape. So you guys provide that escape to so many people. It's a great spot to be in.
That's crazy because for me, I view it as
It's just your gig.
Yeah, I'm a kid with pajamas.
Yeah,
To a karate class. For somebody to think that's cool, I mean, that's really cool because I'm just kind of like a dork.
So what's the walkout music on December 2nd?
Oh, Chasing State is Batted In.
This is
the shirt that Dan was wearing.
Yes. This is the Tyson Fury. He had a version of it, right?
To be fair, I did message him.
Okay.
That I was going to walk out to that before Tyson Fury said anything.
But he got his own version, right? Didn't they make him like his own?
Yeah.
Okay, you don't want that.
No.
Why can't they make you like a custom?
No, because it's perfect.
Okay.
You don't mess with perfection.
All right.
You have Ira and singing with Chasing Status. What else do you need?
Okay.
It's
All right.
perfect.
That's the one.
That's the one.
On December 2nd. And how do you feel like it's going to go? Fighting a fellow Canadian.
Yeah,
undefeated.
She's a very, very nice human being.
Oh, you know her?
Yes, I trained when I was in Canada.
Oh, wow.
In 2019.
You trained with her?
I trained with her,
Oh,
yes.
wow. So is this weird? Like when you got the call?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say it's weird. We're both martial artists, and and as a fighter, of course, you sign the contract with somebody, and some people are like, oh yeah, they're the enemy or something. But in reality, if we don't have that other person, we don't get paid.
Right.
So we kind of need each other. We need our opponents, and of course, I wish it was somebody else, just because we've trained together, and she helped me at that time. But it's cool that we get to share the cage together.
But the beauty of your evolution is you are not even anywhere near that person who she probably trained with in 2019, right?
And I'm sure she's not the same person that I trained with in 2019.
Why'd you have to put it back? I was just trying to say, you got it in the bag. You're complete. You got that thing here and there.
Yeah,
I forget the name. Moldavite.
It's pretty cool.
Without that, I mean, you guys, you got all the power. By the way, you are meant to be, because most women, I think, aren't accepting a Moldavite engagement ring, right? Yours is Moldavite, right?
Yes.
I would imagine most want like a diamond ring.
Oh, he could have proposed with a pop ring.
It doesn't
I wouldn't
matter.
care.
But this is great. You like this?
Yeah, no,
I've never seen a Moldavite ring.
I thought it was amazing. He had made me one that was wrapped around UFC canvas in a tie amulet, and it was like beautiful.
He made it himself?
Yes, he made it himself. So the one that he has, I had it custom made for him. It took me forever to try and find the perfect piece in order to fit, and yeah, it's really cool that it's something that we have.
Yeah.
Yes, and that we can share.
Amazing.
As well as everything else that we share.
Right, exactly. Well, I wish you the best.
Thank you so much.
So great to have you in studio. Good luck on December 2nd. Congrats on the win back in March.
Thank you.
And hopefully this time next year you're in that title mix.
Yes.
And his prophecy comes to fruition.
That would be good. Just as I think more as because he's put on so much work to help me that I would like to bring that to him.
Sure.
Yeah.
And then we could celebrate Forrest, at this time next year, probably in the top 4, killing it, and everything's great. Everyone in Nottingham is happy. Good luck to you. Thank you so much for doing this.
Thank you so much for having me.
I really appreciate it. That's Veronica Hardy, and I will be back in a moment. For now, though, here's my conversation with John Kavanaugh from last week. She's leaving. I'm trying to say goodbye, but she's just going. She's just going away. There she is. She's going to stay. Here's John Kavanaugh from last week. I'll be right back, right here on the program. More to come. Don't go anywhere. He is the one and only, one of the greatest of all time, John Kavanaugh. Wow. How are you, sir? Great to see you. Wow. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Wow, it's so lovely to see you.
It's been a minute.
It has been a minute. Yes, it has been a minute.
What a studio. Wow.
You've never been to this one?
Never been to this
one.
one.
You were at the other one.
Giant, but
welcome.
Absolutely beautiful. And in that back room there, it's like NASA, all these
with the control room stuff. Yes. We have your guy right up here. You remember that in Sweden? That was a big one 11 years ago. All kinds of tchotchkes here.
How long have you been in this?
So 2017 we moved here, but then I left to go work at ESPN, as you may recall.
Right.
And then when I wanted to come back in 2021, I asked them, "Do you still have my great set?" And they were just about to throw it out.
No way.
But here it is. This is
Meant to
it.
be.
We actually moved in right before Mayweather McGregor. So to give you some,
there you go.
It's been a long
Good
time.
Context, yeah.
Thank you so much. I know you're headed home.
Literally on the way to the airport. So
Your wife's birthday yesterday.
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
Beautiful Orla.
Orla, she's very kind to let you go away on her birthday.
We realized since we got married in December. Then it was my birthday in January, and I was away with in Brazil with Walker. Now it's her birthday in November. I'm away in New York, so we haven't spent that together. And now this January, for my birthday, I'll be away in Toronto.
Oh, right.
With Brad.
Okay.
And the week before that in Vegas with Walker.
Does it ever get tiring, all this traveling?
Very.
Okay. Have you reached a point?
This year's been particularly heavy.
Okay.
And
why this year?
I don't know. It just seemed to be just one fight after another, and then there's other things going on with Train Alta and stuff like that. So it just felt, you just get home, you repack the bag, and then my son is at the turning 3, and he's starting to recognize it a lot more now. And like I walk towards the door, and he's like, "Are you going to work?" He says, "Work when I'm going away, or to the gym to fight the boys." To fight the boys? That's just going to the gym.
That's amazing.
But if he sees a suitcase, he knows I'm away for a few days. He's starting to act up a little bit when I go away. You know, he's sad to see me go. You know, being apart from Orla, and she's pregnant again. So,
congratulations.
Yeah, it's been. Thank you. It's been a heavy year.
It's very hard when the kids start to grow up and you start to miss things, and they have activities and things like that. I'm sure you love the job, love the gig.
Yeah.
But this is a tough job because you're always away on the weekend. It's not like a Monday through Friday thing. It's a Tuesday through Sunday thing, right?
Yes.
And then it's right back on the, on the horse come whenever you have to get back. So
I'm lucky I have like the other guy that runs the team with me, Dave Roach. He's becoming more and more involved. And like, for example, I would have normally been going straight from here. I've got Lucy fighting next Saturday in Vegas, whereas I can go home because Dave will go with her.
Okay.
So he is definitely had to take a large chunk of the workload off. So it's but hey, look, don't want to be complaining either.
Sure, no,
busy
of
fight
course.
team, they're all doing well. We're on the shows and hey, who knows what's going to happen now with Bellator? I definitely had the lion's share of my team on Bellator, so maybe next year I'll have a lot more free time.
That is true. And I want to ask you about that in a moment, PFL and all that stuff. But, and crazy, the last Bellator event might actually be this Friday.
Yes.
As crazy as that sound. When you told me you were going to be here, I was like, who do you have? I looked at the lineup because I didn't want to insult you. I'm like, I don't see any guys of yours. You didn't actually come to corner someone.
No, this was an unusual trip, with Monster and Hans and the guys, and they did this crazy contest. It was like 400 global winners. There was people flown in from South America, from around Europe, and then obviously from the States. And I was teaching on Thursday with Hendo, TJ Dillashaw, and then for me, Hoist Gracie. I just was thinking about it. I was doing I was teaching an arm lock sequence with his son, Conry, great guy, of Hoist watching me and him somewhat assisting teaching the arm lock I'm showing on the birthday of UFC, where this is the man that 30 years ago took that, incredible risk, obviously paid off. And it was just one of those pinch me moments that I'm just like, wow, what an amazing journey this has been. That for me, I guess I saw UFC 1 probably in 98. And of course, someone saying there, oh, that guy there, you'll teach alongside him on the 30th, but you mean, whatever. So yeah, it was an unusual one. I think that's my second UFC I've been at just to watch. I've only ever gone when I'm cornering.
Right. What was the first?
I just think I went to some random one.
Okay.
It might have been like UFC 38 actually, Ian the Machine Freeman.
Wow.
I don't think I've been to one since, unless I've been with a fighter.
Sure.
But actually, it did give me goosebumps. I got the feel, because I certainly had the feel of a really big fight night. And you've got Trump and those guys walking in, and obviously Stars, and it actually gave me a little bit of a feeling of what it must be like to be in the crowd for a McGregor fight, because it was always his fights that seemed to draw that crazy attention. And normally I'm just you just focus on the job in hand, but for there I could actually embrace it and feel the energy of the crowd, and I had a great night.
Because you associate being in these venues and arenas and the atmosphere with like tense fighting.
Yes.
Is it hard to just be a fan sitting there?
Yes.
I would imagine.
Yes, it definitely is. And for the first one or two fights,
you're like,
almost,
yeah.
semi-cornering. But then I got into it and just had a good night. I've sat there next to Hoist Gracie.
You watched the whole card with Hoist?
Yeah.
30th anniversary show at MSG.
Wild as that.
That must be wild. Are you asking his opinion on things?
Yeah, of course.
Oh my gosh.
Getting advice, and what was your thoughts when you walked?
Yeah. Oh my God. That must be amazing.
It's just, I have no words.
Can I tell you something that bummed me out? Just because I love the history of the sport, And I like how other sports, in particular the NBA and Major League Baseball here in America, celebrate the history. I thought Royce being there, I might have missed it. I didn't even see him mentioned on the broadcast, but again, I might have missed it.
Yeah.
So maybe it was at one point when I was in the bathroom or something. But like my initial idea was like bring out the 30 best fighters in UFC history, do a thing, because that's what the NBA did for their 75th birthday. They brought out the living best 75 and they voted on them, like something to celebrate the history. And if you didn't know any better on Saturday, I kind of felt like it was sort of not mentioned that this was the 30th birthday of the UFC in a venue, in a city that had banned them for all these years. Like the symmetry and the symbolism was beautiful. And I just kind of felt like it came and went.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying?
I agree 100%. I ended up watching the Tyson Fury fight. I was actually in Boston for that.
Amazing,
And I was watching it. And I thought they maybe went a little bit overboard with the pageantry. You know, like there was seemed like an hour between the co-main event and the main event, and there's a music concert and all this sort of stuff. But it was somewhat of a, so that's how you make a show.
Right.
And I suppose, say something like the WWE, again, it's about the show, it's about the entertainment value. And maybe for this one, there could have been a bit more of that, rather just kind of like fight.
Right.
Again, I might have missed it. Maybe it was something shown on the screen. I haven't watched it back. But I don't recall, for the celebrities.
Right. So that didn't happen, right?
I didn't see
You were
it,
right next
and
to
I
him.
sat next to him,
Okay.
So I didn't see it.
He's in the building. The dude who won UFC 1. Not a mention?
And I'm so embarrassed because I'm sitting there and like a fan will walk past and be like, Coach Kavanagh, wow, such a big fan. It's great to see. And I'm like,
yeah, he's right.
And they're like, oh, hi. So
my gosh.
Hold on a second. So
yes.
You need to take out your phone and Google.
Yes.
But,
this goes to show that perhaps the newer generation isn't learning or being taught who these people are, who the founding fathers are.
Yes.
That bums me out. Like, especially when some of the guys from like the Rampages of the world, the guys who like when I was coming up, and I feel like they're being forgotten about.
Yeah.
And that, like, this guy, Rory McDonald. How many people even remember, like if Rory was in the crowd on Saturday, how many people, and this guy is from 2017, you know what I mean? And he feels like a distant memory at this point.
Very true. No, it's what have you done for me lately?
Right.
Sport.
This is why I want an independent MMA Hall of Fame. This is like one of my big things. Hall of Fame where people can come and visit and they can learn about pancrase and pride and hook and shoot and all. You know what I mean? Like,
that'd be great.
This there needs to be a place for this guy to be inducted. You know?
Is it a fan thing? Like, is it Chael Sonnen or one of those guys that describe MMA? Look, it's two guys having a fist fight in front of a drunk audience. There's no martial arts here. There's no. Whereas maybe if you're a basketball fan or in Europe soccer football fan, it becomes like being part of a tribe. If you're into Liverpool football team like my wife and my dad is, they'll tell you about the manager in 1890.
Sure.
And their last FA Cup season. Whereas in MMA, do the fans, are most of them just there for a fight on a Saturday night without massive amount of interest in where they came from or where they're going? Is it just...
But look at boxing. I feel like they love the legends, right?
True.
There is a boxing Hall of Fame in Canastota.
No, that's true. That's a good point.
The sport is younger.
It's younger.
But there's still enough history now.
It's a TikTok generation that's,
that is true, yes.
My dad, again, if he was a Muhammad Ali fan, he'd buy a book about him. Who reads a book these days?
Right, especially about MMA. You wrote one, but there's not a ton of MMA books out there coming out.
Not a huge amount.
This is just one of my things. And then when I was thinking about Royce being in there, I was like, wait a second. Was he not even shown on the broadcast at all? I didn't realize that it was Monster that brought him and not the UFC. I thought the UFC was bringing him out. Maybe.
And I thought that was a great thing initially, I used to meet Royce quite a bit at the Bellator events.
Yeah.
They had him as an ambassador for Bellator, and I thought that was great that they gave a tip of the hat to,
yes.
The legend that is. And then when Hans was on to me about coming out and do this event, it was great to meet Henderson and TJ. But when he said that they're bringing Royce Gracie, I was like, one, that's just great to hear.
Yes.
That he's getting that recognition that's thoroughly deserved. But of course, too, to be teaching alongside him, all of that was fantastic. But yeah, I was really happy that he came along, and man, he was into it. Like, he's sitting there, he's watching the fights. There were some nice fights. Like, obviously there was the Mackenzie Dern fight. Didn't go our way, but there was, I suppose, interest for him in a Brazilian aspect, or the I believe he's here today, isn't he? Diego,
yes.
incredible submission artist. So it was just kind of cool to be alongside him and for him to be. I don't think he would probably follow it all that
Right,
closely
no.
these days. He's not going to maybe not know all of
Right.
everybody that's here. He's so busy with his jiu-jitsu network. But yeah, great weekend.
Can I ask you about the light heavyweights? Because we were just talking about them as you were getting mic'd up. So I feel like, so Alex is the new champ, right? Alex Pereira. I feel like there could be a case to be made for like, hey, let's not keep this guy on the sidelines until Jamal Hill comes back because he's, nursing an Achilles injury, which could take a while, like at least a year, right? That's a pretty serious injury. And then you look at the rest of the division, and I don't think Izzy's coming back anytime soon, and maybe not even to 205. And then there's your boy, Johnny, right? Johnny, I would say it's Johnny and Anthony Smith, but you would have to give Johnny the leg up over Anthony, right? Anthony and Alex have a bit of a history. Do you think there's any chance Johnny could be fighting for a belt? I know what happened in Abu Dhabi, and I want to get your thoughts on that, somewhat unceremonious, but it should have been a DQ win. I think we all agree on this.
That's what I would like to have explained to me. I'm like, let's say there's two instances. One was the referee thing, the doctor thing, and you could have a discussion about that. I wasn't that upset that the doctor called it, to be honest. I'm not a doctor. Maybe he saw something we didn't.
All right, back on the MMA Hour. What a stretch. What an in-studio stretch we've had. There's old John Kavanaugh in studio, Dan Hardy, Veronica Hardy, Donn Davis earlier today. How blessed are we, guys? How blessed are we? I mean, just feels like you want to talk to people and have good conversations, in-depth conversations. It's one thing to do it via Zoom. That's great, but it's just a different connection. It's a different vibe. Almost like the vibe that Veronica was talking about when she saw Dan in the elevator. Almost like that. You know, it's just a different type of vibe when you're in the studio. This is bothering me. It's been bothering me all day. There goes Izzy. Anyway, it's been a great day. Got a text from someone, a lot of texts today, saying that the Donn Davis interview made them unreasonably optimistic about the future of MMA, which I thought was good. Another person texted me saying that it felt like shades of AEW buying ROH. So everyone has probably some kind of take on this. What do the boys back there think? Eric, any feelings change after our initial conversation to now once you've had a chance to digest that conversation?
Having a couple technical issues here.
What about you?
With old Ricky.
What about you?
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of with what people were saying. Like, he has a way of talking around things that makes you feel optimistic about it. Like, I mean, you guys got in depth on some things. Still curious on how everything's going to work, how it's all going to look. You know, I mean, PFL has made a lot of announcements over the last calendar year. Going to be nice to see some of these things put into action. So
fair.
Excited, but I am definitely very interested in it.
Do you think? I mean, I feel like if I'm a Bellator fighter or a Bellator employee, I probably feel a little bit better now. I get what you're saying. This feels different to me than, we've signed Jake Paul or the Francis thing, because it's like he's talking about a fight in February or March and the TV deals and stuff like that. I don't know. My initial reaction, I think, much like many people, is hesitancy. We've seen acquisitions, and what might be the case today may not be the case at the end of 2024. Like, you know, anytime you see, I've been a part of media and mergers and acquisitions, and initially you're being told things, and then in the end it doesn't come to fruition. But I'm, I would say, very cautiously optimistic about what they have in store. And ultimately, I think the more competition, the better. Not because I'm hoping someone I think sometimes people get confused when I say this. Like, I'm not hoping that anyone takes over the UFC or anything like that. I just think it's best for the sport, best for the fighters, if there's more than one spot. And I mean, I think it's best for the UFC as well. There's this antitrust, lawsuit going on, which deals with a lot of these things. So it's probably in their favor as well to have more than one spot, not just them. We've been talking a lot about business on today's program. So I do want to let you know that our good friends over at Cash App are supporting today's show. With Cash App, you can know what your money is doing at all times with real-time transaction alerts and card lock. That's called security, and that's what Cash App is known for. Perhaps they bought Bellator with Cash App? Maybe.
Possible.
So let's throw out a hypothetical, Frank. Say you just lost your card. Well, first you can lock it with a simple tap. Great, first step done. Second step, let's brainstorm places your card might be. Under the couch, in the washing machine, down a gopher hole, lock it with a simple tap. On a desert island, slowly cooking in your crock pot, you can lock it with a simple tap. In your pile of summer clothes, at the bar, your tab is still open, definitely lock it with a simple tap. So to recap, you might not know exactly where your card is, but with transaction alerts, you can have peace of mind about what your money is doing. Good luck out there, my friends. That's money. That's Cash App. Download Cash App from the App Store or Google Play Store today. They are good people, and we support them and appreciate them very much. Also want to let you know that our good friends over at DraftKings Sportsbook are back. And, of course, they've been with us ever since we returned into the fold here. And there's so much to be thankful for on this Thanksgiving week here in the United States. There's family, friends, there's food. There's NFL football all week long. There's a lot of big fights coming up this weekend as well. DraftKings Sportsbook is keeping your Thanksgiving week full of action. New customers can bet just $5 on the NFL action to score 150 instantly in bonus bets. No matter your appetite, there's something for you. Money lines, parlays, props, live bets, and so much more. You name it, they've got it. What are the odds, by the way, in the Katie Taylor Chantel Cameron rematch? Do we have those? Every time I go on the website, it doesn't let me.
Yeah, we sure do. She's actually the underdog right now.
Katie?
Oh, yeah. 45, Chantel Cameron minus
easy money.
185.
Wait, what is she? What is she? Plus what?
Plus 145.
They always doubt her.
No nerves? No nerves?
Nah, no nerves.
They always doubt her?
Yeah, they always doubt her. They're always doubting Katie. She's too old. She's over the hill. She's beaten up. Let the record show Katie Taylor could be taking fights where she's a minus 2,000. Everyone else is doing it. She's not doing that. And that's why we love her. So download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now. Use the code DMAR. Our new customers can bet $5 on the NFL Thanksgiving action, or the boxing action, or the MMA action. There's obviously PFL on Friday to score 150 instantly in bonus bets only on DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. With code DMAR, the crown is yours. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY. That's 467-369. Must be 21 and older in most eligible states, but age varies by jurisdiction. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details and state-specific responsible gambling resources. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/football terms. Speaking of the PFL, a reminder, the richest night in MMA headed to Washington, D.C. on this Black Friday. That's November 24th. The Canadian gangster Olivier Aubin-Mercier goes toe-to-toe with Cassius Clay Collard. With the PFL lightweight world title on the line, Larissa Pacheco seeks to become the first two-weight world-class world champion. Also, Kayla Harrison is back against Aspen Ladd. Maybe her last PFL fight, maybe not with this new deal. And what about Derek Brunson debuting against Ray Cooper in a middleweight bout? Action kicks off 5:30 Eastern on ESPN+. Pay-per-view kicks off at 8 Eastern. That's Friday, November the 24th, exclusively here in the United States on ESPN+ pay-per-view. All right, let's recap the weekend as far as the Parlay Boys were concerned. How did you guys do? How did you do? Let me know.
We lost.
Oh, all right.
Yeah. I mean, my pick won. Frank's pick won.
You know, why does it?
Joanna Pena's pick won.
Why does it always feel like every time it's me, this is the default position? Why does it feel like every time it's me, this is the default, but every time it's one of you guys, it's like, we lost, tough outing, moving on to the next thing. Every time it's me, it's, everybody won except for old New York Rick, and it just becomes a finger-pointing game.
It feels the same way for me
feel.
when I've lost.
No.
Feels like you guys are projecting. You're insecure about your loss, and you don't like the
I'm not insecure. I just, it feels like there's a certain tone and tenor.
I can relate, Rick. I feel the same way when I.
So it also happens for you, Frank.
Yeah,
so it's
like
not
it feels
just New
like
York
it gets
Rick.
turned up to 11. I'm just in the hot seat.
Wow, it's a lot of
so maybe at first I was like, maybe it's just me, but maybe it's just Connor is the perpetrator.
He never loses.
Whoa, what's happening?
No, we just we just move on from it when he loses.
I'm not the one that picks Amika Nabo.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
Wow.
See,
everything okay?
See? This is proof in the pudding. This is proof in the pudding.
I'm the one that did it.
Yeah. It's a real hit to the camaraderie. You know, if we don't even have to get into the other parts of this between the two Benedict Arnolds over here.
Who, me?
I prefer Brutus or Cassius.
There's only one man that's left.
This one here and
sitting in that studio
and this one here. You know, but between what happened last week.
I mean, we might as well.
Oh, yes.
We might as well
yes,
get
yes.
into it, please.
Go ahead.
It's a real, you know, it makes you wonder where your friends are in this.
Let's get into it, can we, please?
I'm not that type of guy. We don't have to.
I mean, it has to be addressed at some point.
No.
Go ahead, address it.
I'll take it from here.
Thanks, Frank. Thank you. For
I am solely the reason that the Parlay Boys will not be attending the PFL Championship on Friday.
Yes. Tell us more.
Because I am not good at making plans and sticking with them. I maybe have
I
some
think
sort
you
of
guys
disorder.
I think you guys are making a huge mistake, especially now after the purchase. They're going to have a whole section of Bellator fighters. This is going to be like WrestleMania X7 at the Houston Astrodome, when they're going to look to the crowd and be like, "Oh my God, that's Johnny Eblin. What is he doing here at the PFL World Championships? Oh my God, that's Patchy Mix. What is he doing here?"
No doubt.
You're going to miss out on this?
Yeah. I mean, you know, PFL World Championships on Black Friday is one of my favorite days of the year.
It's legit.
You see it today. I mean, you see it today. I'm supporting the brand over here. Got the Patagonia PFL vest on. I mean, look at that. We got the the badge. How good do we look over here?
By the way,
yeah, I mean,
I was going to mention that at the beginning. Did Donn see it?
He didn't notice it.
Okay.
But I didn't want to be like, Donn.
Yeah.
See this bad boy right here?
Your thoughts?
Yeah, no. I mean, it's a great vest. I mean, shout out to the PFL for,
Yeah, it's cozy.
selling these bad boys.
Anyway, the boys were supposed to go. They're not going anymore. Things
Very
happen,
unfortunate.
but they'll be supporting from afar. And
I will be watching. There's no doubt about that.
Next, I'd like to go to a, if they would allow me. I don't know. I mean, maybe I'm banned, but I'd like to go to one of those super fights.
I'm 100% serious when I say it. Last year, the World Championships at the Hulu Theater was
fun.
A grand time, a fantastic time. I actually do have one more thing to say about Frank's planning abilities. We were on a phone call on Friday discussing the fallen through Washington, D.C. plans. And, we had discussed maybe doing something on the weekend, and I was just like, oh, yeah, I just wanted to refresh that invitation if you wanted to come over. I'll be having a couple people over. We'll be hanging out, some refreshments, some food, everything like that. Feel free to come over, man. I know it's #tighten the belt season. We're not going to go anywhere. We're just going to hang out, enjoy the fights, enjoy some football. So please feel free to come over. He's just like, I'm going to check the temp. I'll see what the wife's thinking, and I'll let you know tomorrow if I'm going to come over.
And
never heard from him again.
Wow.
Never heard from him again.
Wow.
I mean, sent the invitation and just fell on deaf ears, I guess. Not even can't make it. None of the above. So
Frank?
Yeah, but just a bad weekend overall for Frank.
At least our Bills won.
Yeah, that's a positive. Yeah.
Okay. That's all you have to say to this?
They still have a chance for the Super Bowl. Did you?
I mean, I thought I might get something when we walked in today. Maybe like, oh, sorry, I couldn't make it on Saturday. Never even mentioned it again.
Frank's a bad rep that you're developing here.
It's in the DSM-5. I literally have some sort of condition where...
In the what?
Like the medical book, the medical literature that lists conditions, the DSM-5.
I don't know what that
Psychology, like disorders. There's a book.
Oh, wow. Frank, what about all that tool talk?
Oh, that was amazing.
You love that?
Yeah.
I need to check that out. Do you know Chasen's status too?
I don't, but I'll be listening to that on the way home.
Ba-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-da. Tyson Fury, da-da-ba-da-da-ba-da-da. You guys heard that, right?
Yeah, we definitely heard that.
Can we just acknowledge how well I successfully deflected away from such a botched pick? I mean, I'm just happy.
We've gone down this completely different road here.
I'm just happy how that turned out.
Mine's 42. 30-27 on all three scorecards.
Yeah. It was nice.
Ariel, I would actually love, I'd pay money for a dash cam video of your entire ride home listening solely to Tool.
Oh, man.
And just to see how you would.
What is
I listened to some Tool in the back. It's
what is it? What is it like?
A cup of tea.
Well,
Frank's the better describer. He's the one that got here at 4 a.m. to buy tickets for January.
Well, there's a guitarist.
Yeah, she was talking about Birmingham tickets. I was like, oh, I know a guy who woke up super early to buy tickets for the
you guys laugh, but I have my tickets.
Yeah.
We need to get him on the show. Would that be a fun one for you?
I think that Yeah, that would be the most amazing thing that you could do.
Okay. Let's go to the Parlay Boys recap.
Yeah.
We just did that.
We already saw this. I'll get into the rest of mine here, though.
Yeah, sure.
As we move through, people got places, people to see.
Nice.
So, yes, Mika and Naba. To my picks. Did okay. First time I've seen two grayed out ones. Nicholas Mota. I mean, honestly, I got saved there. Trey Ogden should have won that fight. Very unfortunate for him to get the no contest. I mean, he was winning probably 30-27 on all three judges' scorecards, and then it looked like he got the finish late in the third round. So unfortunate, and it saved me. Lost the Fortune Golem fight on Friday night, and then Yaroslav Amosov getting upset in a massive, massive upset, gets his first career loss. But we do well on the parlays. Get one to carry over into PFL this weekend. So happy there. And once again, albeit a very small one, it is another winning week. That's 16 of the last 18, almost at 30 units on the year now. So feeling good. There's only a few more weeks left in the year, so hopefully we can finish it well. I mean, we got PFL this weekend, UFC Austin, Shanghai card moved to the Apex, and then 296. We only got 4 more weeks. So, hopefully we can continue to finish the year strong. And that actually brings me, I just mentioned Yaroslav Amosov. That brings me to the That's Money moment of the week. Jason Jackson, upsetting Yaroslav Amosov, finishing him too, which was even crazier. I mean, couldn't get a takedown to save his life. Yaroslav Amosov and Jason Jackson capitalized and got it done. So shout out to him. I mentioned another winning week that gets us to plus 8.16 units in November. All that will be donated to Movember at the end of the month. You can find that donation page either through these QR codes or the link in my bio. And last but not least, to recap the weekend, some big hitters. I have a very special one from this weekend.
All right, what do we got? New graphics, I love it. No, I'm just kidding, not new graphics.
What'd you say?
Wow.
I'm kidding.
Yeah, but the joke is that you're expecting something to change.
Not at all.
I mean, do we break the fourth wall? You started the top of the show. You were like, it's big Thanksgiving week.
Yes.
Everyone is
Where's the
so festive.
Yes.
I mean, it's just the most festive time of the year.
Yes.
Everyone around the city is decorated.
Yes.
You can't go anywhere without seeing any turkeys or anything.
Yes.
Felt like a shot.
Oh, stop being so sensitive. What a shot. If it was a shot, I would have said, why isn't the desk set up? Why isn't it, if it was a shot, I would have said it. I don't hide behind my shots. It is a great time, and it's one of my favorite holidays.
I agree.
And I think so highly of your studio dressing up skills that...
We've got plans for Wednesday, don't you worry.
Any chance that we could do to extend it is very fun.
Okay. Noted. That's noted moving forward as we get into the rest of the holiday season. We start off...
I say we go, new rule, like Bill Maher says, full week.
Full week.
Can't put in all that work for just one show.
Noted.
Right?
It's up on the board.
What is it? What do? We do like Christmas, Hanukkah.
Monday. Winter theme. Monday,
Wednesday.
Yeah. Award show we doing Monday and Wednesday?
That's tough.
Yeah.
But I would keep it if you want.
Nah.
Thanksgiving, Halloween, Monday, Wednesday. What else do we do? Do we do like an Easter Passover theme? Not really, huh?
No.
I think we ought to.
Yeah, I would love that.
All right.
Some eggs.
We'll have set designer Frank Lenz lead that one there.
Anything for July 4th have we done? Not really. We could do like a Can-Am, like a July 1st, July 4th thing, America, Canada coming together. Anyway, think about it.
All right, back to our man, Braden. Plus 32,175. He goes Joe Anderson Brito by submission, Brendan Allen by submission, Peyton Talbot by submission, and Michael Morales. I love the plus 1,400, plus 200, plus 450. Let's throw in the minus 334 for good measure. $10 to win, $32,1750. Next up, I could not believe how many Amanda Ribas by KO and Amanda Ribas round threes that I got. So I just had to choose one of these. Capping service. Won almost $14,000 on this. I mean, you put $400 on Ribas round 3 to win $5,600. Put $100 on Amanda Ribas KO round 3 to win $4,100. I mean, just absolutely. I mean, When that spinning heel kick landed, he must have gone absolutely crazy. Just a couple more here. Gamble's Gordo goes Peyton Talbot by submission round 3 plus 6,000. Peyton Talbot to win by submission rounds 2 or 3 plus 2,400. Wins almost 500 there. And then last but not least, got to give a shout out to old Dusty Rhodes, who threw in a plus 198,628,725 parlay, 14 legs. He went 0-13-1. Didn't get a single one right. Tried to go for the full, tried to thread the needle, get a full card parlay through. Didn't hit a single pick. And to me, that's just as impressive as hitting every pick. So shout out to old Dusty there. Better luck next time, my man.
Dusty Road or Dusty Rhodes?
Dusty Road is what it is. Yeah.
There's a new movie out called I think it's called Iron Claw or The Iron Claw.
Yeah, Zac Efron.
Yeah, is it out yet?
I don't think it's out, but I will be seeing it.
Oh, you know what it's about, right?
Wrestling.
Yeah,
Well,
the
yes,
Von Erich
it's about
family.
the Von Erich family. I mean, this is incredible. I can't. Is this a theater movie or is it like a Netflix?
No, I believe it's a theater movie.
This is
yeah.
a theater movie.
Oh,
yeah.
I might have to go back to the theater for the first time in 10 years.
Wow.
My
We could
daughter
go
went to
together.
the Trolls movie. Yeah, I
You
actually
saw Mario.
Yeah, but like that's for myself.
I get it.
The last time I went to a movie for myself was 50-50. Thanksgiving, Black Friday, 2011.
Wow.
Meaning like for myself, meaning like
Yeah.
like not for my kids, you know.
Right.
Yeah.
December 22nd is when it comes out.
I was hoping we can go maybe Wednesday after the show. Go to that spot that you guys go to. What's that called? The
Alamo, shout
Yeah.
out. Was there last week.
For what?
Spot. Killers of the Flower Moon.
What is that?
A movie.
Yeah, obviously it's a movie, but like
Leonardo DiCaprio,
Oh,
Martin
Leo.
Scorsese directing.
joint.
How was it?
Lengthy. It was lengthy, 3.5 hours.
who is the time?
Didn't know I was getting into that long of a movie before I got into it. And yeah, about an hour in, I Googled how long it was. It was a shocking revelation.
Oh, my God.
To say the least. I mean, 3.5 hours is not a short amount of time.
How many times did the Alamo waiter come check on you?
None. Yeah, none. I actually didn't order anything. Yeah, just the water.
Before we got into the picks, I was asking New York Rick his thoughts.
Yeah.
Something happened, so I wanted to give you that opportunity to close the loop.
Oh, I love it. I get like everybody lays out for me. I get a featured moment.
Well, no, I asked you a question, and maybe there's a fan out there who's like, well, I do want to know how New York Rick, and I need to follow that up.
I mean, there's many of them out there. The ones out there that fight for truth
I mean,
and justice.
you have a good sense when it comes to these things. You've been
I
around the
appreciate
block.
it. I think we got a lot of answers out of Donn Davis. And by the way, like, behind the scenes, I've been the one saying like Donn Davis needs to be the face of this. Like he brings an energy that I think was lacking. He brings like a confidence. I got to give Dan Hardy credit. Do you remember how he described him?
Yeah.
He said, Donn Davis has some Willy Wonka in it.
Yeah.
It's freaking incredible. It sums it up perfectly. Like there is this element to him that feels that way. So shout out to Dan Hardy for nailing it. But I feel like he's what is needed in terms of the promotion, and I think it will help PFL, and I think it will help whatever version of Bellator we get. You kind of alluded to it in terms of comparing this to other businesses. This merger period, what typically happens, except in rare cases, is the companies combined. You get the assets of the company. In this case, it's an acquisition, not a merger. But they're taking the Bellator assets, and you start to see how things run. You start to see the efficiencies. You start to see what you have, and then is when you potentially prune things and remove and start to understand. Because I don't think, quite frankly, PFL has a good sense of what they have with Bellator yet. Like there will be a lot of time needed to see how the roster works, what those fighters, they're communicating with the executives, but they're not communicating with the fighters yet, right? That is now all going to happen, and they're going to start to understand who wants to be here, who wants to be in the tournament, who wants to be in these one-off events. So that's when things are going to get interesting, and that's when I think we're going to really get the brass tacks of it. We're going to really see what PFL's plans are for Bellator beyond the one-off thing and who goes into what part of the company. it's interesting times ahead, but I still think it's such early days that like we really don't know what this is going to be, and I don't think PFL knows what this is going to be until they have it and sold the broadcast rights and things like that. What I do like is that PFL as a brand and Donn Davis as a founder are saying, look, we've got this tournament and we're going to stick with this. And now we've got these one-off events for Bellator and we're going to stick with this. And I like that. As I said, I think it provides a lot of options for them. Why does it need to be branded Bellator rather than PFL? That's still my confusion. I don't quite understand that. But I like it because now there are fighters. He mentioned Anthony Pettis specifically. He checked them by name and said, maybe this is not the right style for him. And now we have available options for him to fight twice a year in this other version of the PFL. I like that. Now, is it going to go both ways? Are there going to be Bellator fighters that want to do tournaments? Are they all going to want to do the existing Bellator property? That's where I think the numbers and the things that they've yet to really uncover are going to become more difficult. I don't think it's as easy as just saying, hey, we're keeping these things separate and everybody's coming over and it's going to be harmonious. I can't imagine that being the case with just that many personalities and that many fighters on a roster. But until we see and hear that, I like the direction. I like what's happening here.
I am cautiously optimistic, and I'm listen, at the end of the day, I love stories. I love following things. This is going to be a really fun story for us to follow in 2024. It doesn't feel what's the word that I'm looking for? It doesn't feel dead end. Like, where was Bellator going? What was the future? What was it just kind of felt like it was floating in the wind. This is shaking things up. This is a new coat of paint. And ultimately, to go back to what I said at the top of the show, there was some sadness there, but probably the thing that I liked the most that I heard from him was that I can't believe there's only 21 employees in Bellator. That's crazy. But they all have a job if they want it, and they're going to honor the contracts. Was there anything that I didn't ask? I was racking my brain towards the end. Like, did I forget anything? Was there any hot button question or topic that I didn't get? Because I honestly felt like it was a huge honor. I felt like the fighters are probably watching this. The employees are probably watching this. This was their chance to hear it. It's one thing to get that email, but this was a really big deal for us. And so I wanted to do it justice. Did I miss anything?
I would say no, and I would imagine that there's many fighters who this is the first they're hearing of anything rather than being contacted. And
sure, fighters and employees.
So, yes, I do think there was an important thing that happened. But no, I didn't have any remaining questions. There were certainly some that he skirted that I would have liked answers to.
Yeah.
But that's business, right?
I'm curious about this TV deal situation. That's going to be huge. Yes. Where does PFL land? Where does Bellator land? Is it the same place? Is it a different place? Where's PFL Europe and Challenger? I mean, they've got a lot of entities now. You know what I mean?
We've already seen the issue with not being able to watch PFL Europe here in the States. So, like, hopefully,
I don't think they'll make that mistake.
Right. Hopefully, they learn from that, and everything will be accessible for us.
Yeah.
Yeah, but does Cedric Doumbé now fight for Bellator? Is a question, right? Like, does Cedric Doumbé now become a Bellator fighter, and now you can broadcast that wherever you want, and you don't have to necessarily make that a...
Cedric Doumbé should not be in the tournament, in my opinion.
Yeah, well, that's
unless
the way you would watch him on US TV, right? There's two options.
I think they'll fix that. I think they'll fix that.
You're talking about getting PFL a deal that they can broadcast internationally in the new
PFL Europe.
In the new, Well, until then though, but I lost my train of thought going because
there's one more event. There's December 8th in Ireland, and then hopefully come next year they rectify.
Yeah, that's the plan, but who knows?
Yeah.
How crazy would it be if ESPN took on Bellator?
Yeah, well, I was thinking
was
of that.
The home of PFL, Bellator, UFC. You're pretty much the home of mixed martial arts, period. Like, at that point, there's not much remaining out there.
Well, my hunch is that they are going to re-sign with ESPN. PFL is going to re-sign. Yeah. He didn't say it, but one of the reasons to keep the Bellator brand alive is so you can have that second stream of revenue, right? Like WEC back in the day, that example that I've given now a couple times. So I could.
But couldn't you just say, "Here's a secondary PFL product"?
Yeah, but I could see ESPN saying, like, we're just going to pay you X amount for this, as opposed to taking this and bringing it elsewhere. Remember, PFL Challenger Series was on Fubo, and so that's another thing that you can sell. No different, by the way. Like WWE sells Raw to, USA and sells SmackDown to Fox and sells NXT to this guy. Like, you want to try to cut up that pie in as
But that's
many
still
ways.
all WWE.
Yes, no, but I'm talking about having different, as opposed to giving everything to NBC, you want to cut it up and give it to different networks.
Oh, you're not talking about the Bellator versus PFL branding. You're talking
I'm
about
telling you why
differentiating the.
Well, no, I'm telling you why PFL probably doesn't want to do Bellator with ESPN. Why
Right,
they want
right.
to probably
Why
take
they
it to
might
someone
wanna
else.
take it to
Yes,
someone else.
yes.
Sure.
And so, I mean, I think they'll re-sign with ESPN for the PFL thing. I think that PFL's preference is to take Bellator somewhere else. Who is that someone else?
Yeah, who is that?
There's not a
very
lot of
interesting.
options. There's DAZN, which if you're going to do an international deal, you already have PFL Europe there. You want to try to, be in a place that's available all over the world, and DAZN is. There's Turner. Sorry, it's not Turner anymore. It's WBD. So could you do a deal maybe with Warner Brothers Discovery and be on TNT after AEW, or on Fridays or Wednesdays? I forget. TBS is Wednesdays. But then you also have TNT Sports in the UK, so there's some synergy there. Although I had heard that, the UFC blocked PFL from doing a deal with BT Sport back in the day. So do they have that same kind of power? Very curious about his Canada little nugget there.
Yeah.
TSN just lost the UFC. Sportsnet is now in the UFC business. There's a lot to chew on here. But it's all exciting. And by the way, to your point about ESPN, there's only 2 homes for boxing right now in North America come December, and it's DAZN and ESPN. So all of a sudden, an entity that 5 years ago really had nothing to do with combat sports now has so much to do with combat sports, whether it's UFC.
Yeah,
PFL.
even if the Bellator thing goes elsewhere, they've still got huge investment with UFC and PFL.
Yeah.
And what they're ramping up here. Now, this is where it gets interesting, right? If I'm ESPN or a potential other partner who's looking at Bellator, I need to know what those things are going to look like. It can't be like, Anthony Pettis just decided he's going to fight in the season this year.
What are you getting?
That's not kosher for me if I'm a broadcast partner. I need to know exactly what this roster looks like. I need to know. So this is where I think that the difficulties ahead are it's not as rosy as just like, everybody can live in this utopia where they fight on whatever brand they want. It's just not real. It's not possible. There's going to be some turmoil.
Let's see. Fun times, guys. Yes.
Very fun. Exciting times.
All right, we'll be back on Wednesday. I'm sure there'll be a ton of questions about this in the On the Nose segment. So gather those up, and it's on Frank to pick the best ones. But we'll do that.
Pressure.
A lot of pressure.
None felt.
And then we'll have our turducken on Thursday.
Wait a minute.
Yeah. I'm a big turducken guy. I don't know about you guys. It's either turducken
Never
or
had it.
tofurkey that I really like.
Never had either.
Well,
have you had either, Ariel?
No, absolutely not. I just like saying turducken. I used to think of turducken. John Madden used to talk about turducken.
Yeah.
It's the turkey and the
Three
duck
birds.
and the duck. And it's bizarre.
Duck chicken.
All right, guys. Much love. Oh, you know what? I didn't even realize the chicken was involved. The 3 birds: turkey, duck, and chicken. Golly.
The inn.
Yeah. Didn't even notice that.
Actually, I think it's the Ken.
Yeah, turducken.
Turducken.
Yep. Once again, thank you very much to Cash App for their support. All about security and with real-time transaction alerts and card log, Cash App ensures your money isn't getting involved in any funny business, even if funny business is how you might have lost your card in the first place. Actually, you should probably go find it. You might not know exactly where your card is, but with transaction alerts, you can get some peace of mind. That's money. That's Cash App. Download Cash App from the App Store or Google Play Store today. Thank you to DraftKings for their support as well. We are out of time. It has been a great day. Dare I say, unhistoric day. Yeah. You know this song, Frank?
I do.
You do?
I honestly do it again.
Oh, breaking news. GC will be happy to know Conor McGregor just dropped a new voice square. The blue box. Just dropped 4 seconds ago.
Oh my God. How long?
I don't know. I just saw it pop up. I mean, it just dropped. Only guy I know that still uses the voice thing on Twitter.
Oh, this just made my day.
What is it? Let's see.
37 seconds.
Is it 37? Can we listen to it live on the air here?
No. Oh, hit me. Yeah, there you go.
Oh, he's singing?
What I do, the freedom ain't getting no closer. No matter how far I go, my car is stolen. No registration.
I mean, that's good singing right there. Great job, Connor. Appreciate it very much.
How about him making 3 minutes about Snoop Dogg quitting smoking?
Oh, yeah.
Turns out that was just for an ad.
Was it?
Snoop Dogg. Yeah.
Oh, my God. I didn't believe it for a second. I have a crazy story to tell you guys, but I've run out of time. I'll leave it for Wednesday. Anyway.
22 seconds.
It's too much pressure. It's too much stress. Guys, thank you very much to everyone who joined us today. The great Frank Warren, Donn Davis, Dan Hardy, and Veronica Hardy. What a day it has been. Thanks to all of you. Thanks to all of them. Back on Wednesday, same time, please. Be somebody here.